Chapter 539. Wang Baichuan put away his Star-Sea sacred sword and left without looking back. He was slightly injured. His abdomen had taken a heavy blow, but it was nothing to him. After all, he had killed his way out. This level of injury was nothing to him. If it wasn't for the battle with Su Yang that allowed me to make a breakthrough, I'm afraid that this battle wouldn't have been so easy. Humph, a fellow that is almost at the 7th dragon level, not bad. However, I don't know how that brat Su Yang is doing. He should have finished off his opponent. If he died just like that, it would be too disappointing. Wang Baichuan said as he walked, but I think Feng Yuhai has already killed his opponent. That fox is hiding his strength. After the 3 strong fighters left, many assassins appeared. The strange thing was, these assassins were actually not attacked by the Blue Fire Wolf. For the disciples of the Taihang Soured faction, this was one disaster after another. But even in such an environment, the disciples of the Taihang Soured faction still displayed shocking strength. Strictly speaking, the Taihang 10 swords should be 11 swords. Now that 3 swords had left, there were 8 left. Even Xue Xinyu and Feng Yueyu, who were at the bottom, were strong fighters in the Dragon Realm. Let's not talk about the others for now. Just Boundless was already much stronger than before. At this moment, the sword in his hand was constantly swinging. Wherever his sword light touched, countless lives would be lost. His sword was a famous sword that he had personally forged. The sword's original name was Mu Yu, but now it was called Boundless. The sword's name was the same as his own. Compared to the last time, his aura was much stronger. Vaguely, one could see 3 dragon shadows swaying. This was the Triple Dragon Realm. On the surface, Feng Yuhai of the Taihang Second Sword was also in the Triple Dragon Realm. At this moment, in a dark corner, a rugged man narrowed his eyes and looked at the battlefield. When he saw the scene in front of him, he was still extremely shocked. Damn it, the Taihang Soured faction. Is the Taihang Soured faction really that powerful? This man was not from the Devil Sect, but an elder of the 100 Beasts Sect. The 100 Beasts Sect was once a powerful sect in the 9 states. However, the 100 Beasts Sect was later destroyed by the Taihang Soured faction. The sect was in tatters. Only a few disciples were lucky enough to escape. This time, the 100 Beasts Sect and the Devil Sect had joined hands to kill all the young disciples of the Taihang Soured faction. If it weren't for the 100 Beasts Sect, the Blue Fire Wolf Sect wouldn't have killed the disciples of the Taihang Soured faction in such a frenzied manner. However, he did not expect that even now, the disciples of the Taihang Soured faction were still holding on bitterly. Forget it, the 2 old geezers aren't here, and the 3 sword leaders aren't here either. Today, I'll bury all of you here. A fierce look flashed in his eyes, and then he pounced. His target was naturally the Taihang 10 swords. While his body was still in the air, he transformed into an extremely terrifying giant eagle. The cry of the giant eagle was enough to make one's heart tremble. At the same time, his entire body fell from the sky, and a powerful force rushed directly toward the disciples of the Taihang Soured faction. However, at this moment, he suddenly felt an extremely powerful sword intent locking onto him. This was an extremely powerful sword intent. The moment the sword intent appeared, he knew that things were not going well. He immediately channeled his spirit chi and forcibly stopped in mid-air. At the same time, his 2 claws transformed into eagle claws and slapped toward the sword. When the 2 clashed, the sound of metal colliding could be heard. The elder of the 100 Beasts Sect trembled violently. An expert. The strength of the person who attacked just now was probably above his. He really could not understand where this expert came from, and how could he be forced to such a state with just 1 sword strike? At this moment, a cold snort was heard. So it's a surviving member of the 100 Beasts Sect. How bold of you to plot against the Taihang Soured faction. An elder stood in the air and stared straight at the elder of the 100 Beasts Sect. The elder of the 100 Beasts Sect was full of vigilance. When he saw this person appear, he immediately knew that he was in trouble. Kui Tianlang of the Taihang Soured faction. He immediately recognized the person in front of him. Kui Tianlang was an extremely famous elder of the Taihang Soured faction. He was not someone from the 3 aristocratic families, but his terrifying combat strength was well known throughout the Jojo continent. "Hehe, you recognize me? That's good, at least you'll know who killed you." Kui Tianlang's laughter was filled with mockery. Then, his entire body pressed forward. The cold light in his eyes was so piercingly cold that it almost made one's heart tremble. The elder of the 100 Beasts sect only felt that his soul was about to be torn apart. However, he was clearly a 7-dragon powerhouse in the dragon realm. Why was the gap between the two of them so huge? He could not accept it. He really could not accept it. He had waited for so long for revenge, but now, facing the opponent's powerhouse, he felt as if he was facing a monster. However, Kui Tianlang obviously would not give him the chance. At this moment, the sword in his hand turned again. In an instant, an extremely fierce aura appeared. This aura was like that of a giant wolf. One had to know that Kui Tianlang was not his real name. The two words Tianlang referred to his famous consummate skill, the Tianlang sword. This swordsman was born in the Taihang Soured faction, but after he started practicing swordsmanship, he left the Taihang Soured faction and went deep into the grasslands to practice swordsmanship. His swordsmanship had improved by relying on his own battles. After he left for 30 years, when he returned, the Tianlang sword shook the Taihang Soured faction. At that moment, the entire Taihang Soured faction was shocked by his strength. Once he used his swordsmanship, he was like a legendary Tianlang, domineering and ruthless. Once this person made a move, he would not leave anyone alive. Even in the sect competition, it was the same. Back then, experts from the 3 big families died at his hands. If the faction leader had not protected him, he would have been killed by the 3 big families. After that, the Tianlang sword became unknown. However, today, it appeared in front of everyone again. His opponent was a surviving member of the 100 Beasts sect, who had a 7-dragon cultivation. Then, he attacked with his sword. The elder of the 100 Beasts sect watched as he attacked, but he did not move. It was as if he had forgotten that he wanted to resist. At this moment, a shadow suddenly appeared in his eyes. It was a wolf, arrogant, powerful, bloodthirsty. It was much more terrifying than the Blue Fire Wolf King. He gathered his aura and tried to block it, but he sadly realized that he could not move at all. It was as if a gigantic hand was holding him down. That feeling was unbearable. At this moment, he no longer had any intention of fighting. His only thought was to run away. His original thoughts had all been thrown away. He deeply understood that if he were to fight with him now, then he would definitely die. Therefore, he did not have any intention of fighting at all. He immediately turned around and left. "You want to leave now? Unfortunately, since you've already jumped out, why are you in such a hurry to leave? You're going to stay here forever today." He laughed coldly, then slashed down with his sword again. The sword was so sharp that it almost made him despair. At this moment, he immediately realized that he was only able to block the attack earlier because that guy was toying with him. Now that he had used his true strength, he could not even block a single attack. At this moment, he made a decision. He swung his body violently, and an extremely powerful force suddenly erupted. At this moment, a bloody light shot into the sky. It was one of his palms that was directly chopped off. However, the elder of the 100 Beast sect did not lose his composure at all because this was within his expectations. That was because that was his method to begin with. When the bloody palm fell off, it actually erupted with a powerful aura. Then, the palm instantly exploded, and a bloody mist instantly enveloped the entire sky. Within the bloody mist, a gigantic blood-colored lizard actually appeared. As soon as the lizard appeared, it immediately charged toward Kui Tianlang. Its body kept twisting, looking extremely ferocious. Kui Tianlang laughed coldly, then said, "Haha, you still want to escape? How ridiculous. You think you can escape from me with such a small trick? What a joke." Kui Tianlang's sword light finally landed. The moment it landed, it directly erupted with 5 sword lights. The 5 sword lights swept through everything, cutting everything in an instant. The gigantic blood-colored lizard did not even have time to unleash its most powerful strength before it was killed just like that. Everything happened too quickly, so quickly that it was suffocating. The elder of the 100-beast sect had already flown away, but he had already sensed something the moment the blood-red lizard was destroyed. Damn it, that guy is actually so powerful. His heart was still extremely heavy. He could not figure out how that guy was actually so powerful. The blood dragon curse that he had used at the cost of an arm did not buy him much time. He was killed in an instant. Kui Tianlang was indeed a ferocious existence. However, it still bought him some time in the end. Just as he was rejoicing, he suddenly realized that there was an additional figure in front of him. It was Kui Tianlang. Chapter 540. Blood Dragon Curse? Although this method is interesting, it's still too weak in front of me. If you only want to escape with these little tricks, then I'm really disappointed. Kui Tianlang shook his head gently, and his sword aura rose again. With him as the center, streaks of sword scars started to rise up. The entire plane could feel his powerful aura and majesty. Even Feng Tianluo and Blue Fire Wolf King, who were fighting in the sky far away, could feel it. Feng Tianluo frowned slightly and said in a low voice, "This lunatic actually came? Sigh, if that's the case, there shouldn't be much of a problem this time." He was of the same generation as this lunatic, so he deeply understood how powerful and terrifying this lunatic was. Back then, he suppressed almost all of his peers in the Taihang Soured faction so much that they couldn't raise their heads. He was really too powerful and too crazy. And after disappearing for a few years, he had probably become even more powerful. He gently probed the place where Kui Tianlang was fighting with his divine thought and understood the current situation of the battle. Just as he had guessed, this guy's combat strength had become even more powerful. Such methods were simply terrifying. When this sword fell, the Devil Sect Elder would definitely die. He didn't doubt this at all. However, just as Kui Tianlang's sword was about to land, a black shadow suddenly appeared without a sound. That black shadow directly swept up the elder of the 100 Beasts sect and was about to flee. This black shadow's strength was definitely very strong. From the aura he revealed, this person's strength was probably close to the 9 Dragons realm. In the Dragon realm, the 9 dragons were the sky. It was easy to imagine how terrifying such strength was. Facing such a situation, Kui Tianlang didn't seem to panic at all. He just smiled faintly and said, "You want to save someone in front of me? You're looking down on me." Facing the 9 dragons expert, Kui Tianlang didn't have any scruples at all. His sword still ruthlessly slashed out. In an instant, the sky was dotted with stars. Countless sword lights were circulating, turning into the brilliance of stars. The starlight directly shrouded the front. The 9 dragons Devil Sect expert was about to leave, but he found himself still in the starlight. He stopped and laughed. "How interesting. Do you want to keep me here? However, do you really have the strength to do so?" As he laughed coldly, a dense demonic aura appeared. The demonic aura seemed to have materialized into countless tentacles, which then spread out into the sky. Since Kui Tianlang had created a starry sky, he would tear it apart completely. To him, such a method was nothing to be proud of. At this moment, his power was completely displayed. That terrifying power directly rushed into the sky, and everything was shaking around it. "Break for me. You overestimate yourself." Under his gaze, everything began to condense and even operate. In the end, the endless terrifying radiance finally began to shake this starry world. "Overestimating yourself? I really like this description." Kui Tianlang's voice came from all directions, and then his face appeared in the starry sky. He chuckled as he looked at the mysterious expert and said, "A9 Dragons Devil Sect expert? Interesting. Haha, killing a 9 Dragons Devil Sect expert is far more interesting than killing this piece of trash." Sky Wolf Sword, kill. As soon as the word kill was spoken, it seemed to command the laws of the entire world. A powerful force suddenly erupted at this moment, and a huge wolf that flickered with starlight slowly walked out from the starry sky. The mysterious expert from the Devil Sect immediately frowned when he saw the sky wolf. That was because he had already sensed an extremely powerful and frightening power within it. Such power was simply shocking. Because he actually felt the threat of death from the sky wolf, at this moment, his heart suddenly jumped, and he immediately disregarded everything and directly attacked, Devil Soul Shield, block it for me, he roared, and then a huge shield appeared in front of him. As soon as the shield appeared, the powerful and terrifying force was suddenly impacted. It turned out that even though the Sky Wolf was still in the sky, an invisible sword had actually appeared in front of him. If he hadn't reacted quickly enough, then the sword would have pierced through his chest. When he blocked the sword light finally manifested. After that, his true nightmare began. Everything started to change. The terrifying force started to transform, and everything started to transform. Countless starlight condensed towards the sword light. In the end, the Nine Dragons powerhouse felt as if he was blocking the entire starry sky. How inconceivable was this? It caused his entire body to tremble. At this moment, he truly felt fear and the threat of death. At this moment, Kui Tianlang had already appeared behind him, and the elder of the 100 Beast sect suddenly roared, "Watch out." After that, he directly transformed into a huge bear and fiercely slapped Kui Tianlang. The huge bear's entire body flickered with an extremely terrifying radiance, and it even faintly resembled the brilliance of a dragon. Obviously, it was extremely strong. Even though the elder of the 100 Beast sect had lost an arm, his strength was still so strong that it was shocking. It was at this moment that his gaze gradually became unfocused, and his aura became even more valiant. Because in the instant he made his move, a line of blood had already appeared on the huge body of the beast. He was completely stunned because he only wanted to help the 9 Dragons expert of the demonic sect block the attack. However, at this moment, he was about to die. You were originally a person who deserved to die. Now, go and die for me. This was the last voice he heard in this world. Then, his body directly collapsed. At this moment, the 9 Dragons expert of the demonic sect finally reacted. Damn it, you actually killed him? Kui Tianlang, you've also reached the 9 Dragons level. At this moment, he suddenly woke up. Yes, this guy must have reached this level. Otherwise, how could he have such terrifying strength? At this moment, he immediately realized that a trace of fear had appeared in his heart. Yes, at this moment, he had already started to feel afraid. Afraid of the enemy in front of him. This guy was too terrifying. Kui Tianlang, the legendary madman of the Taihang Soured faction, was even more terrifying than before. At this thought, he did not have any intention of staying. After all, that piece of trash from the 100 Beast sect was already dead. Therefore, his demonic soul tentacles immediately erupted, and he directly rushed into the sky. He wanted to leave this place. He definitely could not let himself stay in this dangerous place and let himself face this terrifying guy again. If his opponent was still in the 8 Dragons level, he was confident that he could fight him with the advantage of 1 level. However, at this moment, he already knew that his opponent's level was the same as his. Under such circumstances, he did not even have the slightest intention to fight. Back then, Kui Tianlang's reputation was too great. Not only was it true within the Taihang Soured faction, but it was even more so outside of the sect. It was unknown how many people this guy had killed during the war that year, and how many benefits he had obtained for the Taixing Sword School. Because of this, even though he had killed the disciples of the 3 aristocratic families, he was still living well within the Taihang Soured faction. At his current level, it was likely that no one would dare to make a move against him. If he had known that this madman would appear from the beginning, he definitely would not have come here. Clearly, the current situation was very clear. They had schemed against the Taihang Soured faction, but the Taihang Soured faction was even more ruthless. They had actually set a trap for them and set them up instead. Thinking of this, it was likely that none of the people who had made a move earlier would be able to survive. Thinking of this, he felt a chill in his heart. The faction leader of the Taihang Soured faction was truly powerful to be able to set up such a trap. Kui Tianlang, today is not the time for us to fight. But I'll definitely take your life another day. As soon as his voice fell, the dragon roared. At this time, all his strength erupted at once. Then he directly rushed to the sky and flew away. Kui Tianlang smiled. Do you want to leave? It's not easy to meet such an interesting toy like you. If I just let you go, it would be too boring. You'd better stay here. He directly chased after him. As expected by the Devil's Doctrine, The others were indeed killed. Except for the 3 people killed by Su Yang, Feng Yuhai, and Wang Baichuan, the elder of the Devil's Doctrine in the Seven Dragons realm was not spared either. Of course, he was not killed by Wen Yunfeng, because Wen Yunfeng's strength was at most on par with his. What's more, he lured Wen Yunfeng into a trap. When Wen Yunfeng saw the 3 elders of the Seven Dragons realm in front of him, his heart trembled. He even prepared to fight to the death. However, he did not expect that at this critical moment, an 8 Dragons realm expert from the Wang family of the Taihang Soured faction arrived. Then, a powerful sword chi swept over and killed the 3 elders of the Seven Dragons realm directly. It should be known that in an ordinary sect, an elder of the Seven Dragons realm would be the faction leader. Today was destined to be an unforgettable day for the Devil's Doctrine. They thought that they had everything under control, but they did not expect that they were schemed against and finally paid a heavy price. This was a huge price that they could not bear. Chapter 541. The Blue Fire Wolves finally retreated, because their Wolf King was killed directly. The horrible Blue Fire Wolf King was finally killed by Kui Tianlang. After all, it was not easy to kill an expert in the 9 Dragons realm. If that guy wanted to escape, even Kui Tianlang couldn't do anything to him. Finally, he escaped. After Kui Tianlang returned, he directly killed the Blue Fire Wolf King with one sword. The Blue Fire Wolf King, who forced Feng Tianluo to retreat, was killed by Kui Tianlang in less than half an hour. What was more terrifying was that Kui Tianlang didn't use his full strength in this process. Feng Tianluo was even more fearful of this powerful existence in the past. Kui Tianlang looked at Feng Tianluo and said with a smile, "Isn't this junior fellow apprentice Feng? I didn't expect that you have become a 7 Dragons realm expert. It's really surprising." Feng Tianluo was about to collapse at this moment. This guy had become a 9 Dragons realm expert secretly, but he said this. It was really a blow to him. However, facing this person, he didn't dare to say anything. He just smiled and said, "I'm not as talented as senior fellow apprentice Kui." After all, Kui Tianlang helped him this time. Although it was arranged by the sect, he didn't dare to annoy this guy. This time, Su Yang just crippled several disciples of the Wang family. He didn't really kill anyone, but this guy directly killed many people at that time. He was simply unscrupulous. If he went crazy, he was afraid that he couldn't stop him. Therefore, he didn't want to offend Kui Tianlang. Kui Tianlang chuckled and then said, "Well, this time's trip has come to a happy end. Since that's the case, we'll be leaving. Hehe, junior brother Feng, be careful on the way." After that, Kui Tianlang left without looking back. Of course, the other 8 Dragons realm expert also did the same. When Yunfeng finally came back and began to count the casualties. In this battle, 8 disciples of the Taihang Soured faction were killed or injured. Almost 1/10 of them were killed. In addition, 3 traitors were killed. That was to say, they had lost 11 people at once. Burying the dead and taking care of the wounded took 2 days. In these 2 days, Wang Baichuan, Feng Yuhai, and Su Yang returned one after another, causing everyone to feel admiration. They all knew what level of existence these 3 people's opponents were at, and now, all of them had actually returned safely. To them, this was simply a mythical existence. Su Yang returned to the Shui family's camp to rest. This time, the attitude of the Shui family's disciples towards Su Yang was much better. After all, in this battle, Su Yang had done his best to protect them. Although Shui Xinyu was still cold to Su Yang, she still had some feelings for Su Yang. When Su Yang had just returned, she had secretly come to see Su Yang. 3 days later, the repairs were finally completed. After that, the group of people once again set off for the ancient remnant. This time, the ruins were definitely no small matter. Otherwise, the various sects would not be so nervous. This was especially so for the Devil sect, who probably knew something. Of course, the Devil sect's ambush of the Taihang Soured faction would be remembered, and they would definitely get revenge on another day. This time, the Devil sect was clearly the one who had suffered a loss. After another 5 days, everyone finally arrived at the battlefield of the ruins. At this time, there were already many people around the battlefield. After all, There was no such thing as an impenetrable wall in this world. Moreover, the news of the appearance of the ruins had been spread like wildfire over the past few days. Many rogue cultivators who did not belong to a sect immediately flocked over. Without the support of a sect, it was very difficult for rogue cultivators to obtain high-level cultivation techniques. Many rogue cultivators were actually very talented, but because they did not have suitable techniques or treasures, they had always been at the bottom of the cultivation world. The appearance of the ruins gave them an opportunity. Although it was very dangerous to enter alone, as long as they could obtain something from it, they might be able to amaze the world with a single feat. One had to know that there were still a few abnormally powerful rogue cultivators, and there were even terrifying powerhouses like venerable ones. They had obtained the inheritance of the ruins when they were young. Therefore, to everyone, taking the risk was definitely worth it. However, rogue cultivators did not have the support of a powerful sect, and it was very difficult to even enter the ruins. Therefore, they could only wait for the arrival of a powerful sect. This was because when a sect discovered such a ruin, there would definitely be powerhouses who would explore it first, and then they would let their disciples enter to train. They wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to enter and train. Of course, it also depended on luck. In the past few days, the Fiery Flame sect had arrived. The Fiery Flame sect was one of the top 10 sects in the Jojo continent. They were so powerful that many rogue cultivators could only leave the area where the Fiery Flame sect was located. Soon after, the disciples of the Devil sect arrived. The people of the Devil sect were even more dangerous than the Fiery Flame sect. They were a group of perverts who killed without batting an eyelid, and were publicly known as the Devil sect in the Jojo continent. However, so what? The weak were prey to the strong in this world. Everyone knew how powerful the Devil sect was. If they wanted to destroy this sect, they would have to pay a huge price. The Futu sect was so powerful in the past, but now, it was gone. Finally, the team of the Taihang Soured faction arrived. The whole team was like an unsheathed sword, making people retreat. The Fiery Flame sect, the Devil sect, and the Taihang Soured faction. Out of the 10 great sects, there were actually 3 great sects gathered here. As if they had an agreement, the teams of the 3 sects began to gather. The leader of the Fiery Flame sect was a middle-aged man, and his hair and eyebrows had turned red. He was also a very famous person, and his name was Fiery Flame 13. He had cultivated the mysterious Fiery Flame technique to an extremely high level. What was more terrifying was that his mysterious Fiery Flame technique had been combined with his dragon chi. Once he used it, he could explode with a jaw-dropping power. Although he was only at the 7 Dragons realm, in terms of combat strength, Tianfeng Luo and Wen Yunfeng could not defeat him. The leader of the Devil sect was the 4th elder of the Ghost Killing Hall. When he saw the people of the Taihang Soured faction, he smiled coldly and said, "Congratulations, Brother Feng, for successfully coming to the ancient ruins." He naturally knew about the failure this time, but he could not say anything about it. After all, there was nothing he could do about it. The death of 4 dragon transformation elders was, of course, a huge loss, but the great Devil sect could still bear it. The strength of the Devil sect was definitely beyond the imagination of ordinary people. This was why the Devil sect could still be so arrogant and unfettered. Of course, the most important thing was the battle this time. The elders of the 3 sects had already begun to explore this place. Although the aura of the ancient ruins was too strong, they could not go deep, but they had already sensed that there was a huge inheritance in the depths of this place. If they could get their hands on it, the strength of the entire Devil sect would increase by another level. Of course, it would also be of great help to the Devil sect's 100-year plan. At this moment, the sky was extremely gloomy. Just like Tianfeng Luo's expression, he sneered and said, "The Ghost Killing Hall will be annihilated by my Taihang Divine Sword sooner or later." He spoke directly, showing no mercy. The 4th elder of the Ghost Killing Hall did not say anything. The 2 of them just stared at each other. Vaguely, a powerful and terrifying aura had already surged up at this moment. At this time, Lai Hua 13 walked over. He directly stepped into it and said, "All right, we are all hundreds of years old. What's the point of staring at each other? Don't waste everyone's time." Let's first blast open the ruins and let the young people in. This is interesting. After he finished speaking, the two of them snorted coldly. However, they also knew that Lai Hua 13's words were reasonable. After all, the most important thing at this time was to enter the ruins. There was a thick miasma barrier around the ruins. If it was a venerable one, an expert above the Seven Dragons realm, they would naturally be able to enter. However, if their cultivation did not reach the Seven Dragons realm, they would not even be able to enter. As a result, if the three great sects and rogue cultivators wanted to enter, they could only rely on the combined strength of these few experts to directly blast open the miasma barrier. Su Yang stepped into it, and then used his own divine sense to investigate the miasma barrier in the distance. This barrier was indeed very powerful. In terms of height, it was almost 50 meters tall. More importantly, this was a sealed barrier, and the power inside was terrifyingly strong. As a result, if they wanted to directly destroy it, even if all the experts above the Seven Dragons realm worked together, they would not be able to do so. However, the experts of the three great sects had never thought of completely destroying it. Instead, they wanted to open a gap. As long as the gap was opened, everyone would be able to enter. Since the experts of the three great sects had already investigated the inside, they naturally had a certain level of analysis. Inside this barrier was an extremely strange world. Furthermore, there was an extremely strange mist inside. Not only could it obstruct one's vision, it could also obstruct one's divine sense from probing. When the seniors of the three great sects were investigating, they each discovered something and then drew a map for the leader. At this time, Feng Tianluo, the fourth elder of the Ghost Killing Hall, and Lai Hua 13 walked out at the same time. These three were all experts of the Seven Dragons realm, and their battle prowess was extraordinary. The three of them looked at each other, then finally began to take action. Chapter 542. The three of them looked at each other and prepared to attack. All three of them had their own methods and were extremely powerful. The fourth elder of the Ghost Killing Hall suddenly let out a strange long howl. Then, a very strange shadow appeared in his hand. The appearance of this shadow was almost exactly the same as him, which was extremely strange. He smiled faintly and threw the shadow into the sky. Then, he said, "Let this old man show off his skills first." As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful force rotated in the sky, and then an extremely strange sharp light directly changed at this moment. In the end, the black shadow turned into an extremely terrifying black giant. Of course, the existence of this black giant was very unreal. It was like a shadow. When the two of them saw this scene, their hearts were filled with astonishment at the same time. This was because the devil sect's methods were the most bizarre, making people unable to guard against them. Obviously, even with Feng Tianluo and Lai Hua 13's experience, they had never seen this move before. At this moment, the ghostly shadow suddenly charged towards the huge barrier. The terrifying power that erupted in an instant was simply incomparably shocking. At this moment, the rogue cultivators were immediately alarmed. They all felt extremely shocked. This kind of strength was something that they could not compare to. Unless those experts among the rogue cultivators came. At this moment, the shadow giant directly collided with the barrier, and an earth-shattering sound was immediately heard. At the place where the shadow giant came into contact with, a huge karst cave immediately appeared. Su Yang had been staring at this elder of the Devil Sect's Ghost Killing Hall because the Devil Sect would be his greatest enemy in the future. No matter what, know yourself and know your enemy and you will win 100 battles. At this moment, all of the fourth elder's power condensed. The violent power gathered into the most terrifying power and actually began to melt the barrier. At this moment, Lai Hua 13 and Feng Tianluo looked at each other. Feng Tianluo said directly, "Brother 13, let this little brother show his incompetence next." After he finished speaking, his palm shook slightly and a huge longsword appeared. The moment the longsword appeared, the entire world began to become heavy. An extremely violent power shook at this moment, as if the world was about to collapse. The long sword fell directly from the sky. It was righteous and majestic, yet incomparably simple. This was the Taihang Soured faction's sword control. To the Taihang Soured faction, Everything was useless except for one sword. Their swords were the most powerful laws in their hands. If one did not have an extremely high understanding of the way of the sword, it was absolutely impossible to execute this sword move. Su Yang focused on comprehending. To be able to witness such a senior display his power with his own eyes was truly a great opportunity. No matter what, he could not miss such an opportunity. Feng Tianluo's sword only had one point, and that was toughness. There was no change at all. When the sword fell, countless cracks immediately appeared on the barrier, as if it could no longer withstand it. At this moment, Raging Fire 13 also attacked. Compared to the previous two, his attack was much simpler. Because when he attacked, it was only a simple punch. His fist blasted out, and an extremely terrifying flame immediately appeared. The radiance of the flames gradually grew, and in the end, it turned into a flaming fist with a diameter of 10 meters. The fist landed heavily on the barrier, and the barrier immediately cracked. The three powerhouses joined forces and finally tore a hole in the barrier. At this moment, many of the rogue cultivators had long been paying attention to the changes here. The moment they saw the hole being torn open, a few of them immediately rushed towards the crack. After all, in such a battlefield in the ruins, being a minute or a second ahead might make a world of difference. However, just as he stepped into the barrier, a force suddenly appeared. Everyone stared blankly at him. They saw that under this force, his body actually started to distort. In the end, his entire body was directly broken, and in the end, a bloody mist erupted from his body. Such an unforeseen event was beyond everyone's expectations. No one expected death to come so suddenly. Not to mention the rogue cultivators, many people from the three major sects did not know much about it. At this time, Feng Yuhai said, "This guy is really courting death. You should know that although such a barrier has been torn open, there is still a strong energy remaining in it. With his strength, he actually wants to force his way in. This is simply courting death." He was not a rookie, and naturally, he had explored many secret realms. Many secret realms were similar to this one, but those secret realms were not as powerful as this one. However, forcibly breaking into a secret realm was still courting death. At this time, another experienced person said, "Tearing open the crack in the barrier is only the first step. What we need to do next is to build a portal that we can pass through. Only when the portal is built can we enter safely." The so-called passageway was the passage that connected the two places. It was not easy to build such a passageway, and it required a person with high cultivation to preside over it. For example, when Yunfeng built the passageway for the Taihang Soured faction. With the previous lesson, no one dared to act rashly. The powerhouses of the three major sects directly entered it. After a long time, the crack began to shine. Finally, the passageway was built. Then, they began to enter through the passageway. Of course, the disciples of the three major sects had the priority to enter. If the rogue cultivators wanted to enter, they naturally could, but they had to pay a certain price. This had already reflected the shortcomings of rogue cultivators. If they encountered a secret realm that was easy to break into, it would be fine. However, in such a secret realm, they only had two ways to go. One was to leave here in disgrace, and the other was to pay a tax to enter it. No matter which path it was not a pleasant choice. However, for the sake of that illusory opportunity, they could only choose to enter in the end. The passageways built by the three major sects led to different places. Dozens of disciples of the Taihang Soured faction began to go directly to the secret realm. When entering the secret realm, everyone was given a transmission tablet. If they encountered an irresistible crisis, they had to quickly crush the transmission tablet. The transmission tablet had a very secret connection with the passageway that had just been built, which could transmit them to the passageway. This also eliminated the possibility of future worries to the greatest extent. When Yunfeng gave the map that the seniors of the three major sects had found to everyone, and then he told them to be careful. Finally, Su Yang stepped into the secret realm with the others. As soon as they stepped into the secret realm, they felt an extremely heavy feeling. Although they had already known it in their hearts, when they really felt it, they were still shocked. This kind of unforeseen event was truly shocking. It seemed that even the clothes on their bodies had become heavy, as if they were going to be pressed into the ground. Compared with the others' surprise, Su Yang was not surprised. After all, with the knowledge of the last world, he knew that there was a change in the gravity of this place. In a place where the gravity was strong, not only the outside of the body, but also the inside, such as the blood and the internal organs, would become heavy. This was inevitable. They followed the map, and it was very smooth for half a day. The seniors marked some dangerous areas, and they could take a detour. Some places had some opportunities, such as natural precious materials and so on. At this moment, everything was very smooth. However, just after half a day, there was a sudden change. Because the wind rose. When the breeze blew gently, no one took it seriously. However, just in a moment, the wind became very violent, which could be called a demon wind. Those who were able to enter this place were all incomparably powerful and had profound cultivation bases. However, under such a violent wind, they were actually unable to stand. After a while, more than half of the disciples were directly blown away. For a time, painful howls and panicked screams rose and fell one after another. Su Yang's feet never left the ground, as if a giant tree had taken root in the ground. At this time, his eyes fell directly on Xue Xinyu. Although Xue Xinyu was not blown away by the wind, obviously, she had reached the limit. At this time, suddenly, a disciple directly bumped into her. Although it only grazed her body lightly, she was still directly sent flying. At this point, how could Su Yang continue to stand by and do nothing? He took a deep breath and leaped up. In the nick of time, he grabbed Xue Xinyue's hand. Xue Xinyu wanted to struggle, but in a hurry, a gust of cold wind poured in, causing her to lose all strength in her body. In the next moment, she was about to be blown away by the wind. However, at this time, she suddenly felt that her hand was grabbed by someone. She forced herself to turn her head, and just happened to see Su Yang's concerned gaze. At this moment, she was suddenly delighted. He still cares about me after all. The nightmare was getting more and more intense. Not only did the wind not stop, but it became even more terrifying than before. Even Su Yang could no longer withstand it, and in the end, his entire body was directly blown away by the wind. However, Su Yang's hand held onto Xue Xinyu tightly, preventing her from leaving him. Woo woo woo. The wind was still blowing, but this place seemed to be somewhat lonely. Previously, there were dozens of people here, but now, there were not many people left. Everyone had been blown away by the wind. Chapter 543. Originally, they had entered as a group, but now, they were all scattered. Everyone from the various sects had gone their separate ways. Such an unforeseen event came too suddenly. Even the experts did not expect such a thing to happen. And now, they had no idea what was going on inside. When the terrifying pressure finally disappeared, Su Yang finally opened his eyes. Previously, he had experienced the power of the formation. In front of such a great power, no matter how hard he tried, it was not enough. Unless he could reach the level of a supremacy. At this moment, he could not help but think of a saying. In front of nature, any power was insignificant. In that world back then, no matter how powerful a person was or how brilliant their sword skills were, when the power of nature exploded, they would still die without a burial ground. However, after transmigrating to this world, a person's power was directly magnified. They could fly in the sky and burrow into the ground. They were almost omnipotent. It was also because of this that they lost the respect they should have for nature. However, at this moment, he realized how foolish such a thought was. In this world, was there anything more powerful than the heavens and earth? No matter what, they were still ants living in this world. The strength of his power had caused his cognition to begin to expand. However, when he truly faced the power of nature, he immediately understood how insignificant he was. Just like before, when the demonic wind blew directly, its power could be said to be terrifying. Even with his current realm, he could not resist at all. At this moment, streams of light were constantly swaying in the sky. It was like a beautiful meteor shower that was constantly swaying. Such a scene was very beautiful, but now Su Yang was not in the mood to appreciate it. Because at this moment, there was a beautiful girl in his arms with her eyes closed. Xinyu, wake up. Su Yang was a little anxious. Previously, it was better, but now, this place gave him an extremely uneasy feeling. It was as if there was an invisible terrifying giant beast staring at him. Indeed, there was no safe place in the ancient mystery realm. Su Yang gently patted Xue Xinyue's cheek. After a while, Xue Xinyu finally opened her eyes. After the initial confusion, she finally remembered what had happened. Seeing that Su Yang was looking at her with a face full of concern, her heart was filled with joy. So, he still has me in his heart. When this thought appeared, it immediately made him feel much happier. I'm fine, she said softly. Xue Xinyue's face was a little red because she was leaning into Su Yang's embrace. She struggled to leave Su Yang's embrace. At this moment, Su Yang also felt a little embarrassed. However, he quickly changed the topic and said, Warm Moon, now that we have been separated from everyone, I don't know where this place is or what kind of dangers there are, so the two of us need to work together to get through this. Xue Xinyu nodded. She naturally knew that this was not the time to throw a tantrum. The two of them looked around, only to find that the surroundings were actually empty. In the howling cold wind, the two of them seemed so thin. Even Su Yang still felt a lingering fear towards the wind here, because this kind of power was simply too terrifying. Who knew how many people had died in this kind of wind? The two of them took out the map that they had obtained when they entered this secret realm. It was a map that the Taihang Soured faction seniors used to explore the path. However, at this moment, the place marked on the map was already very far away from here, and there was no place that they could refer to at all. Warm Moon, choose a direction, then we'll keep walking in that direction. Su Yang said directly. Xue Xinyu was startled, then asked, Why me? Su Yang's mouth twitched slightly, then said, Because I heard that beautiful girls who like to smile have good luck. Hearing this, Xue Xinyue's lips immediately curled into a smile. Big brother Su Yang, what kind of situation is it now, and you're still joking here? At this time, saying this to Su Yang only made her feel that this was the happiest thing in the world. If she could be like this for the rest of her life, then even if she never left this secret realm, it did not seem to be a bad thing. However, at this time, Su Yang said very seriously, Warm Moon, I'm not joking, I'm serious. You should understand that right now, we're completely ignorant of this place. If we continue to stay here, none of us know what will happen. So, we can't continue to stay here, so we can only choose a direction. Since it's all unknown, then just choose a direction casually. Warm Moon, at this time, your luck is very important. Hearing Su Yang's words, Xue Xinyu finally nodded solemnly. Su Yang said again, Warm Moon, you don't have to be nervous, just do whatever you want. Anyway, it's the same for any direction. Xue Xinyu nodded, then she looked forward seriously and finally said, Although we don't know where we're going, let's just go forward. When she said this, she also had a smile on her face. It was clearly an extremely dangerous situation, but at this time, the two of them were talking and laughing as if they were on an outing. In fact, the two of them both knew that the current situation was not optimistic. However, it was better to have fun than to be sad. This was a road with no end, and after an unknown amount of time, the two of them saw a barren mountain. Instead of saying that it was a mountain, it was more like a small mound. On the boundless plain, seeing this small mound was considered good news. Then, the two of them did not stop at all, and directly walked forward. However, whether it was Su Yang or Xue Xinyu, neither of them expected that this seemingly short road would be so far away. The two of them did not know how long they had spent. At the foot of the mound. As soon as they arrived at the foot of the mound, the first thing they smelled was a faint smell of blood. This feeling made one's hair stand on end. Xue Xinyue's gaze fell on Su Yang. Obviously, at this time, she was very afraid. Instinctively, she was not willing to step into this mountain. However, Su Yang said in the end, Let's go, I think we have nowhere to go other than here. Rustle, rustle, rustle. When they stepped on the sand, a slightly ear-piercing sound was naturally produced. At this moment, another sound was heard. The two of them were stunned at the same time. Su Yang looked alert. This was the first time he had heard another person's voice after such a long time. In such an environment, It was not necessarily a good thing to meet other people. If it was a disciple of the Taihang Soured faction, it would naturally be best. However, if it was a disciple of the Devil sect, a battle would be inevitable. Although Su Yang was not afraid of fighting, at this time, it was best to avoid fearless battles. At this moment, this person's shadow finally appeared in front of Su Yang. Su Yang did not expect that the first thing to appear would be an indigo light. The light was attached to this person's body. It was like a flaming armor. However, this was not the case. Instead, this young man's entire body had been ignited. In less than 50 seconds, this man disappeared from this world, leaving behind only a pile of bones. Although Xue Xinyue's cultivation was high, and she had participated in the sect's missions before, this was the first time she had seen such a strange scene. Out of fear, she leaned towards Su Yang and then nestled her head in Su Yang's arms. Su Yang's gaze, however, remained motionless as he stared at the corpse. Then, he squatted down and extended his hand to probe the corpse. Xue Xinyu gently pulled Su Yang and said, "Brother Su, be careful." The strange scene just now had really scared the girl out of her wits. Su Yang raised his head and smiled. Then, he said, "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. It can't hurt me." Then, he had already reached his hand out. Just as his palm neared, the indigo flame actually shot up directly. The flame directly attached to Su Yang's hand. At this moment, Su Yang's hand suddenly released spiritual energy. Due to the barrier of spiritual energy, the indigo flame couldn't touch Su Yang's skin and was extinguished by the wind. Su Yang's expression was somewhat serious because he felt the strangeness and tyranny of this flame. This is the blood-stained flame. Once this indigo flame comes into contact with blood, it will directly burn. Of course, spiritual energy can suppress it, but once it loses the suppression of spiritual energy, then... Su Yang didn't finish his sentence because this ending was already in front of them. "Xinyu, you must remember, don't let yourself get hurt," Su Yang said seriously to Xue Xinyu. At this moment, a shout suddenly came from the hill. This voice was mixed with pain and fear. Su Yang and Xue Xinyue's expressions froze. Su Yang directly said, "Let's go and take a look." Judging from the sound on the hill, there weren't just one or two people here. However, there were so many people crying out at the same time. Su Yang and Xue Xinyu were both in the dragon realm. The two of them went all out and this small hill was naturally nothing. Soon, they saw this scene. This hill was actually hollow. Below the mountain peak was a place that looked like an arena. Chapter 544. At this moment, Su Yang's palm condensed, and an extremely powerful force directly erupted at this moment. This force condensed in the sky, and in the end, directly captured a green flame. This green flame immediately began to struggle with all its might in Su Yang's hand. Su Yang stared straight at it, and in the end, he finally saw this thing clearly. It was actually a small lizard. No, it should be called a four-legged snake. It was just that this four-legged snake's tail and limbs were emitting an indigo-colored flame. It seemed that the person from before had died at the hands of this little thing. This little thing was something that Su Yang could easily crush to death. However, when he looked down at the countless cyan flames that resembled clouds, Su Yang found it hard to breathe. It was hard to imagine what it would be like to be directly swarmed by this group of things in one breath. Even Su Yang would definitely not be able to withstand that. Su Yang looked down again, and was surprised to find that among the more than 30 people, half of them were actually disciples of the Taihang Soured faction. At this moment, behind them, there was an extremely terrifying huge lizard continuously chasing after them. This huge lizard was an infinitely enlarged version of the small lizard in Su Yang's hand. What was even more frightening was that this huge lizard actually trembled with its hind legs, and then its front legs turned into extremely sharp claws, directly tearing forward fiercely. Which one of those who could come here was not a powerhouse? But now, they were like pitiful worms struggling helplessly. Su Ya, you know that I definitely can't let them continue. He directly turned to Xue Xinyu and said, "Xinyu, wait here. I'll go down, but don't be rash. You have to remember, if I can't take it, you have to be my backup." Su Yang already knew Xue Xinyu very well. He knew that if he did not tell her in advance, She might directly come down because she was worried. However, if that happened, not only would she not be able to help him, but she would also bring him a lot of trouble. This was something he didn't want to see. Su Yang immediately jumped down. Sensing his aura, this group of four-legged snakes directly pounced on Su Yang. From afar, it looked like endless flames were directly charging at him, wanting to completely devour him. At this moment, Su Yang sneered, "Torrential storm of rose flowers." In an instant, the sky full of sword chi burst out. Countless sword chi condensed into pure white pear flower petals. The petals danced gently, and wherever they passed, those small four-legged snakes would lose their lives. To Su Yang, killing these things was really not worth mentioning. His target was the big guy. The big guy's disgusting tongue turned into a long whip at this moment, directly wrapping around a young man. This young man was a disciple of the Fiery Flame sect. When the long snake swept towards him, he was stunned. He directly used his own means, and a huge fireball exploded out of thin air. The powerful force was like a huge wave, smashing towards the tongue. This young man's strength was not bad. He was at the 4th level of radius state. This kind of combat strength was already considered extremely strong. Moreover, he had already used all his strength in this attack. He believed that even if he couldn't burn the disgusting tongue, he could use this time to escape. However, reality was always so cruel. Just when he thought that he had escaped, the tongue had already ruthlessly lashed at him. The fireball that he condensed was actually directly broken just like that. What kind of unbelievable strength was this? At this moment, he only felt that all the light in this world had dimmed. In front of him, there was only that scarlet and long forked tongue left. In the next moment, he already realized that his life was going to end here. However, he really didn't want to die here. He was an outstanding disciple of the Fiery Flame sect. Although he wasn't the top disciple, he was already a mainstay of the sect. He really didn't want to die here if he wanted to live. However, that ugly and terrifying huge four-legged snake didn't care about his thoughts at all. To it, this young disciple was just food in its mouth. However, at this moment, a ray of light suddenly descended. With a flash of light, the long snake was actually directly cut in half. Without the threat of the long snake's power, the young disciple's entire body was exhausted. He finally fell to the ground and looked up at the sky. At this moment, the disciples of the Taihang Soured faction had already recognized Su Yang. It's Su Yang, the Taihang Swordmaster. Although in most people's hearts, the Taihang Swordmaster was Wang Baichuan, it was an indisputable fact that Su Yang and Wang Baichuan had fought to a draw. When the two of them had fought that day, the powerful strength that Su Yang had displayed had also shocked everyone. At this moment, his appearance here was like seeing hope in the darkest of times for everyone. Su Yang didn't care about the crowd. Instead, he focused his attention on the ugly four-legged snake in front of him. At this moment, he finally understood one thing. That was why these 30 over disciples were unable to fight back against the four-legged snake. One had to know that these people were all talented people. The four-legged snake was indeed powerful, but under normal circumstances, as long as they worked together, they should be able to kill this huge four-legged snake. However, the current situation was completely different from what he had expected. Su Yang didn't understand at first, but at this moment, he completely understood. That was because of the dragon's aura. This four-legged snake had an extremely dense dragon's aura. This wasn't the kind of aura that a dragon realm expert emitted, but the aura of a true dragon. In other words, this four-legged snake had the bloodline of a true dragon. Only a true dragon's bloodline could suppress the cultivation of these geniuses and even dull their fighting spirit. Unfortunately, Su Yang was the least afraid of such dragon's aura. In fact, after feeling the might of the dragon, he became very excited. Now, what he wanted to do the most was to kill. This was because of the instinct of the great demonic dragon's bloodline in his body. The great demonic dragon was a traitor of the dragon clan and was being hunted down by the dragon clan. Similarly, he also wanted to kill the dragon clan. At this moment, after feeling the aura, his body immediately became excited. At this moment, the four-legged snake had already felt the threat from Su Yang's body. Although it was somewhat illusory, the terrifying aura clearly existed, causing it to become extremely irritable. Then, it directly swung its body, and its tail directly turned into an extremely terrifying long whip, viciously lashing towards Su Yang. At this moment, a powerful force was directly displayed. The terrifying light and the power that erupted was simply unimaginable. Su Yang's scorching sun sword emitted a blood-like light. Then, his entire body directly flew towards the huge four-legged snake. This huge four-legged snake was indeed very powerful. According to the human's cultivation level, it should have the strength of the second dragon in the dragon realm. That was not all. Thinking that it was because it originally had the bloodline of the dragon clan, this guy's strength was far more terrifying than imagined. However, after Su Yang's sword was unleashed, the huge four-legged snake actually stopped in its tracks. Its tail directly stopped in the air, and its entire body almost became stiff. This scene looked very strange, but it was because it was suppressed by an extremely terrifying aura. That was the dragon blood in Su Yang's body completely erupting. At this moment, Su Yang directly cut down the sword light. He did not know why, but what Su Yang hated the most was this big guy's tail. The powerful force directly cut off the tail, and in the end, the tail directly broke. The moment the tail broke, the blue flame instantly became incomparably vigorous. Then, the tail directly burned just like that. How inconceivable this was. This indigo flame was originally the power of this huge snake, but at this moment, the indigo flame directly burned and was completely destroyed in the end. This caused Su Yang to be completely dumbfounded. At first, he thought that the flame was born from these guys' bodies. However, if it was really born from their bodies, it did not make sense that even their bodies would burn. In other words, this indigo flame was residing in their bodies. Once these lizards had wounds on their bodies, the flame would directly erupt and directly burn the lizards to ashes. After its tail was cut off, the intense pain caused the big guy to be completely enraged. Its huge body kept trembling, and then its eyes locked onto Su Yang's body. At this moment, the dragon power of the great demonic dragon released by Su Yang's body was dispelled bit by bit. Su Yang immediately knew that this huge guy had gone crazy. However, Su Yang did not mind this because this was a ferocious beast to begin with. At this moment, it was even easier for Su Yang to deal with it when it went crazy. The huge four-legged snake, which had lost its tail, seemed to be unable to maintain its balance. His terrifying body continued to tremble. Although the speed and power of his attack were much stronger than before, it could no longer affect Su Yang in the slightest. Su Yang kept dodging, and then finally found an opportunity to directly cut down with his sword. At this moment, a powerful sword light suddenly fell, and the sword light directly cut the huge lizard in half. His ugly and huge body landed on the ground with a loud crash, and then directly ignited with an indigo flame. Chapter 545. With a wave of his hand, Su Yang unleashed another burst of sword chi. The powerful sword chi immediately killed all the four-legged snakes that were charging towards him. Then, Su Yang looked towards the bottomless dark cave. He could feel a kind of power calling out to him from there. At this moment, the disciples of the Taihang Soured faction were overjoyed when they saw Su Yang killing the giant four-legged snake. They quickly thanked Su Yang, while the disciple from the Scorching Flame sect almost knelt down. If it weren't for Su Yang, he would have been completely devoured by that big guy. However, Su Yang didn't take it to heart. At this moment, Xue Xinyu also jumped down from above and stood beside Su Yang. Su Yang said to the disciples of the Taihang Soured faction, "Follow Xue Xinyu and leave this place." When everyone saw Su Yang's solemn expression, they felt uneasy in their hearts. After all, everyone had seen how powerful Su Yang was. The giant lizard that they couldn't do anything to was cut in half by Su Yang's sword. Thinking back to the battle between him and senior brother Wang Baichuan, it was obvious that he was a very powerful person. However, it was precisely because of such a powerful person that they had to leave this place as soon as possible. Xue Xinyu looked at Su Yang and wanted to ask something. However, at this moment, Su Yang directly said, "Xinyu, listen to me. Try to leave this hill as far as possible." In this bottomless place, Su Yang felt an extremely ominous aura. It was as if there was a terrifying devil hidden inside. However, there was also a kind of power that was calling out to him. Su Yang finally decided to step in. He wanted to find out what was going on. However, these people would only be a burden if they stayed here. If it was any other place, their combat strength could not be underestimated. But now, it was impossible. If Su Yang didn't guess wrongly, the existence in this abyss was definitely related to the Dragon Clan. Furthermore, it was the Dragon Clan with an extremely powerful bloodline. If these people could reach the Dragon Realm, they would naturally be able to resist such a powerful dragon aura. Unfortunately, there was no such powerful existence here. Xue Xinyu looked into Su Yang's eyes and finally compromised. She nodded and said, "Big brother Su Yang, we'll wait for you not far away. We'll also let our senior brothers heal their wounds." Su Yang thought about it and said, "Okay, then wait for me at the foot of the mountain. But if anything happens, get away from here as soon as possible." After he finished speaking, he directly jumped into the arena. The bottomless cave was in the center of the arena. Although Su Yang had already exterminated a large number of small four-legged snakes when he attacked earlier, it was as if there was no end to this group of four-legged snakes. At this moment, there were actually many things that pounced over and directly ate the giant lizard's corpse. The indigo flames were so disgusting. In the end, Su Yang directly ignited a bit of red spirit fire. The crimson flames quickly melted everything. Then, Su Yang directly stepped into the dark and deep abyss. As soon as he stepped into it, his body fell straight down. This was an extremely abnormal falling speed. Obviously, the gravity here was much stronger than the outside world. Su Yang directly opened the demon dragon wings. With a flap of the wings, his speed was forcibly reduced. He looked around. Under the effect of the blood dragon pupil, he could see clearly even in the darkness. The surroundings of this place were filled with sharp scratches. Obviously, these were left behind by some terrifying creature. Su Yang could only think of one word for such a creature: dragon. Plop. Su Yang finally landed on the ground, directly shaking up smoke and dust that was more than a person's height. He looked around and finally fixed his gaze on the left in front of him. This was because about 700 meters away from here, Su Yang saw a palace. Under the erosion of the long river of time, this palace had long lost its magnificence. However, Su Yang could still see the greatness of this palace. Moreover, this palace was different from a human's palace. The most obvious point was its size. The door was over 100 meters tall and about 60 meters wide. Su Yang walked in front of this huge door and only felt like a tiny ant. Su Yang placed his hand on this door. A wave of icy coldness directly passed from his palm to his brain. At this moment, he immediately felt that the material used to build this door was extremely precious meteoric iron. This meteoric iron was enough to forge a famed sword. Moreover, with such two tall doors, how many famed swords could be forged? At this moment, Su Yang even had the thought of directly tearing down this door. However, he didn't do it in the end. After all, he didn't know anything here. Su Yang took a deep breath and then suddenly exerted his strength. The 100-meter-tall door was actually directly pushed open by him. Of course, the door only revealed a small gap, but for Su Yang, this was enough. He directly entered through the gap in the door. Without the support of his strength, the door was quickly closed. To Su Yang's surprise, this place wasn't pitch black, but was illuminated by light. The light source came from above. Su Yang raised his head and looked. There was a huge light there. And this light was the indigo light that Su Yang didn't like. Then, Su Yang walked forward. This road appeared to be so extraordinary because there were dried bloodstains everywhere on this road. The power of the blood was so strong that it deeply stimulated Su Yang's sense of smell. When he first entered the range of this hill, he had already smelled the smell of blood. He originally thought that the smell of blood was emitted by these dead disciples, but now it seemed that his judgment was wrong. The real smell of blood actually came from here. What kind of battle had happened here back then to turn this place into a bloody hell? After spending a full hour, Su Yang flew to the end of this continent. What appeared in front of him was another huge door. Outside the door, there were two statues guarding. These statues weren't hellhounds, but creatures with dragon wings. After the last battle, Su Yang already had a guess in his heart. These two stone statues guarding the door were probably not simple and had extremely powerful strength. At this moment, Su Yang was considering whether to provoke them. After all, fighting with such terrifying creatures should be a very dangerous thing. However, at this moment, Su Yang actually didn't have any room to consider. Because at this moment, the two stone statues had already opened their eyes. Their cold gazes fell directly on Su Yang, and all the light was concentrated on Su Yang. This caused Su Yang to suddenly feel a chill run down his spine. Clang! The scorching sun sword had already appeared in his hand. At this moment, he had no choice but to fight. The two stone statues began to rumble, and then their huge bodies began to move. The moment they moved, an extremely powerful aura directly burst out. This aura was so powerful that it was a true majesty unique to giant dragons. Compared to the four-legged snake that Su Yang killed outside, it was much more powerful. Then, their dark bodies began to shine with light. Waves of low lion's roars were emitted. This sound was not loud, but it directly turned into sound waves that spread to the surroundings. After feeling such power, even Su Yang directly retreated. Just from this aura, he could feel the strength of the two giant beasts guarding the door. 7 dragons. This majesty was at least comparable to the 7 dragons of the human race. The current Su Yang could kill a 6-dragon powerhouse. However, if he encountered a 7-dragon powerhouse, unless he was completely dominated by the great demonic dragon's bloodline and went crazy, he had no chance of winning against such a powerhouse. As such, Su Yang did not even think and directly retreated. However, it was already too late at this moment. The moment he turned around, he immediately found that there was an additional shadow in front of him. This shadow looked like the terrifying giant beast. Su Yang's heart suddenly jolted. At this moment, he did not even notice how the other party had arrived. This was a powerful and terrifying ability. It was simply shocking. At this moment, the giant beast's eyes were suddenly fixed on Su Yang. Su Yang immediately knew that things were not good. In his sea of consciousness, the soul-suppressing seal suddenly burst out with light. The terrifying fluctuations that invaded his mind were immediately stopped, preventing Su Yang from losing his mind. However, at this moment, a terrifying demonic claw directly grabbed Su Yang. As expected, it directly grabbed Su Yang in its hand. Caught by the claw, Su Yang immediately channeled his spirit chi, trying to break free. However, he regretfully found that at this moment, his spirit chi was also directly imprisoned. If the giant beast wanted to kill Su Yang at this moment, it would be as easy as flipping its hand. However, the giant stone statue had no intention of killing Su Yang. Its body swayed again, and then it returned to the front of the door. This was simply a strange and unpredictable method because Su Yang did not feel that he had moved at all. It was as if he had always existed here. He became even more shocked. He immediately knew that this was an extremely powerful and terrifying spatial technique. After coming to this world, this was the first time he had seen an existence that could easily travel through space. It was no wonder that he did not feel that the other party was approaching at all. The door guarded by the giant stone statue slowly opened. Then, the giant beast grabbed Su Yang and stepped inside. Chapter 544. Giant Beast. The Dragon King Su Yang had been trying to resist this powerful force, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not break free. This force was simply too strong. Finally, the giant stone statue stopped. He slowly knelt down and kowtowed to the front. Su Yang's gaze shifted to the front and his entire body froze. This was because there was actually a crystal coffin in front of him, and in this crystal coffin laid a giant dragon. It was a real giant dragon. Its enormous body exuded an unimaginable majesty. Yes, even though it was already dead and had turned into a cold corpse, its body still exuded such an enormous majesty. Su Yang even felt that this giant guy was clearly still alive. At this moment, the giant stone statue that grabbed him put Su Yang down. To Su Yang's surprise, this giant guy's actions were very gentle. It did not hurt him at all. Then, it turned around and left the door. Su Yang stared blankly in front of him. His entire being had fallen into a sluggish state. The development of the situation had far exceeded his expectations. No matter what, he did not expect things to develop to this stage. At this moment, a dull voice suddenly sounded. "Don't tell me this dragon has been resurrected." Thinking of this, he could not help but take a step back. However, at this moment, he felt an aura. This made his heart calm down a little because it was this aura that had summoned him and brought him to this place. Just as he was in a daze, the lid of the coffin slowly opened. The giant dragon still had not been resurrected. However, a spiritual body slowly appeared. "Your Majesty, Great Majesty, I finally feel your aura." As soon as this voice appeared, Su Yang's entire body trembled. It was not because of fear, but because of excitement, or rather, joy. This joy did not originate from him, but from one of the hearts in his body, the demonic dragon's heart. That was the great demonic dragon. At this moment, the great demonic dragon was completely excited. Even if it had been sealed by Yang Tire before, it still became extremely hot at this moment. "Great Majesty, please save me. Let me be resurrected, Great Majesty." This was a cry that originated from the soul. At this moment, countless images suddenly appeared in front of Su Yang's eyes. One after another, the dark dragons were killed, and their blood dyed the sky red. The great demonic dragon roared furiously. That terrifying murderous aura made one's heart tremble. If it wasn't for the fact that Su Yang had practiced the Futu sect's Futu boundless technique night and night, his mind would have become extremely strong. He would have collapsed directly at this moment. This was the great demonic dragon's memory. Ever since the heart of the demonic dragon entered his body, he had obtained the power of the heart of the demonic dragon. He felt the power of the great demonic dragon and was even more afraid of the terror of the great demonic dragon. However, he had never known the great demonic dragon's memory. It was not only him. Perhaps no one would have thought that such a powerful great demonic dragon in the legends would be in such pain. The sad memory fragments continuously poured into his mind. At this moment, Su Yang quickly learned some things that he did not know and did not even dare to imagine. According to this memory fragment, at the very beginning, there was no demonic dragon clan. They were the great and mysterious dark dragons. They were even the superior dragons among the dragon clan. However, in a battle, the dark dragon clan was all contaminated by demonic energy and finally became demonic dragons. Even so, they still repelled the enemy. However, they did not receive the cheers of the dragon clan. Instead, they were greeted with a massacre by the dragon clan. They began to slaughter the dark dragon clan. The scenes in the great demonic dragon's memory fragment were scenes of death battles. In the end, the dark dragon clan almost disappeared from this world. As the king of the dark dragon clan, the great demonic dragon's heart was filled with incomparable sadness. Then, he began to fight alone. The furious great demonic dragon killed an unknown number of dragons. Unfortunately, he was finally killed by the joint forces of the 5 dragon gods. The giant dragon in front of him was the youngest genius of the dark dragon clan. In the end, he also died in battle. However, he did not die in the end. He carried the hope of the demonic dragon clan and became half dead. Then, he waited for the king to come and save him. However, the great demonic dragon fell in the end. Now, it was only the great demonic dragon's heart. Su Yang didn't know why, but he still felt sad and angry. He suddenly opened his mouth and said something that even he did not expect. "I, the king of the dark dragon clan, will definitely wake you up completely in my lifetime." This was an extremely solemn vow. Hearing this, the giant dark dragon finally calmed down. However, at this moment, a huge dragon horn on his huge head fell directly. Then, the dragon horn flew in front of Su Yang. "Great king, you have also fallen into a calamity. Baal is unable to help you, so I give you Baal's dragon horn. Let it become your weapon and accompany you on your great journey back." Su Yang took the dragon horn. Then, his entire body began to tremble. At this moment, he no longer cared about anything else and began to roar in anger. His voice echoed throughout the entire underground palace. It was no longer the voice of a human, but the anger of a dragon. After a long time, Su Yang finally calmed down. "Have I shouldered another karmic burden? Forget it. Since the great demonic dragon's blood flows in my body, I must also bear this karma. However, I can't do that for the Earth Fiend dragon. If possible, I will revive this dark dragon in front of me. Su Yang muttered to himself. Then, he took the dragon horn and turned to leave. When Su Yang left, the door opened. The giant stone statue that had sent him in earlier slowly knelt in front of him. The giant stone statue's face was full of excitement as if it was on a pilgrimage. Su Yang stepped on its head. The giant beast roared at the sky and then its huge body soared into the sky. At this moment, Xue Xinyu was looking at the hill with a worried expression. This hill made her feel worried. She knew that there was definitely an extremely powerful existence within it. Although she was very confident in Su Yang, she also knew that something that could emit such a terrifying aura must be extremely powerful. After all, Su Yang had just entered the dragon realm. The disciples of the Taihang Soured faction surrounded her. The disciples of the Blazing Flame sect also gathered in their own groups. They were also waiting. These people were supposed to be geniuses with outstanding talents. In the sect, they would receive a lot of attention. However, this time, they truly felt despair. The terrifying giant beast from before had almost killed them directly. If not for Su Yang's appearance, it turned out that reality was so cruel. Of course, what they hoped for the most now was to meet a Dragon Realm senior from the sect. This was because although the relationship between the Taihang Soured faction and the Blazing Flame sect was not as bad as the relationship between the Devil sect and the Taihang Soured faction, they were definitely not good friends. If there was a real crisis, the powerful Dragon Realm elite would definitely take care of the Taihang Soured faction disciples first. However, they had already sent out a message. They believed that the senior who received the message would rush over as soon as possible. It was at this moment that an extremely terrifying sound of vibration suddenly rang out. It was the sound of wings flapping. The previous giant poison fire lizard had already caused them to suffer heavy losses. However, it seemed that the one that appeared at this moment had become even more terrifying. Xue Xinyu immediately took out her storm sword and said, "Everyone, prepare for battle." At this moment, her heart was filled with anxiety. Su Yang had entered this mountain valley, but what came out now was a gigantic beast. In that case, could it be that something had happened to Big Brother Su Yang? At this moment, Su Yang's voice was heard, "Xinyu, don't be nervous. It's me." Su Yang's voice was so clear that Xue Xinyu immediately felt relieved. When she saw Su Yang, she was overjoyed. At this moment, Su Yang was standing on top of the giant stone statue. When everyone saw this scene, they felt as if they were looking at a god. "That's great. It's Senior Su Yang. Senior Su Yang has come out." Many disciples began to exclaim. They could feel the strength of the giant stone statue, but Senior Su Yang had subdued it. The giant beast slowly descended, and the disciples immediately moved aside. Su Yang jumped down from the top of its head. Then, with a slight movement of his hand, the giant beast in the air began to change, and gradually shrank. It turned out that the giant stone statue was not a real life form. It was a puppet beast that had been injected with the blood of the dead black dragon. The black dragon in the palace had not only given its dragon horn to Su Yang, but it had also given him the sword. At this moment, Su Yang could control it according to his will. Everyone looked at Su Yang with envy in their eyes. However, no one dared to have any other thoughts because Su Yang had already displayed his strength in front of everyone. Many disciples of the Blazing Flame sect immediately stood up and thanked Su Yang, especially the disciple who was supposed to be killed. At this moment, an extremely tyrannical aura suddenly appeared in the distant sky and rapidly approached this place. "Junior brothers, are all of you all right?" Hearing this voice, the disciples of the Blazing Flame sect were all excited. This was because the most powerful senior brother of their sect had arrived. Once he arrived, they would no longer have to worry about him. Su Yang and Xue Xinyu looked at the sky at the same time and saw a man riding a red flaming dragon horse towards them. Finally, he landed on the ground. Many disciples of the Blazing Flame sect immediately surrounded him. Su Yang looked at this person. This person was really powerful. His entire body was exuding a fiery aura. His body was like a small volcano that was burning fiercely. Judging from this person's cultivation, he should have the strength of 3 to 4 dragons. While Su Yang was sizing him up, he also looked at the people of the Taihang Soured faction. His first gaze landed on Xue Xinyu. This was because Xue Xinyu was simply too beautiful. As one of the Taihang twin moons, she was the most lively moon. Then, this person's gaze landed on Su Yang. Su Yang keenly sensed that someone was probing his cultivation base. At this moment, he slowly walked over and said to Xue Xinyu and Su Yang, "Thank you, friends from the Taihang Soured faction, for saving my junior brothers." He smiled and continued, "Let's not talk about these empty words. By the way, junior brother, I vaguely saw that you seem to have obtained a puppet beast. I wonder if you can transfer it to me. Junior brother, don't worry, I will definitely not let you suffer a loss." As soon as he finished his words, Su Yang immediately squinted his eyes. Hihi, as the saying goes, one's heart is moved by treasures. It seems like this person from the Blazing Flame sect is interested in my puppet beast. Chapter 546. The smile on Su Yang's face did not fade away as he stared at the person in front of him. This person's cultivation was not bad, but wasn't he looking down on Su Yang a little too much if he wanted to take something from him with just one sentence? Su Yang naturally would not give the puppet to him, but he still decided to reject this person in a more tactful way. Then, he looked at the person and said, "I don't agree." The 4 simple words were within everyone's expectations, but they were also a little unexpected. The reason why they said this was because Su Yang's rejection was expected. However, his rejection was a little too decisive. The other party did not even state any conditions and directly replied with 2 words. At this moment, the young powerhouse from the Blazing Flame sect's expression changed. In the Blazing Flame sect, he had always been the center of attention. It could be said that among the younger generation in the sect, other than a few people, no one dared to go against his wishes. However, his request was rejected at this moment. Of course, it was not a big deal to be rejected. In fact, it was a very normal thing. However, the other party's rejection was simply too decisive. It was as if he was trying to get rid of a beggar. This was what annoyed him the most. Of course, he did not explode his anger in front of so many people. He only smiled coldly and said, "Brother, I'm Seongju from the Blazing Flame sect. I have some status in the sect, so I won't let you suffer a loss." As he spoke, he was about to take out his precious collection. He believed that Su Yang would be tempted when he saw these things. However, at this moment, Su Yang spoke again. "I've already said that I'm not willing." This time, Su Yang did not even let him finish his sentence. At this moment, the atmosphere between the Taihang Soured faction and the Blazing Flame sect had become a little strange. After all, Su Yang was their savior, but on the other side was their senior brother. At this moment, they didn't know what to say. The people from the Taihang Soured faction didn't think much of it. After all, Seongju's name was a little distant to them. However, as long as one was a member of the Blazing Flame sect, there was not a single person who did not know about Seongju. Seongju's own strength was very strong. He was one of the top 10 experts of the Blazing Fire sect, and his strength could even be ranked in the top 5. However, this was not the most terrifying part. What was truly terrifying was his birth. Similar to the Taihang Soured faction, the Blazing Fire sect also had a large family, and the Seong family was one of the large families in the Blazing Fire sect. There were venerable level experts in the family. Seongju was a genius of the Seong clan. More importantly, Seongju's brother, Seong Yunfei, was a true super freak. Seong Yunfei had also killed a 5 Dragons Realm expert, and his reputation was not below that of Wang Baichuan. However, at this moment, Su Yang did so. He directly rejected Seongju's request, and didn't even leave him any face. How could a person like Seongju tolerate such humiliation? At this moment, he was very angry. At this moment, he couldn't care less about the beauty in front of him. He sneered and said, "H, you don't want to?" Those 3 words need to be backed up by enough strength. Unfortunately, you don't have that kind of strength. At this moment, the disciples of the Taihang Soured faction immediately glared at him. At this moment, Su Yang was a hero in their hearts. One had to know that if it wasn't for Su Yang, they would have already died. Moreover, Su Yang was the sword leader of the Taihang Soured faction, and Wang Baichuan had fought to a draw. What right did this guy, who had suddenly appeared out of nowhere, have to say such words to Su Yang? At this moment, Xiongju suddenly laughed out loud. Then, he looked at Su Yang and said, "Very good. Even I have forgotten how long it has been since someone said such words to me. This is really a surprise. Since you don't want to, I can only rob you." Su Yang smiled lightly and said, "You really are a straightforward person." To be able to make robbery sound so dignified, this person's face was indeed thick. However, everyone from the Blazing Fire sect knew how domineering Xiongju was, and they deeply understood that since Xiongju had said such a sentence, he was absolutely serious. He was really going to snatch it from her. Xiongju said with a smile, "We're all men. What's the point of being wishy-washy? I, Xiongju, have always been like this. What's more, entering this secret realm is based on one's own strength. What's the point of saying so much nonsense?" At this moment, he directly rushed towards Su Yang. It was no wonder that this person was so bold. It turned out that he really was extremely powerful. With this move, one could see how terrifying he was. A blazing blade light flew directly towards Su Yang. It was one of the unique skills of the Blazing Fire sect, the Roaring Flame Blade. He was able to directly transform the spirit chi of the Blazing Fire sect into a long blade, and then burst out an attack. If one was injured, then the Blazing Fire spirit chi would immediately burn the wound. If it was someone with a lower cultivation, they would have been burned to death in the next moment. At this time, he made such a move. It could be seen that this person's heart was very fierce, and he didn't leave any mercy at all. However, although such a move was fierce, it was still a little lacking if it was to deal with Su Yang. When the Roaring Flame Blade arrived in front of Su Yang just smiled faintly, and then moved his hands gently. Immediately, a force directly pointed out and landed on the Roaring Flame Blade. The Roaring Flame Blade, which was erupting with extremely blazing power, immediately disappeared under this force. Seeing that Su Yang easily broke the other party's move, the disciples of the Taihang Soured faction cheered. Of course, such cheers were more of a mockery towards the other party. Xiongju's face became even colder. However, he was so angry that he laughed and said directly, "Very well, Su Yang, you're really strong to be able to break my Roaring Flame Blade. No wonder you dared to reject me directly. However, how about we have a bet?" Xiongju looked at Su Yang and then continued, "I know that you're very strong, and you even fought to a draw with Wang Baichuan. However, Wang Baichuan was defeated by my brother back then. If I defeat you today, it will prove that I'm stronger than Wang Baichuan," he said very casually. At this time, everyone understood his intention. It turned out that this guy had known Su Yang's identity from the beginning. Perhaps he really did have the intention to steal the puppet, but what he really wanted was to defeat Su Yang. Just as he said, Su Yang and Wang Baichuan fought to a draw, and the Taihang Soured faction's sect leader personally announced this matter. Therefore, if he defeated Su Yang, it would naturally be said that he was stronger than Wang Baichuan. At this time, everyone exclaimed, "Impossible, how could senior brother Wang lose?" Although Su Yang and Wang Baichuan fought to a draw, Wang Baichuan was still a legend in their hearts. Even the disciples of the Shui family and the Feng family thought the same, because Wang Baichuan had always occupied the throne of the Taihang Ten Swords. He had almost become the belief of the younger generation of the Taihang Soured faction's disciples. However, Xiongju was telling them that their belief had been defeated. Xiongju looked at the furious disciples of the Taihang Soured faction and said disdainfully, "I don't care what you think, but this is the truth. It's a pity that my cultivation was not complete back then, so I didn't have the chance to fight with Wang Baichuan. Otherwise, he did not finish his sentence, but everyone understood what he meant. At this moment, Su Yang gently waved his hand. The disciples of the Taihang Soured faction immediately quieted down. Su Yang looked at Xiongju and said, "If you want to fight with me, that's fine. We'll do as you said. If you win, I'll give you the stone behemoth puppet I just obtained. But what if you lose?" Don't try to gain something without risking anything. It's meaningless. Su Yang continued, I'm not afraid to tell you that if my stone behemoth puppet is fully activated, it can fight with the 7 dragons. Hearing Su Yang's words, Xiongju's gaze became even more heated. He saw Su Yang's stone behemoth puppet from afar and immediately knew that it was a good item. However, when they heard Su Yang's words at this time, they were still incomparably astonished. This thing could actually fight against the top 7 dragons. This was simply an unbelievable thing. However, he would rather believe that it was true. However, he also understood what Su Yang meant. If Su Yang had something good, then what about him? Did he also have something valuable that could be on par with this stone behemoth puppet? At this moment, he was hesitant. The value of Su Yang's stone behemoth puppet was far beyond his imagination. What he had imagined from the beginning was a joke. In the end, he suddenly gritted his teeth and said, Fine, I'll bet with you. What do you think of this item? He flipped his palm and an item appeared in his hand. It was a fist-sized ruby. The ruby looked very ordinary, but Su Yang could tell at a glance that it contained a terrifying amount of energy. Yes, even to Su Yang at this moment, this energy could only be described as terrifying. He cultivated the solar-colored glaze sword manual. If he could get his hands on this item, the solar-colored glaze sword manual would transform to an extremely profound level. The solar-colored glaze sword manual was the first cultivation technique that he started cultivating after coming to this world. It was also left behind by his father. However, as his opportunities gradually increased, this sword manual reached a bottleneck. Chapter 547. Su Yang said directly, This gem is indeed precious, but do you think it can compete with a stone statue that has the battle strength of 7 dragons? Xiongju's expression froze, and an inexplicable light flashed in his eyes. Naturally, he knew that the ruby was of great value, but it was still far from being comparable to a stone statue puppet that could contend against 7 dragon powerhouses. Finally, he suddenly sighed and said, What you said makes some sense. How about this? I'll add this. After saying that, his palm flashed again, and then an item appeared out of thin air. This is the blazing fire sapling produced by my blazing fire sect. It's extremely precious, and it's like a treasure to those who practice fire attribute cultivation methods. How about it? Are these 2 items enough? Su Yang looked at the blazing fire sapling, and his heart was a little moved. Although this guy in front of him was arrogant, he was really a child with many treasures. However, he still smiled faintly and said, The value of these 2 items is naturally extraordinary. However, this is only for those who cultivate fire attribute cultivation methods. I don't cultivate fire attribute cultivation methods, so what use are they to me? Su Yang didn't wait for him to speak, and continued, I see that the jade pendant on your waist seems to be pretty good. How about this? If you add this jade pendant, I'll reluctantly fight with you. After hearing Su Yang's words, Xiongju was furious and almost went berserk. The 2 items he took out earlier were already extremely precious, but Su Yang's casual words made him choke to death. He was a disciple of the Taihang Soured faction, and he didn't practice fire attribute cultivation method. More importantly, the jade pendant that Su Yang mentioned was Xiongju's most precious item. This was the jade pendant passed down in the Xiong family, and it had incredible power. If it wasn't for his brother doting on him, he wouldn't have had the chance to wear this jade pendant. At this moment, Su Yang spoke again, Of course, if you don't want to gamble and want to snatch it by force, that's fine too. None of the disciples of the Taihang Soured faction are afraid of death, let alone killing that ungrateful bastard. As soon as Su Yang finished speaking, the Taihang Soured faction disciples immediately said, We're not afraid of death. When these words were spoken, it was truly imposing. However, it was obvious that the Taihang Soured faction had the upper hand. Everyone from the Blazing Flame sect was grumbling in their hearts. Xiongju wasn't an idiot. He knew that it wasn't a good idea to fight recklessly at this moment. Whether it was in terms of strength or morality, he was at a disadvantage. In the end, his expression hardened and he directly said, Fine, I'll add this ancestral jade pendant to the bet with you. But during the battle, you can't use this stone puppet. Su Yang chuckled and nodded. If he used the stone puppet now, his opponent wouldn't even need to fight. He would be killed instantly. It should be known that in the underground palace, Su Yang had been caught by the stone statue beast in an instant. At this moment, Su Yang directly rose into the air and stood in front of Seongju. If that's the case, let's begin. Before he could finish speaking, Seongju could no longer hold himself back. He coldly snorted and said arrogantly, "I want to see what's so special about a guy who can fight Wang Baichuan to a draw. Or is Wang Baichuan so decadent that he can't even defeat a guy who has just stepped into the dragon realm?" The reason why Seongju dared to fight Su Yang was because he saw through Su Yang's cultivation level. Su Yang smiled and said, "We'll know after the battle. Why are you talking so much nonsense?" As he spoke, he directly flashed towards Su Yang. Seongju was so arrogant because, other than his background, the most important thing was his strength. At such a young age, he had already reached the Three Dragons realm. Naturally, he had the qualifications to be proud. At this moment, he directly slapped out with his palm. A flaming palm print appeared out of thin air and slapped towards Su Yang. Blazing palm. The palm kept expanding in Su Yang's eyes. In the end, it was as if it was going to envelop Su Yang. Seongju did not show the slightest bit of mercy, although he looked incomparably arrogant. Although he looked arrogant, he was still very cautious of Su Yang in his heart. One had to know that although his brother had defeated Wang Baichuan, he had only won by half a move. Seong Yunfei's evaluation of Wang Baichuan was very high. He had even directly told Seongju that if he met Wang Baichuan, he must choose to retreat. It was precisely because of this sentence that the proud and arrogant Seongju had the heart to challenge Wang Baichuan. At this moment, he saw Su Yang and learned that Su Yang and Wang Baichuan were evenly matched. Only then did he have the desire to win. The blazing palm grew bigger and bigger. In the end, it was actually bigger than Su Yang's entire body. "I'd like to see how you break my blazing palm." This move was not considered a profound move, but in his hands, it exploded with incomparable power. He wanted to see how Su Yang was going to break such a move. Soon, Su Yang's entire body was surrounded by the blazing palm, and he was even drowned. Many disciples of the Taihang Soured faction saw this scene and frowned. They had absolute confidence in Su Yang, but they did not expect that this time, Su Yang would be drowned by the opponent's move so easily. Of course, this did not necessarily mean that Su Yang had lost, but at the very least, it meant that Su Yang was at a disadvantage. This was not a good sign. There were even some disciples who were ready to make a move. Once Su Yang was really defeated, they were going to fight. However, Xue Xinyu, who was most concerned about Su Yang, did not have the slightest change in expression. She could naturally see that Su Yang was doing this on purpose. If Su Yang wanted to avoid this move, he would be able to do so easily, but he did not do so. She was afraid that big brother Su Yang had another purpose. Xue Xinyu had to admit that she knew Su Yang very well. Just as she guessed, Su Yang naturally had his own purpose. Virokana-colored glazed sword scripture had not had a breakthrough for too long, and now Su Yang was looking for this opportunity to break through. The Virokana-colored glazed sword scripture not only cultivated the sword Dao, but also used the blazing sun to condense a little bit of blazing fire intent. Su Yang naturally made rapid progress in cultivating the sword Dao, but at this moment, he had already encountered a bottleneck, and that was the blazing fire intent. Although he had the scarlet spirit fire, but this scarlet spirit fire was a yin fire, and could not help him cultivate the Virokana-colored glazed sword scripture. Today, he finally met such a person, so he naturally had to experience it properly. Seongju's strength was indeed powerful. The high temperature contained in this palm was simply terrifying. This terrifying flame directly engulfed Su Yang, and Su Yang began to comprehend the power of the blazing fire. After a while, he sighed softly, and then said, "Although this power is strong, it seems that it is not enough. Looks like I can't let him be lazy." Su Yang's voice fell, then 2 fingers condensed into a sword and split open, and lightly slashed. A streak of sword light directly erupted at this moment, the sword light flashing, pressing forward with an indomitable will. Seongju looked at the Su Yang surrounded by the blazing palm, but he did not act blindly without thinking. because he finally felt that this kind of Su Yang seemed to be a little too weak to actually be hit so easily. If it was merely this bit of strength, how could he possibly contend with Wang Baichuan? Could it be that there was some conspiracy? Thinking up to here, his entire person was already on full alert, waiting for Su Yang's next move. Right at this time, his blazing palm suddenly trembled. Is it going to break open? At this time, his power erupted once more, extremely terrifying flames directly bombarding towards that blazing palm. Although he did not know what Su Yang's purpose was, at this time, Su Yang was already trapped by the blazing palm. Then don't come out. At this time, the blazing palm had already opened up a gap, and everyone could feel Su Yang's powerful sword qi. However, the moment this sword qi was revealed, that extremely terrifying flame power suddenly descended, and in the end, Su Yang was completely drowned in it. Su Yang's entire body was surrounded by intense flames, and the terrifying flames were like a huge beast that swallowed him up. Damn brat, I don't care what kind of plan you have, but one wrong step will lead to many wrong steps. Since you've already lost the opportunity, then I will definitely not be polite and will definitely let you die without a burial place. As his words fell, he continuously bombarded Su Yang with power. Soon, that terrifying power suddenly expanded, and in the end, it turned into an extremely terrifying flame vortex, completely trapping Su Yang inside. At this moment, the spectators were even more nervous. This was because they all knew that what Xiongju said was the truth. In a battle between two powerhouses, unless one was the most proficient in defense, the attacker would have the absolute advantage. Xiongju's power was originally known for being domineering, and at this time, letting him unleash his power to the extreme was definitely not good news for Su Yang. However, this was Su Yang's own choice after all, and they did not understand what Su Yang wanted to do. The only thing they could do now was to believe in Su Yang. After all, Su Yang was the Taixing sword leader. At this moment, Su Yang was in the middle of a sea of flames, and his entire body was enduring the extremely terrifying flame power. However, there was not the slightest hint of panic on his face. Instead, there was only calmness. His soul was completely immersed in it. At this moment, he was analyzing the flame power, and then trying to learn how to improve his solar-colored glaze sword scripture. Chapter 548. In his sea of consciousness, a blazing sun was faintly discernible. However, the current blazing sun did not have much heat. Su Yang was trying to communicate with and sense the power within it so that the blazing sun would become even more perfect. The Solar Glaze Sword Manual was an extremely domineering sword technique that used the boundless power of the raging flames. However, although he had made some progress in his sword technique, he was still unable to comprehend the intent of the raging flames. However, Xiongju's attack allowed him to gain an additional understanding in his heart. He suddenly realized that it was actually not difficult to completely master the Solar Glaze Sword. That was to allow one to comprehend the ultimate power of the raging flames. In other words, it was to continuously devour the power of the raging flames and use it for oneself. At this moment, since Su Yang had a plan in his heart, he directly displayed an extremely powerful sharpness. His gaze was fixed straight ahead as if he wanted to pierce through the entire world. In that case, it'll be fine as long as I win this battle. As long as he won this battle, he would be able to obtain the ruby and the raging flame sapling. With these two items, he would be able to directly absorb the power of the raging flames and use it to condense the solar glaze sword. Furthermore, that mysterious jade pendant seemed to be extremely precious. Sword Dance of the Fish Dragon. Su Yang immediately activated his sword qi. An extremely terrifying sword qi instantly exploded out. The dense sword qi directly transformed into a gigantic sword. As Su Yang's palm moved, the huge sword sliced through the air. Wherever the huge sword passed, all the flames were stripped away layer by layer. The powerful sword aura cut through everything. Xiongju was desperately displaying his power. He wanted to defeat Su Yang directly without giving him a chance to retaliate. He wanted everyone in the Taihang Soured faction to know his name. Everything was going smoothly. His opponent was going to pay the price for his arrogance. However, at this moment, a powerful light suddenly flashed. With this flash of light, the The flame vortex he had created actually split apart layer by layer. What? This guy actually managed to break free from my flame vortex. That's impossible. This was his first reaction. However, the dissipating flames told him that this was the truth. When the last ray of light flashed past, all the flames had disappeared. Su Yang's figure reappeared. In his hand, the scorching sun sword was emitting a scarlet radiance. His expression was somewhat solemn. Although it seemed very easy to destroy his opponent's flame vortex, it had actually taken him quite a bit of effort. For this Xiongju to be so rampant, he indeed had some strength. But that was fine as well. It was more interesting to fight with such an expert. At this moment, Su Yang's fighting spirit surged. He looked at Xiongju and said, "All right, let's begin the second round." Su Yang already had a rough idea of the great sun-colored glaze sword manual's progression, so now was not the time to drag things out with this guy. There were too many dangers in this damned place. Since he saw this black dragon coffin in this valley, it was very likely that there were other things. What's more, those people from the devil sect would not let Su Yang have peace of mind. Xiongju looked at Su Yang and suddenly laughed. "Good, very good. Su Yang, I suddenly realized that you are my benefactor. The sword in your hand is a sacred sword, right? Hee, such a sword should be given to a true powerhouse. So, for the sake of this sword and that stone giant beast puppet, I will spare your life." At this time, Su Yang was no longer interested in listening to his nonsense. He just shook his head and said, "Although I don't understand why you are so confident in yourself, I don't want to listen to your nonsense anymore. Since you are not going to make a move, then let me." While speaking, Su Yang disappeared from the spot. Although Xiongju was laughing wildly, in fact, he was paying attention to Su Yang at all times. The moment Su Yang made his move, he was already on guard. Su Yang's speed was indeed very fast, but it was not enough to make him panic. In the next moment, Su Yang's sword light had already arrived in front of Xiongju. Xiongju suddenly shouted in a low voice, and then punched out. This heavy punch directly bombarded Su Yang. On the fist, there was actually a fire snake coiling around. Raging flame flying snake fist. This fist was a very high-level skill of the fierce flame sect. It could compress the spirit chi in the body to the extreme and then turn it into a fire snake. Finally, this fire snake would directly explode, like a surging river, oppressing the enemy. If hit by this fire snake, not to mention other things, just the terrifying power was enough to cause severe internal injuries, not to mention that this fire snake contained a monstrous flame energy. It could almost burn a powerhouse of the same level alive. Xiongju was very confident in his fist. As long as Su Yang dared to face him head-on, then he would let Su Yang know what pain was. Of course, if Su Yang chose to evade, then he would directly seize the initiative. In this kind of close combat, once he obtained the initiative, then he would be able to erupt with extremely terrifying destructive power. At this moment, Su Yang actually held the scorching sun sword in his hand and then chopped down with a palm. He actually really chose to prove it. A look of viciousness flashed across in Xiongju's eyes. He was already looking forward to Su Yang's miserable cry. In the next moment, the fist and palm met. Berserk power erupted fiercely at this time. In the sky, a sound similar to a wild beast's low roar erupted. Between the two people, powerful spirit chi directly faced each other head-on. Bang! Xiongju's spirit chi was filled with endless berserk, while Su Yang's spirit chi was as sharp as a long sword. These two spirit chi collided continuously. This kind of power simply made people endlessly alarmed. After this strike, Xiongju's expression immediately changed. Because Su Yang's strength was clearly just at the one dragon realm, but at this time, the two people actually came to a draw after exchanging blows. One had to know that this time, he did not hold back. His expression had already become solemn, and Su Yang was also surprised by Xiongju's strength. His previous palm seemed ordinary, but in fact, he had already integrated the Devil Dragon Claw battle technique into it. Under this strike, the power was terrifying and unparalleled. Both of them retreated after a single strike. However, after Su Yang retreated, he immediately activated his long sword and then slashed towards Xiongju. Sword Fish Dragon Dance. When he used the regal sword technique, his speed became even faster, much faster than before. The sudden acceleration, and it was in the opposite direction, Seongju could not react for a moment. Until Su Yae's sword light was already on his face. Only then did he realize it. Fire Dragon Divine Armor. At this time, he already knew that it would be extremely difficult to block this sword with his own strength. Fortunately, he still had other means. After those 4 words fell, the aura all over his body became incomparably vigorous. Then, an extremely berserk power suddenly appeared and directly enveloped him. After this power appeared, the air around him became incomparably hot in an instant. Even Su Yang did not dare to stay any longer after sensing this power. Instead, he directly retreated at an extremely fast speed. This was because this power was simply too strong. Finally, the berserk power quietly dissipated, and then the figure of this person appeared again. At this time, there was an additional set of fiery glass-like armor on Seongju's body. The armor was burning with raging flames, making him look like a fire god that existed in the mortal world. "I really didn't expect your strength to be so strong." He gritted his teeth and said this sentence. He originally thought that he could easily deal with a person in the One Dragon realm. However, he never expected that his opponent's strength had actually reached such a level. If he did not summon the Fire Dragon armor, he was afraid that he would have been directly killed by that sword earlier. That terrifying shadow of the dragonfish directly descended like a demon, causing him to be extremely frightened. Fire Dragon armor? Su Yang felt an extremely strong oppressive force from this set of armor. He vaguely felt as if he was facing the god of fire. Moreover, Su Yang was very clear that this feeling came from the armor itself and had nothing to do with Seongju. Seongju smiled faintly and said, "Originally, I didn't want to summon this armor, but I didn't expect you to be far more troublesome than I expected. Now, I believe that you really have the strength to fight Wang Baichuan." Seongju took a deep breath and continued, "It's your honor to be able to see this set of armor, but it's also the beginning of your nightmare." Fire Dragon soaring. In an instant, flames bloomed on the armor. The scarlet flames directly dyed the sky above the small hill red. Then, Seongju charged at Su Yang with an extremely powerful aura. At this moment, he was like a real dragon, carrying an extremely strong and violent aura. The closer he got to Su Yang, the more heavy pressure Su Yang felt attacking him. That was the majesty of a real dragon. Fire Dragon. Su Yang finally understood why this set of armor was called the Fire Dragon armor. It was because this armor actually contained the soul aura of a fire dragon. If Su Yang's guess was correct, this armor sealed the soul of a fire dragon. This was really a big deal. There was no need to mention the strength of a real dragon, but he was sealed in it and became a pitiful dragon soul. How powerful was such a power? At this moment, after the appearance of the Fire Dragon armor, Seongju directly merged with the Fire Dragon armor, erupting with extremely terrifying power. It was as if he had risen a level out of thin air. Su Yang turned the Scorching Sun sword and directly used the Scorching Sun glass. Then, the sword light suddenly shone. Chapter 549. Hee, Su Yang, now you know my power. Seongju laughed wildly. He did not give Su Yang any chance at all. After sending Su Yang flying with a punch, his entire body once again chased forward. His terrifying speed was displayed once again. In just a moment, he had already caught up with Su Yang, who was flying backward. He stopped directly behind Su Yang, then sneered and said, "Even if you beg for mercy now, I won't stop." The powerful flames appeared once again and surrounded him. His eyes were filled with a scarlet radiance. At this time, his killing intent had been completely ignited, and he wanted to kill Su Yang directly. At this moment, a light suddenly flashed behind Su Yang, and then dragon wings appeared directly. "It won't be that easy to kill me." The great demonic dragon bloodline inheritance, demonic dragon wings. At this time, Su Yang's figure was clearly still retreating, but behind Seongju, there was a ghastly sword light that directly burst out. Seongju's eyes were startled, and he immediately understood that Su Yang had long deviated from his original trajectory and appeared behind him. As for the one in front of him, it was just an illusion. At this moment, he became extremely angry. This was because he was actually played by Su Yang in front of everyone. Although the crowd was not able to see this scene clearly, to him, this was already a great humiliation. His eyes revealed incomparable ferocity, then he turned around and fiercely clawed down. Why are you able to show dragon wings? Is this your dragonization talent? The dragonization talent was extremely rare. Until now, he had not been born with his dragonization talent. However, Su Yang in front of him, who was only in the one dragon realm, had actually been born with the dragonization talent, which made it difficult for him to accept. Therefore, his eyes were already filled with anger, and violent power continued to rise. Of course, Su Yang wouldn't care. Although Seongju was powerful, in the end, he was just a spoiled child. The demonic dragon wings shook again, and then directly pounced on him. At this time, Su Yang's Virokana-colored glaze sword scripture was directly activated, and at the same time, his Buddha's heart began to beat violently. At this moment, his entire body's power directly rose to the extreme. The sword light continued to shine, and the two forces continued to collide, erupting with terrifying power. With the help of the fire dragon armor, Seongju's power was naturally strong. This battle until now, he had the upper hand. This battle until now. Every time they clashed, it was Su Yang who was retreating, while he did not move. However, at this time, he was extremely angry. Because only himself knew how passive he was at a disadvantage now. Although he had the advantage, Su Yang had the upper hand, he did not receive any damage did not suffer. When his terrifying raging inferno spirit chi clashed with his opponent, he always felt that his spirit chi would be absorbed by his opponent. Although this was not obvious, it was already unbearable for him. Damn it, you're devouring mice. At this moment, he suddenly blasted out a punch. The shadow of a dragon directly appeared, crushing towards Su Yang. He used a lot of power in this move, and that terrifying and enormous power directly pressed towards Su Yang, causing Su Yang to fly backward again. The power of this punch was naturally strong, but Su Yang directly dissipated more than half of its power. However, Su Yang could see that this guy was doing it on purpose. His real intention was to use this move at this moment. Su Yang, so what if you've comprehended your dragon transformation talent? Today, you're still going to die in my hands. With this fire dragon armor, my strength has completely reached the four dragons realm. Moreover, I've already fought those of a higher level before, and my combat strength is far from ordinary. However, since you're able to force me to use this move, you can be considered strong. Flames seemed to be burning in his eyes, and that terrifying power continued to erupt, finally forming 4 cyclones around his body. The scarlet cyclones continued to gather. For extreme blazing dragon wave. He suddenly roared, and the power that he had finally gathered finally erupted at this moment. Then, it directly rushed towards Su Yang. That violent power was truly terrifying, as if the sky had directly enveloped him. At this moment, Su Yang immediately sensed that under such power, it was probably impossible for him to escape. This was because no matter where he escaped to, this aura would catch up in an instant. Moreover, this kind of power was enough to kill a 6 dragons powerhouse. Of course, this was not his own power, but that set of armor. The fire dragon armor was truly extremely powerful, and at this moment, Su Yang could even hear the roar of the fire dragon soul. At this moment, Su Yang's entire person became incomparably dignified. He already understood that at this moment, he was not only facing Seongju, but also the fire dragon soul. Su Yang fully unleashed his power, and at the same time, the dragon blood ice fire shield directly appeared in front of him. As Su Yang poured in a large amount of spiritual energy, the dragon blood ice fire shield immediately shone with an extremely dazzling light, and in the end, it actually formed into a shield. That huge shield showed an image of an intersection of ice blue and scarlet red, and then it blocked in front of Su Yang. In the next moment, that terrifying 4 extreme blazing dragon wave finally arrived. It was also at this moment that a violent wind whistled, and within the violent wind, a terrifying ripple directly tore through the sky, and then spread out in all directions. That terrifying power was constantly fluctuating, and the powerful radiance seemed to want to sweep everything away. Regardless of whether it was the disciples of the Taihang Soured faction or the Fierce Flame sect, at this moment, their hearts were already trembling. This was a battle between the top powerhouses of the two major sect. Go to hell! Xiongju's eyes were already wide open, and he was already using all his strength to launch his strongest attack. In front of Su Yang, the huge shield was constantly shaking, stubbornly resisting the powerful force. However, as time passed, Su Yang suddenly felt that he actually did not seem to be straining at all. Xiongju's power did not weaken, which meant that Su Yang's power had become even stronger. At this moment, the great sun-colored glass sword scripture rolled again, and the flow of spiritual energy was simply like a tidal wave. At this moment, Su Yang suddenly realized that the regal sword scripture had also started to operate. Gradually, in his soul, the regal sword scripture suddenly derived a new move. After the dance of the fish dragon and the sword that settles the universe, the third move appeared, the regal raging flame slash. Su Yang's body trembled. He never expected that the upgrade of the great sun-colored glass sword scripture would actually bring about such a change. This was simply a pleasant surprise for him. At this time, he suddenly howled wildly, his voice piercing through the cloud. Su Yang casually waved his hand, and that shield formed by the Dragonblood Icefire mantle directly disappeared. The instant the shield disappeared, that violent and terrifying power already arrived in front of Su Yang. That violent power was virtually going to directly melt Su Yang. It was just that Su Yang suddenly did not care. The long sword in his hand danced lightly. In an instant, endless blazing flames directly surrounded the blazing sun sword. It was as if the blazing sun sword was the controller of that terrifying power. Along with the continuous gathering of power, the blazing sun sword's light became even stronger. In just a short while, this ray of light could actually already rival the light released by the 4 extreme blazing dragon wave. And later on, this light was even more terrifying, already blotting out the sky and covering the sun, thoroughly suppressing the light released by Xiongju. Xiongju's entire person was already stunned, and he immediately said, "This is impossible. How could the One Dragon realm erupt with such powerful power? This was absolutely impossible. This had to be an illusion." He kept telling himself that this was not real, but that violent power and his trembling body told him that all of this was real. At this point, he no longer had any thoughts of resistance in his heart. His only thought was to leave. "I'll die, I'll be killed." At this time, his heart was filled with fear, and he no longer had his initial pride and confidence. He directly activated the power of the fire dragon armor and turned to leave. However, just as he was about to pass, Su Yang's voice rang in his ears. "Supreme sun-shattering slash." These 5 words were like 5 dull tolls of a bell, directly exploding in his sea of consciousness. Then, in the depths of his sea of consciousness, an extremely terrifying blazing sun directly rose from the mountainside. That blazing sun was like a huge cage in reality, and Xiongju was imprisoned within it. The moment the last word fell, that blazing sun actually shattered bit by bit. Visible cracks could be seen with the naked eye, and it was simply despairing. Xiongju felt that his body would also be directly crushed by those cracks. This was a power that he could not resist at all. "I've lost, I admit defeat." Just as he was at his most desperate, a little spiritual light appeared, and he used his loudest voice to shout these few words. Yes, he was scared, and because he was scared, he admitted defeat. His voice reverberated in the empty space. The disciples of the Taihang Soured faction were naturally very happy, but the disciples of the Fiery Flame sect were surprised and even confused. No matter how domineering Xiongju was usually, his cultivation and combat strength were real. However, at this time, he admitted defeat in such a terrified and humble manner. They raised their heads and watched the blazing sun's radiance dissipate bit by bit. Xiongju's entire body was covered in sweat, and he did not have any strength left as he directly fell from the sky. Boom! A loud sound was heard, followed by smoke and dust. His body crashed heavily into the ground, but with the protection of the fire dragon armor, this bit of power was naturally nothing to him. Chapter 550. Before he could react, another loud noise came from beside him. It turned out that Su Yang had descended from the sky and stood beside him. Su Yang looked at him and said, Give it to me. Su Yang did not have a good impression of this person in front of him. This was because if he did not have some tricks up his sleeve, he would have ended up in a worse state than this person. Moreover, they were not friends in the first place, so there was no need to be so polite. At this moment, Seongju finally raised his head and looked at Su Yang with eyes full of anger and killing intent. At this moment, his entire body was trembling. This was probably the first time he had felt this way. He felt like a dog lying on the ground while the other party was looking down at him from above. This feeling was really terrible. Suddenly, he sneered and said, "All right, Su Yang, I'll remember you. I'll leave this with you for now, but sooner or later, I'll get back at you with double the price." Su Yang did not answer him. He had heard such words countless times, and there was a saying that went, "It's useless to say more." In the end, Seongju handed over the flame gem, the flame tree sapling, and the other parts to Su Yang. With the 3 items in hand, Su Yang ignored Seongju and walked to the front of the Taihang Soured faction disciples. "Sorry for the wait, everyone. Let's leave this place." In this place, Su Yang's battle prowess was the strongest. Hence, no one would object to his words. As for the hill, Su Yang had completely sealed it after he left. Even a venerable one would not be able to open it, so Su Yang was not worried at all. The Taihang Soured faction disciples followed Su Yang away, leaving the Blazing Flame sect disciples at a loss. They even forgot to help Seongju up. After walking for a long time, Xue Xinyu said to Su Yang, "Brother Su Yang, where should we go now?" Xue Xinyu wasn't the only one who wanted to know. All the disciples wanted to know. This battlefield was filled with terrifying dangers. Originally, they thought that with their powerful strength, they would be able to run amok. Then, a hurricane made them realize how small they were. Speaking of where to go, Su Yang actually didn't know. He could only follow his instincts. Of course, this wasn't an unreliable sixth sense, but rather the guidance of the great demon dragon's bloodline. The black dragon's corpse was buried on this piece of land, so something related to the black dragon must have happened here in the past. The great demon dragon's bloodline gently pulsated, calling Su Yang forward. Clearly, the place ahead was definitely not ordinary. However, all of this didn't matter anymore. The most important thing now was to move forward, because other than this direction, Su Yang didn't know where to go. Since that was the case, then he would just follow his instincts. If there was really something in that place, it would definitely attract enough powerhouses to go there. At that time, he should be able to meet up with the people from the Taihang Soured faction. Moreover, Su Yang also believed that after such a big thing happened here, the seniors of the Taihang Soured faction would definitely have noticed it and started to make preparations. Su Yang walked at the front, followed by Xue Xinyu and the other disciples of the Taihang Soured faction. Su Yang felt more and more lonely as he walked. Although there were many disciples behind him, he was starting to miss the 5 counties. He wondered how Yun Wenqing was doing. She must be worried about him leaving the 5 counties alone. Also, Liu Fei. He wondered if the blood-sucking Scourge King's blood in his body was still important. If the blood-sucking Scourge King really went berserk, he wondered if Liu Fei could handle it. There was also the people from the Monster Palace. After the revival of the 10,000 Devil Ancient Tree, they should be even more powerful. Xue Xinyu followed behind Su Yang. She looked at Su Yang's back and realized that Su Yang seemed to have sunk into loneliness. She was so close to Su Yang, but she felt that Su Yang's heart was so far away from her. This was probably what it meant to be so close, yet so far. However, it didn't feel good. The wind was still blowing. When it was at its strongest, it made people a little unsteady. Fortunately, the violent hurricane at the beginning didn't appear. The sky gradually darkened. Su Yang finally led the group out of the plains and into the forest. Compared to the plains, the forest was actually more dangerous. This was because there were many unknown things hidden under the lush branches. There were poisonous snakes, worms, other powerful monsters, and miasma. All of this was a huge threat to the crowd. After stepping into the forest, Su Yang frowned. As expected, spiritual force will be suppressed in this place. He sighed. When he first saw the forest, he had already felt that something was strange. He always felt that there was a very oppressive aura in the forest. This kind of aura made him feel a little uneasy. When he really stepped into this place, he immediately felt a kind of pressure. His spiritual force was suppressed. Even Su Yang's spiritual force was suppressed to a frightening extent, let alone the disciples behind him. For the few disciples with relatively weaker cultivation, their spiritual force perception was not as good as directly seeing with their eyes. "Everyone, follow closely. Don't fall behind," Su Yang said to the people behind him solemnly. Then, he directly walked forward. Unexpectedly, Su Yang did not encounter too much trouble along the way. The occasional small interlude was cut off by Su Yang's sword. After all, Su Yang's strength was great. With the scorching sun sword opening the way, the journey was quite smooth. However, this smoothness did not last for long. Gradually, a vast expanse of white fog began to form. In this forest, spiritual force was already suppressed. At this time, when the fog appeared, even vision was greatly affected. When the white fog appeared, Su Yang immediately felt a slight chill. He directly said to everyone, "Everyone, be careful. Use your spirit chi to protect your body." This white fog was very fatal. If they were not careful, they could lose their lives. Therefore, they had to use their spirit chi to protect themselves. After walking for another 15 minutes, Su Yang's ears suddenly twitched. Then, he unsheathed the scorching sun sword again. The blazing sword light dispersed a large area of the thick fog. With a flash of the sword light, a huge ancient tree fell. All the disciples were nervous. This was because they did not notice anything at all. At this time, after Su Yang's sword, the surroundings were terrifyingly quiet. "Senior brother Su Yang, what happened?" someone asked. Su Yang did not look too good. This was because just a moment ago, he clearly felt a shadow darting through the crowd. However, the speed of the shadow was too fast. Even he couldn't see it clearly. However, he was sure that it was definitely not an illusion. Suddenly, he immediately sensed that something was wrong. "Is everyone here?" After Su Yang asked this, the disciples looked at each other. At this time, someone suddenly exclaimed, "Luo Xiaohu is gone." This exclamation shook everyone's hearts. At this time, everyone looked and saw that it was really as he said. Luo Xiaohu was gone. Luo Xiaohu was one of the more outstanding disciples of the Taihang Soured faction. He was ranked 79th in the top 100 of the younger generation. It was not high, but it was definitely not low either. His cultivation had already reached the 2 mountains of Fangyuan. He was clearly in the crowd just now, but in such a short time, he had disappeared. The most creepy thing was that no one knew how he disappeared. If it wasn't for Su Yang's sudden shout, perhaps no one would have noticed it until now. This was really too strange and too terrifying. Su Yang's expression became even worse. He was sure that it was the guy from before who had taken Luo Xiaohu away. His gaze was directed towards the sky. Countless tree branches were blocking the light from the sky. At this time, he directly said, "Start a fire. Everyone, rest here and be alert." Although powerful demonic beasts were not afraid of fire, the burning fire could still avoid some trouble. At least with the light of the fire, the damned fog could be dispersed, at least within this range. "All of you stay here. Furthermore, you must be extremely careful. I'll go and see if I can save Luo Xiaohu. Oh right, there's a sword here. I've already placed a spiritual imprint on it. If there's a mysterious change, break the sword." Su Yang handed a sword to Xue Xinyu and instructed the others. Then, he directly left the crowd. Although it was very vague, he could sense that guy's aura. He just hoped that there was still enough time. In order to save Luo Xiaohu, Su Yang naturally did not dare to hold back any of his strength. His body directly shuttled between the huge trees and soon disappeared from everyone's sight. Xue Xinyu sighed softly. At this time, she really wished that she could be by Su Yang's side and fight with him. However, she also knew that these disciples still needed someone to take care of them. She definitely could not leave like this. The aura is still there. Looks like this is the right direction. However, I hope that there's still time. Although he did not know what kind of creature it was, The other party's speed was too fast. Even if he chased after it, the Taihang soured faction disciple, Luo Xiaohu, would most likely die. However, he was still willing to give it a try. Firstly, it was a life after all. Chapter 551. Luo Xiaohu was not dead. In fact, he was still very conscious at this time. However, at this time, he felt extremely uncomfortable. When the fog rose, his heart was beating rapidly. When Su Yang told everyone to be careful and defend, he naturally increased his vigilance. However, at this moment, a ray of light suddenly shot over. In the fog, such a ray of light was not conspicuous. However, he never expected that the ray of light was actually coming for him. Before he could react, the ray of light had already swept him up. Then, his entire body directly soared into the sky and flew towards the sky. At this moment, his entire body was constantly flying. In the sky, the sound of the air being torn almost pierced his eardrums. This speed was extremely fast. However, this speed was not his own. It was the thing that was grabbing him, or rather, that person. Until now, Luo Xiaohu still did not understand what exactly was grabbing him. After an unknown amount of time, he finally felt that the other party had stopped. Plop! A heavy sound was heard. His entire body had fallen into a pit. At this moment, Luo Xiaohu finally had the chance to see the existence that had captured him. When he got a good look at this guy, he was stunned. An eagle demon. This was one of the powerful monsters recorded in the Taihang soured faction. It had the body of an eagle but the face of a human. The one in front of him was completely black, and its pair of wings were extremely terrifying. However, its face was that of a gentle and beautiful woman. If it was just this face, Luo Xiaohu even felt that he would fall in love with it. However, when coupled with this body, it was too terrifying. Luo Xiaohu immediately stood up. Then, with a clang, he held his longsword in his hand. Due to an opportunity back then, his sword was also a famous sword. The blade was cold and very sharp. At this moment, he channeled his spirit chi, and the sword began to emit light. Die, demon! After he snorted coldly, he directly charged towards the eagle demon. He directly performed the Taihang sword technique, causing an extremely sharp light and shadow to appear. Light and shadow swept across, and sword shadows filled the sky, incomparably awe-inspiring. However, the moment the sword light pierced the harpy, the monster snorted and flapped its huge wings. Just like that, an extremely violent power directly attacked. That violent power swept out and actually shattered his sword light in an instant. However, this power did not stop, and even fiercely collided with Luo Xiaohu's body. Luo Xiaohu was sent flying once again. At the same time, he sucked in a breath of cold air. So powerful. As expected of a powerful demonic beast that was marked by the Taihang soured faction. Even though he was at the level of the 2 mountains of radius, he couldn't resist at all. Even so, he still stood up resolutely. Even if he was already in an extremely dangerous situation, even if he was about to die in the next moment. But he still chose to stand and die. At this moment, he suddenly saw a smile appear on the beautiful face of the harpy. It was a smile of disdain. This damned harpy was actually mocking him. This caused his aura to completely sink. Therefore, at this moment, his sword chi was activated again. 13 Taixing swords. He once again swung his sword. Although it was just an ordinary sword, there were cold specks of light on the sword light. The intense radiance emitted a heart-palpitating light. Such a sword light was indescribably brilliant. The powerful sword blade slashed down directly, stirring up a boundless wind. Although it was just a simple sword, there were a total of 13 sword shadows. Moreover, each sword shadow was real. At this moment, Luo Xiaohu's aura had risen to its peak. Originally, it was not easy for him to perform this sword move. However, for some reason, he was able to perform this sword move so smoothly today. The powerful sword chi swept out and had already sealed off all directions of the harpy. Luo Xiaohu believed that this sword move would definitely be able to injure this damned monster. When he performed this sword move, he even felt that his realm was loosening, and there were actually signs of a breakthrough. However, at this moment, the harpy moved again. Its wings suddenly flapped, and then its eyes emitted a dangerous light. In the next moment, its body suddenly soared into the sky. A huge wave of demonic chi burst out and actually tore all the sword chi apart. The harpy seemed to be impatient, and its entire body directly crashed toward Luo Xiaohu. Boom! With a loud sound, Luo Xiaohu only felt his entire body tremble. The web between his thumb and index finger had already split open, and even his internal organs were greatly shaken. At this moment, his face was already ashen. His most powerful strength was actually so weak in front of the other party. Is it bitten to death? At this moment, the harpy's claws had already pressed directly on his body. The intense pain instantly swallowed all of Luo Xiaohu's nerves, and his entire body was trembling. At this moment, the harpy suddenly bent down, and its cheek and Luo Xiaohu's cheek were very close. Luo Xiaohu could even feel the other party's aura. Of course, this could not be the fragrance of a beautiful girl, but an extremely fishy smell. After all, the other party was a demonic beast. However, a strange smile suddenly appeared on the face of the harpy, and then a strange chirping sound was released from its throat. It even opened its mouth and charged toward Luo Xiaohu. At this moment, Luo Xiaohu's mood was desperate. He felt that he should not have attacked the other party with his sword just now, but should have decisively committed suicide. However, at this moment, he really wanted to cry but had no tears. Could it be that his chastity was no longer guaranteed? At this moment, a sword intent suddenly appeared, and whether it was Luo Xiaohu or the harpy, they were all enveloped by this sword intent. At this moment, Luo Xiaohu, who was already in despair, suddenly felt inexplicably happy. Senior brother Su Yang. Yes, among their group, who else could release such a terrifying sword intent other than senior brother Su Yang? He did not expect that senior brother Su Yang would actually come to save him. At this moment, he only wanted to shout for help, but under the pressure of the harpy, it was very difficult for him to even open his mouth. The harpy body human-faced demon was still suppressing Luo Xiaohu's body, but its head was already raised high, and its eyes were filled with deep fear. One sword to settle the universe. At this moment, a cold and angry voice was heard directly. The feathers on the harpy's body stood up one by one, and then it directly let out an almost shrill cry. Such a cry could almost tear a person's soul apart. However, as it screamed, the sword shadow had already arrived in front of it. At this moment, its huge body was suddenly fixed in place. Even its scream was also stopped. At this moment, Su Yang directly slapped over with his palm. This palm directly materialized in the air and finally turned into a huge dragon claw, directly slapping the harpy away. Su Yang also took advantage of this opportunity to drag Luo Xiaohu out. "Are you okay?" Su Yang asked directly. "I'm fine. Senior brother Su Yang, don't worry." At this moment, Luo Xiaohu's heart was filled with gratitude. If senior brother Su Yang had come a little later, his chastity would have been lost. He had secretly decided in his heart that he would sell his life to senior brother Su Yang. Of course, he was indeed fine. Except for the skin and flesh on his body being lifted up extremely quickly, his internal organs seemed to be a little shaken, and the blood flowing from the corner of his mouth, there was really nothing else. Su Yang's gaze fell on him, and then he nodded non-committally. Of course, he saw Luo Xiaohu's miserable situation at this time, but since this guy insisted that he was fine, he certainly would not say anything, because he had more important things to do now. That was to deal with the harpy in front of him. At this moment, the harpy body human-faced demon had already broken free from Su Yang's one sword to decide heaven and earth. Its eyes were filled with anger as it looked at Su Yang with a ruthless gaze. Su Yang directly attacked. Staying in such a place for one more second meant one more second of danger. Xue Xinyu and the others were still waiting for him in the forest, so he could not waste time here. Su Yang immediately used his power and directly used the heaven-crushing 10 slashes. The heaven-breaking 10 slashes was combined with Su Yang's sword art. When it was displayed, the incomparably sharp sword chi was combined with the vast and majestic aura. It was simply ferocious, causing people to be terrified. A metallic clanging sound erupted, and Su Yang's sword had already landed on the harpy body demon beast's feathers. So powerful, So fast, and so powerful. Luo Xiaohu's blood was boiling as he watched. He only felt that his whole body was about to burn. Su Yang's sword just now was really powerful, and his whole body was constantly trembling. Previously, he had used all his strength to activate the Taixing 13 swords, and even reached his peak, but he could not even touch the monster's body. However, senior brother Su Yang's casual swing of his sword had actually cut off its feathers. While Luo Xiaohu was still in shock, Su Yang had already used the second sword. This sword was even more terrifying than the previous one. When the sword light fell, the harpy human-faced demon even started to tremble. It wanted to go berserk, but in front of Su Yang's power, it had no chance at all. Chapter 552. In the end, the harpy-faced demon died. The fifth sword was even more terrifying than the fourth sword. The huge momentum even affected the surrounding air. Facing this sword, Luo Xiaohu only felt that he was like a tiny ant. If this sword was aimed at him, even if it was just a graze, it would be enough to make him pay with his life. However, he clearly remembered that when Su Yang was fighting with Wang Baichuan, he did not use such a move at all. If he had already displayed such a terrifying power at that time, then would he and senior brother Wang Baichuan still be able to fight to a draw? Su Yang put away the scorching sun sword and walked in front of Luo Xiaohu. For some reason, when Luo Xiaohu faced Su Yang at this moment, he actually unconsciously took a step back. Then, he immediately realized that he had lost his composure and said with a smile, "Senior brother, thank you for saving my life this time." Su Yang nodded and said, "Don't worry about it. It's fine as long as you're fine." Of course, although Su Yang still said so, he still grabbed Luo Xiaohu. Luo Xiaohu was immediately shocked. Could it be that senior brother Su Yang wanted to do something to him? However, he was definitely not such a person. He still had a junior sister that he liked, so he definitely would not betray her. At this moment, Luo Xiaohu's mind was filled with thoughts. However, at this moment, a very cool aura directly entered his body. Then, he suddenly realized that there were many inexplicable clouds around his body. Under the encirclement of these clouds, his wounds were gradually healing. The blurry flesh had already begun to solidify and was even forming scars at a speed visible to the naked eye. In his body, the internal organs that had almost shifted also recovered at this moment. Magical. Although he knew that many sects were good at healing, the method that Su Yang used still shocked him to the extreme. The way he looked at Su Yang quietly changed. This was simply inconceivable. Su Yang didn't take this to heart. After a long time, he let out a sigh of relief and said, "All right, your internal organs are fine now. As for your wounds, they have healed a lot. However, you must remember to recuperate properly after this, because I don't know if there is any poison in this harpy human-faced demon's body." Luo Xiaohu felt like he was dreaming. However, he immediately said, "Luo Xiaohu will never forget senior martial brother Su Yang's kindness." Su Yang smiled and said, "You have already thanked me once. Moreover, since you call me senior brother, it's natural for me to save you. All right, since you don't have anything else to do, let's go and meet with them." How could Luo Xiaohu have any objections? Naturally, he nodded in agreement. But at this time, he suddenly thought of something and said to Su Yang, "Senior brother Su Yang, please don't tell anyone about what just happened. Is that okay? Don't worry, I, Luo Xiaohu, will definitely repay you well." One had to know that he had almost been beheaded by a harpy humanoid demon, maybe 100 times. If his friends knew about this, it would definitely become a stain in his life. Su Yang's expression changed a little, but in the end, he smiled and said, "Yes, don't worry. I will naturally keep these things a secret for you." Su Yang had already left for a while. Everyone surrounded the fire. Although they were already tired, no one dared to rest because the forest was full of unimaginable dangers. At this time, there was a long sword beside everyone. The long sword pierced the ground and then intertwined with each other, forming a mysterious formation. As soon as this formation was formed, it immediately enveloped everyone. Not only the surroundings, but also the top of their heads and even the ground were all included in the protection of this sword formation. Only then did everyone dare to rest at ease. One had to know that this place was full of unimaginable dangers. Just a while ago, a disciple was almost killed by a 1-meter-long centipede that crawled out from the ground. Fortunately, Xue Xinyu directly attacked with her sword and killed the monster. Everyone held their breaths and concentrated. Although they couldn't fall asleep directly, they could meditate to recuperate and recover their strength. Just as everyone was resting, suddenly, the sound of footsteps was heard. Although due to the fog and the special geographical location, the perception ability here was greatly reduced. However, the sound of such footsteps could still be heard clearly by everyone. Xue Xinyu was the first to open her eyes. Is Big Brother Su Yang back? She wasn't the only one who thought this, the other disciples were also looking forward to it. At this moment, Su Yang had already become their backbone. Regardless of whether it was the disciples of the 3 great families or the other disciples, it was the same. If Su Yang returned, they would be able to relax a lot. Unfortunately, the person who came was not Su Yang. The footsteps were very messy. From the sound of it, there were at least 10 people. Naturally, it couldn't be Su Yang. At this moment, everyone finally saw who it was. These people were all wearing black robes, giving off a very oppressive feeling. Among the 10 great sects of the 9 provinces, there was probably no other sect other than the Devil sect that would dress like this. At this moment, someone in front of the Devil sect chuckled and said, "He, I really didn't expect to meet fellow cultivators from the Taihang Soured faction at this time. This is really good." His voice was very calm, but there was no gentleness in it at all. On the contrary, it was like a ghost whispering in one's ear. Xue Xinyue's beautiful eyes looked straight at the other party, then said, "So it's the little demon king of the Devil sect's ghost killing hall, Rosen." Within the Devil sect, the ghost killing hall was definitely an extremely powerful force. Many of the elders of the ghost killing hall were skilled in assassination. And this little demon king, Rosen, was a rising young figure in recent years. His reputation was almost on par with people like the Taihang Soured factions Wang Baichuan, Feng Yuhai, and the Blazing Flame sect Xiong Yunfei. Rosen was slightly startled when Xue Xinyu called out his name, then he laughed. "Ha ha ha, so it's one of the Taihang twin moons, Xue Xinyu, junior sister Xue. It's my honor to be able to see junior sister Xue's face. Junior sister Xue, this forest is indescribably dangerous. I think, why don't you guys come with us? Junior sister Xue is naturally powerful and can come and go at any time, but if the other brothers here are killed, I'm afraid you won't be able to take care of them." When he said this, the disciples of the Taihang Soured faction were immediately enraged. This guy's words were so straightforward that he was practically threatening everyone. Xue Xinyu naturally understood what the other party meant, but how could she agree to it? The entire cultivation world of the 9 provinces knew that traveling with the Devil sect was simply courting death. Who knew when they would become cannon fodder or scapegoats? "Rosen, there's no need to talk nonsense. If you want to fight with my Taihang Soured faction, then feel free to come. In any case, on the demonic beast plane, our 2 families can be considered to have fought, and it seems like a few elders of your ghost killing hall have died." Me. Xue Xinyu was incomparably beautiful, and at this moment, she displayed the demeanor of a heroine. At the mention of the ghost killing hall's defeat on the demonic beast plane, a strange look flashed across Rosen's eyes. However, he quickly suppressed this trace of anger and said calmly, "Haha, junior sister, what are you saying? The people of the Sage sect have always prioritized friendliness. Why would we get into trouble with your sect for no reason? I only invited you out of kindness." Although he said this, his aura was quietly increasing. A person like this would naturally not be tempted by mere beauty. At this moment, he was already prepared to strike as soon as the opportunity arose. Since the Devil sect had already made a move against the Taihang Soured faction, they would naturally not let it go so easily. As long as they had the opportunity, they would immediately kill everyone here. After all, this group of people were also the young elites of the Taihang Soured faction. If they could kill all of them here, it would be a heavy blow to the Taihang Soured faction. Many of the disciples of the Taihang Soured faction had already placed their hands on the hilts of their swords, ready to strike at any moment. Although Rosen was famous for his fierceness, they were not inexperienced people. They would not be afraid or even retreat just because of a few words from the other party. Even if they died, they would bite off a piece of meat from the other party. Moreover, as long as senior brother Su Yang could rush back in time, they would not necessarily be afraid of Rosen. Both parties did not speak. In an instant, the cold killing intent formed a small whirlwind that spread towards the surroundings of the forest. Xue Xinyue's wind and thunder sword had already surged with a weak wind and thunder. If she were to make a move now, then the little demon king, Rosen, could only be dealt with by her. Although she knew that this was extremely difficult, as one of the 10 Taihang swords, this was a responsibility that she had to bear. "Move aside, you're blocking my way." At this moment, a calm voice could be heard. After hearing this voice, everyone was stunned for a moment. The disciples of the Taihang Soured faction were immediately pleasantly surprised, and their fighting spirit soared. On the other hand, the people of the Devil sect were confused. Where did this idiot come from? How dare he speak to the people of the Devil sect like this? However, that person did not even wait for them to speak. He directly sent a flying kick, and the Devil sect disciple at the back was immediately sent flying. After all, that Devil sect disciple was an expert of the 4 mountains of the circumference realm. Yet, he was sent flying with a kick just like that. At this moment, the expressions of the Devil sect disciples turned ugly. They all turned around to look at the person who had appeared out of nowhere. However, that person did not seem to have any awareness and continued to walk forward. Chapter 553. Su Yang stood in front of Rosen. The distance between the two of them was less than a meter. Such a distance could be said to be within reach. However, neither of them made a move. This was because they both felt threatened by each other. "I am Rosen. You are neither Wang Baichuan nor Feng Yuhai. Then, you must be Su Yang, the disciple of the Taihang Soured faction who has just risen to prominence, right?" Rosen said directly. He still had the same smile on his face, as if he didn't see the scene of the disciples being kicked away. Su Yang smiled and nodded, then said, "I am Su Yang. However, I have never heard of Rosen." Rosen's smile became even wider. "I have never heard of you." Was this simple sentence a slap in the face? He was the little demon king of the ghost-killing hall. He was famous and fierce. However, this damned Su Yang dared to say this in front of everyone. This was an insult and provocation to him. However, he did not know that Su Yang had indeed never heard of his name. After all, Su Yang had just arrived in the Jojo continent. Rosen said, "It doesn't matter if you have never heard of me before. After all, there are always some country bumpkins who are ignorant and ill-informed. However, from today onwards, I believe you will remember my name." While he was speaking, he suddenly made a move. He directly stretched out his palm and immediately slapped towards Su Yang's forehead. The speed of his attack was incomparably fast. It was like an illusory shadow. A cold light burst out from Su Yang's eyes. This kind of power really surprised him. However, he was just a little surprised. Similarly, he also directly countered with a palm. These two people's movements were so fast that some people did not even see them make a move. When the two palms met, Rosen's sneer deepened. Because at this moment, a ghostly shadow directly pounced towards Su Yang's palm, as if it wanted to directly drill into Su Yang's body through his palm. This move of his was called the Limitless Palm, and was one of the most sinister methods of the ghost-killing palace. It could hide a ghost seed in his palm, and after this palm strike, the ghost seed would directly enter his body. Once the ghost seed was planted, it was almost silent. However, if he controlled it in the future and the ghost seed erupted, he would immediately be in so much pain that he wished he was dead. Of course, at this moment, on Su Yang's palm, an extremely hot flame power directly erupted. Virocana. Su Yang concealed the great sun-colored glaze sword Qi in his palm and slammed it towards Rosen. Of course, such a palm could not take Rosen's life, but it was enough for him to bear. Rosen's expression changed continuously, and in the end, he directly took a step back. As expected of someone who could fight Wang Baichuan to a draw. "You really have some tricks up your sleeve. This time, let's part ways. I only hope that the next time I see you, you're still so spirited. Otherwise, it would be too boring." After saying that, he waved his hand and left with the people of the Devil sect. Su Yang calmly watched the people of the devil sect leave, but did not make a move. This was because at this moment, he still had to take care of the disciples of the Taihang Soured faction. One must know that these people's realms were not weak. If they really fought, the disciples of the Taihang Soured faction would be at a disadvantage. Of course, since they were in this arcane realm, there was bound to be a chance for them to meet. When that time came, Su Yang would definitely not show mercy. Moreover, although it was only a short exchange earlier, in reality, the two of them had already determined the victor. Of course, from Rosen's point of view, he had won. This was because although he was hit by Su Yang's sun-colored glass palm and suffered some minor internal injuries, he had already planted the ghost seed in Su Yang's body. During this period, the ghost seed would erupt and then torture Su Yang's body. Moreover, once the ghost seed was planted in the body, it would be very difficult to force it out. Unless an expert of the venerable level expended a lot of energy, it would be possible to succeed. However, in this arcane realm, where could he find an expert of the venerable level? However, he did not know that after he turned to leave, the soul-suppressing seal in Su Yang's body gently moved, and the ghost seed that did not have time to do anything was directly eaten by the square seal. That's right, it was really eaten. If he were to find out about this, he would probably fly into a rage. At this time, Luo Xiaohu walked over. When the disciples saw that Luo Xiaohu had returned safely, they were very happy and then asked Luo Xiaohu. Luo Xiaohu said vaguely that he was captured by a demonic beast and was almost used as food. It was Su Yang who saved him. Xue Xinyu asked, "Brother Su Yang, what should we do next?" Everyone's eyes fell on Su Yang. Su Yang said, "Everyone, rest for the night first. Don't worry, I will keep watch. When we are refreshed tomorrow, we will continue to move forward. Those bastards of the devil sect will not go on an outing for no reason. I think they must have found something. If it is something good, our Taihang Soured faction will naturally not decline." As soon as his voice fell, all the disciples became excited. After all, in every man's heart, there was actually a beast living in it. This kind of snatching prey was actually the kind of thing that they liked the most. Moreover, they were going to rob the devil sect, which was even more exciting. Therefore, every disciple began to rest quietly today. This was precious time that was hard to come by, and no one would waste it. Everyone fell into a state of rest. Xue Xinyu originally wanted to keep watch with Su Yang, but Su Yang said, "Xinyu, you rest for a while too." Xue Xinyu finally did not say anything and closed her eyes. Su Yang's power was slowly revolving. Ever since he was not in the dragon realm, his battle strength had increased again. That day, he even killed a strong warrior with 6 dragons. However, Su Yang would not let this go to his head. He knew very well that although his current battle strength was strong enough, in reality, his true cultivation was still far from it. The dragon realm was definitely not the end of his journey, but the beginning. Now, he only knew that Lu Lan might be in Panju. However, he did not know where she was. Lu Lan was one of the most important keys to the devil sect's plan. One could imagine how difficult it would be to rescue her. He had to work harder. Now, his cultivation technique was not bad. Whether it was the inheritance of the heavenly demon, the inheritance of the great demonic dragon, or the inheritance of the Buddha sword sect, they were all top-notch inheritances in this world. Moreover, he still had the regal sword scripture. However, sometimes, Su Yang would wonder if fate was really so mysterious. Everything would revolve around him. Of course, since this was fate, there were many things that were not up to him. The Buddha's infinite technique was silently circulating, and the regal sword scripture's regal chi was constantly cleansing his body. Whether it was the great demonic dragon's inheritance or the great heavenly demon lord's power inheritance, they had extremely terrifying explosive power. They could even directly increase his strength in a short period of time. However, Su Yang was instinctively resisting. He was very clear that there was no free lunch in this world. He had obtained the mystery, so he had to pay with his life. Whether it was the great demonic dragon or the great heavenly demon lord, they were the top existences in this world. Even though they were already dead, they were still revered. Now that he had obtained their power inheritance, this was only the beginning of a plan. He might have to bear more responsibilities in the future. Just like now, he had to bear the responsibility of the great demonic dragon, and that was to revive the Black Dragon King. This was an obsession that came from his bloodline, and he could not reject it at all. All of this was actually very heavy, and Su Yang even felt a little breathless. However, he was also very clear that all of this had to be built on the foundation of strength. Only with enough strength could he live a better life. He was a dead person, and since the heavens had given him a second chance, he should not give it up. The forest was not quiet at night, but Su Yang released the dragon qi on his body. The dragon qi that he cultivated would inevitably contain the aura of the great demonic dragon. Under such an aura, no one dared to be presumptuous. It was because of this that the night was so quiet. When bits and pieces of sunlight penetrated through the dense branches and leaves, everyone woke up one after another. After a night of rest, everyone's spirits were surprisingly good. Then, they took out some dry rations from their interspatial equipment one after another to eat. Su Yang asked everyone has rested well, right? Since you've rested well, we should go up and join in the fun. When everyone saw Su Yang's expression, they knew that Su Yang had made a discovery. However, Su Yang had clearly been keeping watch here the night before, so how did he do it? Naturally, no one asked this question. After all, everyone had their own hidden means. In fact, Su Yang had indeed been guarding here the night before, but he had summoned the bat demon from the square seal to track the movements of the demonic sect's disciples. Just as he had expected, the demonic sect's disciples had made a new discovery, which was really a big surprise. It turned out that the demonic sect's disciples had found an underground palace, and there was a wooden coffin in the underground palace. What was buried in the coffin was naturally not the black dragon, but the skeleton of a human. There was also an extremely terrifying power hidden in the skeleton. Not to mention other things, the skeleton itself was a supreme treasure. If one could obtain the energy in it, they could immediately create an extremely powerful expert. Moreover, Su Yang knew that the demonic sect's current plan required such demonic qi energy. Chapter 554. Rosen's brows were tightly knitted together. At this moment, he wished he could turn around and hack Su Yang into 1,000 pieces. Their goal for this trip was the palace below. However, what made him angry was that because of the power of Su Yang's great sun-colored glaze sword scripture's sword qi, he had suffered some minor injuries. And it was precisely these minor injuries that caused his entire condition to drop a little. What was even more despicable was that it was precisely because of this small difference in condition that he was unable to successfully blast open the door and enter. Hurry up. Haven't you guys eaten yet? Of course, in order to show off his strength. After the first strike, he did not make a move. He only said, I have already shattered more than half of the restrictions. Do you still need me to make a move on the remaining ones? H. Our devil sect has never raised trash. When these words were spoken, the other disciples of the devil sect felt a chill in their hearts. This was because they could already hear the threat in his words. If they were still unable to blast open the door, this person would probably kill them. Killing people seemed inconceivable, but in reality, in the devil sect, especially in the ghost killing hall, it was a very common thing. Especially the one in front of them, the little demon king Rosen. His demon king name was not only cruel to his enemies, but also to his own people. In the past few years, the number of disciples of the devil sect who had died at the hands of this little demon king was no less than 20. Therefore, what he said was absolutely true. Even though they had tried their best earlier, at this moment, they still used all of their strength and bombarded the door together. Under the threat of death, the door was finally blasted open. The huge stone door directly fell and landed heavily on the ground. A heavy sound echoed, as if it was resounding in one's soul. Rosen looked at the stone door and finally revealed a knowing smile. His gaze was already looking behind the stone door. He wanted to know what kind of existence was behind the stone door, to be able to attract the interest of the ghost killing hall's venerable one. He even gave the order that he must bring it back. Back then, if it was not because he was a venerable one and suffered too much backlash from the ruins, he would have made a move by force. What a powerful devil qi. I'm really looking forward to it, he said softly. But at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded, "Indeed, I am also very much looking forward to it. What kind of good things can be so important to your devil sect?" Rosen's expression instantly changed. An extremely cold light flashed across his eyes. He looked towards the source of the sound and saw Su Yang flying over from the sky. As soon as he finished his sentence, he paused in midair and looked at Lawson with a provocative gaze. "PH, I was just talking about you. Do you want to break your bones? I didn't expect you to deliver yourself to me. It seems like you're tired of living." Rosen did not hide his killing intent in the slightest. Although he did not know how the other party discovered him, he did not believe that the other party's arrival was just a coincidence. Moreover, no matter what, since the other party had already discovered this place, then they could only fight to the death. He would definitely not give the other party any chance. Previously, they had only fought in a hurry. But now, he would let this brat called Su Yang truly understand the terror of his little demon king Rosen. In his eyes, a shocking killing intent appeared. That extremely powerful and terrifying power erupted at this moment. Like a whirlwind, it slowly swept towards Su Yang. "Although I don't know why you have the courage to appear in front of me again, but since you're here, I will let you know what true pain is. I originally wanted you to slowly enjoy the torture of the ghost seed, but now, I can only let you experience it in advance." He spoke slowly and unhurriedly. However, every word of his was filled with cruelty. Su Yang was startled at first, then asked, "Ghost seed? What a strange name. Is it the shadow soul remembrance that you sent into my body yesterday? Other than the taste being a little bad, everything else is not bad. It has already become my tonic. It has become my tonic. The taste is a little bad." When Rosen heard this, he almost could not restrain himself and was about to charge towards Su Yang. However, he immediately grasped an even more crucial piece of information. This guy had refined the ghost seed. How was this possible? The ghost seed was an extremely precious item in the ghost killing hall. Once it entered the enemy's body, even a venerable realm expert would find it difficult to expel it. However, this brat said that he had already refined it. This must be a joke. However, in the next moment, he was certain of Su Yang's words. This was because the ghost seed had always been divided into sons and daughters. His body retained the mother seed, and the one that was previously inserted into Su Yang's body was one of the sons. He could activate the mother seed to control the son seed. However, after he tried it just now, he discovered that there was no response from Su Yang's body. "Impossible, how did you do it? With your cultivation level, it's impossible to refine the ghost seed." Yes, this was what Rosen was most concerned about. The ghost seed was one of the ghost killing hall's trump cards. It was unknown how many powerful enemies had died under the ghost killing hall's ghost seed, but at this moment, it was directly broken by an unknown brat. "He, little demon king? I think this name is just a joke. Do you really think that I would tell you these things? I really don't know where your name Demon King came from," Su Yang said without any trace of politeness. These words immediately ignited Rosen's anger. He said to the disciples of the devil sect below, "Leave a group of people to guard the door, the rest of you go in and scout the way." After he finished speaking, he had already pounced towards Su Yang. At this moment, he had already attacked with all his might. The moment his figure shot out like lightning, a dense and gigantic ghost shadow appeared behind him. At this moment, it was as if he had transformed into a terrifying demon, wanting to tear Su Yang apart. "Come at me." Facing the dense ghost shadow, not only was Su Yang not afraid, he was even extremely excited. At this moment, his power erupted, and the great sun-colored glaze sword scripture activated fiercely. A sword light that was like a scorching sun appeared, and directly slashed towards Rosen. The power of this change was extremely sinister and gloomy. On the other hand, the power on the other side was vast and imposing, like the sun in the sky. The two forces clashed, immediately triggering a bolt of yin and yang lightning. Such a powerful yin and yang lightning was simply terrifying. The aftermath of such power could almost kill any powerhouse below the dragon realm. After the sudden clash, Rosen directly retreated a little, and of course, Su Yang did the same. However, Su Yang still had a faint smile on his face. On the other hand, Luo Sen's expression was dark and gloomy. After all, he had suffered a small loss from the previous attack. As expected of the sacred sword, it can actually make you burst out with such terrifying power. In terms of real combat strength, Su Yang and Rosen were at most on par, or even worse. After all, Rosen had the strength of the 4 dragons, and in terms of realm, he was already on par with Wang Baichuan. Although Su Yang's battle strength was strong, in a head-on clash, he would still be a little weaker. Unless he directly let the Buddha's heart or the Devil Dragon's heart go berserk, causing him to overload and go berserk. However, the Scorching Sun sword in his hand was compatible with his Great Sun-colored glaze sword scripture, allowing Su Yang's battle strength to increase by at least 1 level. Although it was only 1 level, in reality, it was already an extremely impressive power. In the current battle, he relied on this 10% to gain the upper hand. He did not deny Rosen's words at all, and only said, possessing the sacred sword is also my strength. What? The dignified ghost-killing hall of the Devil Sect can't even take out a sacred artifact? Looking at Su Yang's face, Rosen wanted to beat Su Yang to the ground even more. Could it be that sacred artifacts were all cabbages? It was said so simply by Su Yang. One had to know that some venerables without any background might not even have a sacred artifact. Of course, as one of the most outstanding disciples of the Ghost-Killing Hall, Rosen would definitely have a sacred artifact. However, his sacred artifact was originally meant to be used to deal with the top geniuses like Wang Baichuan and Xiong Yunfei. Although he had already received the news that Su Yang and Wang Baichuan had fought to a draw, no one really treated Su Yang as an expert on the same level. Firstly, it was Su Yang's realm. Secondly, according to the information they received, at that time, Wang Baichuan's fighting strength did not seem to have truly erupted. Although he had already used the state of sinister, a portion of his strength seemed to have been sealed. However, he now realized that this Su Yang's fighting strength was truly terrifying. Since you're in such a hurry to die, then I'll satisfy you. Now, I'll let you understand the fear of death. As he spoke, a set of sharp claws suddenly appeared on his hands. The moment this set of sharp claws appeared, his entire aura swelled a little. This is my Ghost-Killing Hall's sacred artifact, the Netherworld Claw. I didn't want to use it, but since you have such strength, I'll let you die under this Netherworld Claw. I forgot to tell you, no matter who it is, as long as they are killed by the Netherworld Claw, their souls will forever be captured by the Netherworld Claw and then become its food. Ghost Killing, Nether Shadow. Chapter 555. The terrifying claw marks directly sealed off Su Yang's path of retreat. What Rosen wanted was to clash head-on with Su Yang. This pair of Netherworld claws was an extremely powerful sacred artifact in the Ghost-Killing Hall. It possessed extremely terrifying power. When Rosen had just revealed his talent, he had already defeated all of his opponents and then obtained it. After so many years of compatibility, this pair of Netherworld claws had practically become a part of his body. The Netherworld claws fused with the mysterious Netherworld energy and could directly increase his strength. More importantly, the overbearing Netherworld energy itself was a huge threat to the enemy. Su Yang naturally already knew Rosen's goal. At the same time, he also already expected that this pair of sacred artifacts was probably not simple. But the current him had no fear at all. During this period of continuous fighting, he only felt that his realm was about to increase again. Not long ago, he had just stepped into the dragon realm. But at this moment, his realm was about to increase again. If outsiders knew, they would probably be angered to death. However, Su Yang did not feel that way. On the contrary, he felt that his realm was increasing too slowly. Whether it was Wang Baichuan, Rosen, or even Xiong Ju who was directly defeated by him last time, they were all stronger than him in terms of realm. Although realm did not represent battle strength, in reality, a high realm naturally had a unique advantage. At the very least, the dragon aura they obtained would be more powerful. Although he had defeated his opponents time and time again, the biggest reason was actually the Buddha's heart and the Devil Dragon's heart. Because of the existence of these two things, he was able to erupt with abnormal energy. It was precisely because of this that he could fight with others. However, Su Yang had a sense of crisis in his heart. He clearly knew that some things did not truly belong to him. He also did not know why this sense of crisis appeared and why he had such a feeling. But he only thought that he had to increase his realm as soon as possible and then control everything. And if he wanted to increase his realm, fighting was the best way. Rosen's body, accompanied by the shrill roar of evil spirits, had already arrived in front of Su Yang. Su Yang waved his sword casually, and the immortal sword technique appeared out of thin air. Compared to back then, he had completely changed. Back then, the immortal sword technique was extremely profound to him. Every time he fought, he needed to gather his spiritual energy in preparation. But now, his strength had completely transformed. The immortal sword technique was already at his fingertips. The immortal sword techniques of the burial sword mound were extremely powerful. Combined with the blazing sun sword and Su Yang's powerful true energy, the power they could unleash was something that even Daoist Heaven Sword would find hard to imagine. And such a terrifying swordsmanship was just a casual strike from Su Yang. The huge sword Qi collided with Rosen's terrifying ghost claw. This Rosen's nether claw was indeed powerful. Even such a powerful strike from Su Yang was directly broken by him. On the netherworld claw, dark runes flickered continuously, as if they wanted to destroy everything. Looking at the huge immortal sword being torn apart bit by bit, the corners of his mouth curled up into a cold smile. This guy was from the Taihang Soured faction. His swordsmanship was really powerful. It was no wonder that he could be on par with Wang Baichuan. It was just that there was no news about him in the past. Perhaps this guy was the secret weapon of the Taihang Soured faction. But all of this was no longer important. Today, this guy was going to die in his hands. The netherworld claw had a powerful tearing power. Even if it was a sharp sword Qi, it could directly tear it apart. The so-called sacred weapon was naturally not to be underestimated, but at this moment, he suddenly realized that Su Yang was looking at him with a cold smile. He didn't know why, but when he saw this smile, he immediately felt that something bad was about to happen. Did this guy have a backup plan? Maybe Su Yang was going to activate the sacred sword's powerful ability to unleash an even more terrifying sword Qi. Just as Rosen was guessing in his heart, Su Yang suddenly spat out 4 words from his mouth: thunder roar. Suddenly, thunder clouds gathered above Rosen's head. Then, in an instant, a bright bolt of lightning struck down directly. Such a scene was the true definition of what it meant to be a bolt from the blue. Rosen didn't even have time to react before this bolt of lightning struck his body. At this moment, his heart was dark. Damn it, where was the powerful sword Qi? Why did a bolt of lightning suddenly appear at this time? Wasn't he a swordsman? Why was he able to use the lightning technique? Was this the legendary cheating technique? Under the roar of thunder, the netherworld claw's eerie ghost howl disappeared directly. Su Yang didn't care about what this guy was thinking. At this moment, an opportunity presented itself. A cold look flashed across Su Yang's eyes. Then, his whole body charged directly at the netherworld claw. Great sun glass slash. This sword came out of nowhere. The sword light was as resplendent as the sun. The light flickered, and the intense light covered everything. However, Rosen was indeed a genius of the ghost-killing hall. Although he was a little flustered under such an unforeseen event, he quickly adjusted himself. Before Su Yang's great sun glass slash arrived, his hands intertwined and then pushed away. Ghost King cross slash. The power of the netherworld claw directly erupted. Then, a dark red cross of death appeared out of thin air, fiercely clashing with Su Yang's sword light. A loud rumbling sound immediately erupted in the sky. The terrifying aftermath of the power was still spreading. However, the current Su Yang seemed to be in a killing frenzy. He didn't care about this at all. In an instant, his entire body directly charged forward. The power of these aftershocks was naturally very terrifying, but Su Yang didn't care at all. He directly broke through and then charged towards Rosen. Rosen's expression became even colder. Su Yang's ferocity had already exceeded his expectations. However, under such circumstances, he could only passively accept the battle. However, although he was passively accepting the battle, at the very least, he had already stalled Su Yang. This bought time for the other disciples of the ghost-killing hall. As long as they could successfully enter the tomb and bring out the things inside, it would be worth it. At this moment, Su Yang suddenly said, "Rosen, didn't you want to kill me? If it's just this state, it's impossible to kill me." Facing Su Yang's ridicule, Rosen was furious in his heart. Originally, he had planned to directly kill Su Yang. However, Su Yang had actually refined his ghost seed without making a sound. This had already caused him to have a layer of fear towards Su Yang, and the power that Su Yang had displayed made him even more fearful. He immediately knew that this was not the time to fight to the death with Su Yang. This was because once the two of them truly decided the victor, even though he was worried that he could win, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. One had to know that this secret realm was incomparably dangerous. Furthermore, there were several other sects and some rogue cultivator experts eyeing them covetously from the side. Even if the other sects did not mention it, the disciples of the other halls of the devil sect were also tigers and wolves. There were a few people among them that he was afraid of. Once the things here were discovered by them and his condition was low, he was afraid that he would immediately be killed. At this time, Rosen directly said, "Su Yang, don't be too complacent. In the end, there is no hatred between you and me. How about we call it quits today?" Rosen's question had already shown that he did not want to fight to the death now. If he was not a disciple of the devil sect, Su Yang might have really agreed. Unfortunately, he was from the devil sect. They were already enemies above the carnate realm. Su Yang did not speak at all. He just directly attacked with more power. This made Rosen even angrier. The netherworld claw suddenly erupted with a dark light, and even ghosts began to appear on the claw. "All right, since you must fight to the death, I'll fulfill your wish today." The second state of the sacred artifact, ghost manifestation. At this time, his aura had increased again, and then his own aura became rather illusory. Su Yang directly pulled away from Rosen because he felt danger. The scorching sun sword was slanted, and the Buddha's infinite skill and the great sun-colored glaze sword scripture were activated at the same time. He knew that the real battle was about to begin, and at this time, the battle would probably determine life and death. However, at this time, there was a sudden scream from the graveyard below. The shrill scream directly pierced through the clouds. It was the wailing of the devil sect's disciple. Rosen's expression changed, and he shouted in a low voice, "What a piece of trash." At this time, the entire graveyard exploded, and then an extremely terrifying aura suddenly shot into the sky. It was an endless death aura, and also an extremely terrifying devil chi. The two auras intertwined, and the sky above their heads immediately became gloomy. At this time, both Su Yang and Rosen no longer had the intention to fight. Their eyes were fixed on the entrance of the ancient graveyard. He saw a white skeleton slowly walking out of it. It was still holding half a person in its hand, and blood was still dripping from it. This was the devil sect's disciple who was wailing. At this time, only half of his body was left. His body was still twitching, and it was obvious that he was not completely dead. Such a scene made the other devil sect's disciples retreat. This white skeleton was very strange. The height of the white skeleton was almost 2 meters. It could be seen that if he was alive, he would be sweating profusely. The white skeleton looked around. Wherever its gaze passed, all the disciples felt as if they had fallen into an icehouse. At this moment, everyone thought that the white skeleton was laughing. Chapter 556. Rosen immediately realized that something was wrong. Although these disciples were nothing to him and were just tools for him to use, they were still elites after all. It was not a big deal for a few of them to die. After all, how could there be no deaths in such a ruin exploration? However, if all of them died here, then even he could not bear the anger of the hall master. At this moment, he no longer paid attention to Su Yang. Instead, he descended and shouted, "Everyone, spread out." As soon as Rosen shouted, the disciples immediately reacted. At this moment, they did not dare to stay here and fled. However, it was too late. When the white bone saw someone move, it immediately moved. It was clearly just a skeleton, but whether it was speed or strength, it was indescribably terrifying. Without seeing how it moved, it had already appeared in front of the nearest disciple. One had to know that this disciple's cultivation was close to the dragon realm. Other than Rosen, he was one of the strongest people. However, at this moment, facing this skeleton, he was like a weak little chick. At this moment, he did not even think of using his strength to fight back. At this moment, Whitebone's bony arm was already grabbing towards him. Other than trembling, this disciple did not react at all. Fortunately, Rosen had already noticed it. Because of this, he suddenly rushed down from the sky, and the Netherworld claw directly rolled up a powerful energy wave. Ghost King Cross Kill. The Dark Cross appeared again. This move was not inferior to Su Yang's Great Sunglass Slash. It had an extremely powerful and terrifying strength. However, White Bones suddenly did not care and only grabbed towards that disciple. Soon, the Ghost King Cross Kill landed on White Bones. Meanwhile, White Bones's bone arm had already arrived in front of that disciple. Ghost King Cross Kill directly cut off the bone arm along the joint, and that bone arm directly pierced into that disciple's heart. Luo Sen was enraged to the extreme. He roared, "Get out of my way." At the same time, his power rose again. He wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to kill this strange white skeleton. Just as he was about to make a move, something strange happened. The disciple who was struck by the white bone spear suddenly shriveled up. In less than a breath's time, all that was left of him was skin and bones. He was truly skin and bones, which meant that he was wrapped in human skin and bones. At this moment, everyone felt their scalps go numb. Although they were disciples of the Devil Sect, they had never seen such a strange scene. More importantly, the hand that was chopped off by Luo Sen had actually been reattached by him. At this moment, none of the disciples dared to stay any longer. They were so scared that they retreated. At this moment, the disciples of the Taihang Soured faction finally arrived. Su Yang's expression changed. With the appearance of the White Bones, this place had become an extremely dangerous place. Coming here at this time was simply courting death. He leaped down from the sky. "Big brother Su Yang, what are the people of the Devil Sect doing? Are you okay?" The one who asked so concernedly was naturally Xue Xinyu. Su Yang did not have time to explain. He said, Go, everyone, leave this place." The disciples of the Taihang Soured faction could see Su Yang's anxiety. Su Yang's strength was deeply ingrained in their hearts. They could not understand why the powerful Su Yang would be in such a state. Su Yang said directly, "I don't have time to explain it to you. Anyway, leave this place as soon as possible." At this moment, Rosen had already begun to attack the White Bones. A powerful aura erupted. When Xue Xinyu saw how anxious Su Yang was, she immediately knew that something terrible had happened. She said directly, "Okay, let's leave immediately." At this moment, Su Yang's expression changed. He suddenly realized that the White Bones aura was coming toward them. Rosen, that damnable bastard, had actually lured Bai Jiyu over to this place. He was simply courting death. At this moment, Su Yang did not hide his killing intent at all. The powerful killing intent even made the disciples of the Taihang Soured faction tremble. Su Yang said, "Hurry, leave quickly and return to the valley. I'll stop him." The hill was where the Black Dragon King's tomb was, and he had already gained the Black Dragon King's approval. Although the tomb of the Black Dragon King had been closed, this huge White Bones could probably sense the existence of the Black Dragon King and thus be afraid. Therefore, that place had become the best place to hide. The reason why the three major sects sent so many disciples into this ancient battlefield was to train them. However, this training was under the condition that they survived. The situation in this ruin was far more complicated than when they first explored it. Whether it was the Black Dragon King or that mysterious existence, they were not to be trifled with. If they were not careful, they might be wiped out immediately. Compared to surviving, nothing else mattered. "Xinyu, take this and activate it when necessary." Su Yang directly handed the stone statue puppet to Xue Xinyu. That was a puppet equivalent to a Yu Qilong realm expert. Once it was activated, its power was terrifying. If the stone statue puppet could recover, it would be even more terrifying. It should be enough to protect them. When Su Yang handed the stone statue puppet to Xue Xinyu, he had already infused his blood into it. This drop of blood contained his will. Xue Xinyu did not dare to say anything. Although she cared about Su Yang, she also knew that these disciples of the Taihang Soured faction could not die here. Thus, she nodded and was about to leave with everyone. However, at this time, Sen Luo and the White Bones had already arrived. "Mph, so many of my ghost killing hall's people have died, and your Taihang Soured faction wants to leave just like that. Su Yang, I hope you will like this gift I brought you." It turned out that in just a short moment, another 5 people from the ghost killing hall had died. Rosen spent a lot of effort to attract this white bone to this place. This white bone seemed to have enough intelligence to be able to distinguish the strength of Su Yang and Rosen. Thus, its target was definitely not these 2 people. When it sensed the Taihang Soured factions group, it gave up on Rosen and chased after the Taihang Soured factions people. When the Taihang Soured factions disciples saw the white bone coming towards them, a chill instinctively rose in their hearts. Just like the Devil Sect's disciples from before, when they were facing the white bone, they even forgot to run away. At this moment, Su Yang's body suddenly appeared in front of him, separating him from the white bone. When this person could not see the white bone, his entire body was immediately baptized by cold sweat. Then, his entire body seemed to collapse. "Luo Xiaohu, take him away, the faster the better." Luo Xiaohu immediately ran over. "Brother Su, don't worry. When he was saved by Su Yang last time, he had already made up his mind to follow Su Yang. He even directly called Su Yang Brother Su. Moreover, last time in front of the Harpy Demon, his strength had increased. At this moment, when he heard Su Yang's call, he did not say anything else. He carried the disciple and directly fled. Suddenly, a flame was released from the hollow skull of the white bone. When this pale white flame appeared, a powerful soul wave directly rushed towards Su Yang. Su Yang immediately knew why these disciples could not even escape when facing this white bone. This white bone's mental strength was simply terrifying. It was also at that moment that its mental strength directly exploded and directly stunned its prey, making it difficult for him to escape. Yes, in the eyes of this white bone, these people were just prey. And now, he had become its prey. However, it was not easy to hunt down a prey like him. This powerful mental strength could not do anything to him at all. Su Yang's soul-suppressing seal suddenly activated, and a majestic force directly burst out. In an instant, it had already suppressed this thought. Then, sparks appeared in Su Yang's eyes. At this moment, his eyes were already flickering like stars. At this moment, he moved again. His entire body turned into an extremely powerful bolt of lightning, and the roar of thunder appeared once again. The radiance of the lightning directly hit the white bone. The power of lightning was the most domineering. This white bone seemed to be afraid of the power of lightning, and directly retreated. Although it was only a white bone, its speed was so fast that it directly dodged the attack of the lightning. After dodging the lightning, the white bone directly turned around and left. At this moment, for some unknown reason, the killing intent in Su Yang's heart became incomparably intense. His intuition told him that this white bone would definitely be a huge problem. Moreover, this white bone was obviously very intelligent. Would it bypass him and directly go after the disciples of the Taihang Soured faction? One must know that with its speed, it would only take a moment to catch up to the disciples of the Taihang Soured faction. In the end, Su Yang gave up on the pursuit. He decided to first escort the disciples of the Taihang Soured faction to the nearby hills. At this moment, Rosen saw this scene from afar. He looked at Su Yang with eyes full of resentment. The reason why today's matter was so unfavorable was also closely related to Su Yang. If Su Yang had not appeared and allowed him to enter the Great Tomb alone, this would not have happened. "Su Yang, I'll definitely kill you," he said directly. Su Yang glanced at him, then said, "Come if you can. I'll wait for you." Chapter 557. The danger here had long exceeded their expectations, and it was no longer suitable for them to stay here. Previously, no one had wanted to leave directly. This was because leaving so easily meant giving up on the opportunity here. However, at this time, everyone hesitated. At this time, Luo Xiaohu stood up and said, "I'll listen to Brother Su." Since Brother Su said so, I'll give it a try. He knew that these people would definitely not be willing to give up such a rare opportunity. At this time, he needed someone to take the lead. However, when he crushed the bone tablet, he was shocked to find that the teleportation gate set by the sect had long lost its connection. At this time, someone else tried and found that it was the same. Su Yang's frown deepened, and he said to everyone, "In that case, it's best that you don't leave so easily. With the protection of the stone puppets, there shouldn't be a big problem. I'm going to the depths of the ruins to find the secret here. Perhaps the key to leaving lies inside." After saying that, Su Yang went on his way alone. Just that white skeleton alone had brought him great pressure. If another terrifying existence appeared, even he would be in danger. Under such circumstances, he naturally could not divert his attention to take care of the disciples of the Taihang Soured faction. Although he was also a member of the Taihang Soured faction, he still lacked a sense of belonging. Su Yang quickly returned to the place where he found the white skeleton. It was quiet nearby. Other than the withered corpse, there was nothing left. Rosen had already left. Su Yang walked to the great tomb. The white skeleton originally existed in the great tomb, but it was released by these people. The result was already in front of them. They thought that they could take the powerful white skeleton for themselves. However, they did not know that they had awakened a sleeping demon. Almost all the disciples of the devil sect were killed. Su Yang could imagine that Rosen must be extremely angry at this time. Of course, Su Yang did not want to know how Rosen was feeling. He started to walk into the underground palace. He wanted to know the origin of this white bone. Because he always felt that this skeleton was not simple, and was even related to him. No, to be more precise, it was related to the inheritance of the three great powers in his body. As for the power of inheritance, it was the inheritance of the Buddha Gate, the Great Devil Heavenly Master, and the Great Devil Dragon. He didn't know which one of these powers was related to the white bone, but he was sure that it was one of them. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy. Therefore, he had to go deeper and see what was going on. It was precisely because of this that he had come here. This underground mausoleum could not be compared to the Black Dragon King's resting place. The great tomb of the Black Dragon King had an extremely powerful protective force and was incomparably luxurious. However, this was just a damp land. Other than being extremely dark, there was nothing special about this place. However, Su Yang wouldn't miss a single detail here. In the middle of the cave, there was a very tattered coffin. This coffin should be the skeleton's resting place. Around it, there were some footprints. These footprints were very new, and obviously belonged to the Devil Sect's disciples. Su Yang could imagine that the Devil Sect's disciples had entered this place. Their life force had awakened the skeleton, and then the skeleton had started to devour their life force and left this place. Based on what had happened before, this skeleton would definitely continue to devour life force and become stronger. Its power was truly terrifying, and this was only when it had just awakened. Now, Su Yang was still confident that he could deal with it, but what about letting it kill a few more people? Since this skeleton was related to one of the inheritances in his body, he was sure that this skeleton would definitely cross paths with him. Therefore, the best method at this time was to kill the white skeleton before it grew up. However, it was a pity that White Bones was extremely cunning. Without absolute power, that fellow would definitely not come out. If Su Yang wanted to find it, it would be even more difficult. Now it seems that I can only continue to head to the center of the ruins. I don't know what kind of existence there is here that caused so many experts to die here. Su Yang left this place and headed towards the center of the ruins. At this moment, the people from the Blazing Flame sect finally caught up. Seongju's face was extremely gloomy. Along the way, Seongju had not spoken because at this moment, there was only boundless anger in his mind. Yes, it was indeed boundless anger. That damned Su Yang, he actually did not defeat him and even let him take away his most important thing. Whether it was the jade pendant, the flame sapling, or the scarlet gem, they were all very important to him. But at this moment, these three treasures no longer belonged to him. To him, this was a great humiliation. If his elder brother knew about this, he would probably be even more infuriated. However, Su Yang's fighting strength that day still made him feel a lingering fear. He really could not understand how this guy could be so strong. He was only at the One Dragon realm, but he had defeated him directly. One must know that he had even summoned the flame armor. Fortunately, they had already contacted the other disciples of the sect, and his brother was among them. Although it was a little embarrassing, he was afraid that he could only ask his brother for help. Su Yang must die. Even if it was not because of this personal grudge, he must die. If such a genius was allowed to grow, he would be a huge threat to the Blazing Flame sect. After all, the top 10 sects of the Jojo continent were all competitors, and the Blazing Flame sect and the Taihang Soured faction were too close to each other. Right now, the two sects were at peace with each other. This was because both sects knew that their strength was very close and they couldn't do anything to each other. But once this balance was broken, it would be the start of a new war. And with a terrifying genius like Su Yang on the mission, it was needless to say how terrifying his fighting strength would be. At this moment, Seong-ju was deep in thought. He was thinking about how to tell his brother about this matter, so he did not notice that there was a mysterious existence quietly approaching them. Suddenly, the last disciple of the Blazing Flame sect collapsed. The disciple in front of him was only 1 or 2 meters away from him. For such an expert, 1 or 2 meters was nothing. But strangely, the person in front of him did not notice anything. The disciple who suddenly collapsed wanted to shout, but his voice was directly suppressed by the bottom of his throat, and he could no longer speak. The group was still moving forward when suddenly, 2 more disciples collapsed. At this moment, Seong-ju finally noticed something, and this was because the last disciple who collapsed happened to touch the shoulder of the person in front of him. Li Yuan, ah, what monster! The disciple's exclamation woke Seong-ju up from his thoughts. The moment he was awakened, Seong-ju was filled with anger. But soon, he felt that things were not going well. This was because he finally sensed the existence of the white bone. Damn it, what is it? How dare you hurt my Blazing Flame sect's disciple? Go to hell! He shouted angrily, then rushed forward. A dazzling flame suddenly erupted, directly enveloping this white bone. In the empty eye sockets of the white bones, the terrifying white flames were still pulsating. When this flame energy arrived in front of him, he directly raised his hand and then slammed down with his palm. The white bone's arm swayed gently, and 2 ripples appeared in the air in front of it. The ripples directly broke the flame in the next moment. White Bones glanced at Seong-ju once more, and then it soared into the air and left. Seong-ju had a feeling that this dry skeleton was laughing at him before it left. It made his hair stand on end. How could a white bone laugh? It was just that this white bone's strength was really strong. The flame fist he used was already filled with anger, but this guy easily broke through it. He did not know if the white bone could kill him if it exerted all its strength. Abominable, abominable, damned dog, I will definitely break your bones one by one. Seong-ju continued to roar. His anger was like an erupting volcano. However, he could only watch helplessly as his comrade was killed. Monster, this is really a monster. If Su Yang was here and saw this monster attack, he would be even more terrified. This was because the white bone's power had become even more powerful in a short period of time. No, that was not all. Even he seemed to have changed. At the core of the mysterious ruins, a storm began to spread slowly. Those who remembered it would know that it was the strong storm that they encountered when they first entered the ruins. Back then, there was a storm that blew everyone away and even took away many people's lives. At this moment, the deadly storm appeared again. Furthermore, there was a furious roar within the raging winds. This roar was incomparably oppressive. However, at this moment, this roar ultimately erupted and directly shook the entire ruins valley. Every disciple who entered the ruins heard the roar. However, some of them were trembling in fear and were panicking. However, there were also some whose expressions were solemn. They were even eager to give it a try, wanting to exchange blows with that powerful individual. Chapter 558. A ferocious roar rang out. It was as if a king had descended upon them. The pressure in the entire ruin suddenly increased. The closer one was to the ruin, the stronger the pressure. Su Yang left the underground palace and looked into the distance. I really didn't expect such a powerful existence to appear in this place. I'm really looking forward to it. I wonder what kind of monster it is. Su Yang's eyes were shining. He was full of anticipation. At this time, other than Su Yang, some other powerhouses had also begun to move towards this place. For example, Wang Baichuan, Feng Yuhai, Xiong Yunfei, Rosen, and other powerhouses from the Devil Sect. These people were the most powerful existences in this ruin. Although the ruin was dangerous, it was not to the extent that these people would die. However, near Xiongju, a white skeleton muttered to itself, "That guy has also awakened. Keek, things are getting more and more interesting. I'm really looking forward to it. However, there's a very delicious meal right now." His empty eyes stared straight ahead, where Xiongju's rage was soaring to the heavens. At this time, Xiongju was in a state of rage. He was looking for the white skeleton. This damn white skeleton had already killed 5 disciples of the Blazing Flame sect. Moreover, the last 2 had killed them right in front of him. He lost to Su Yang, and now, even a white skeleton came to bully him. This really made him furious. He spread out his divine sense, but he could not find the white skeleton at all. The white skeleton stood quietly, and there was no aura on its body. At this time, the white bones had already changed. Within the bones, there was already a glass-like white light that began to flow, just like white jade. He had become even more powerful, much more powerful. Xiongju finally gritted his teeth and said, "Everyone, cheer up. Let's go quickly and leave this damned place. Let's return to the open plains." In such a forest, one's divine sense was already greatly suppressed. Moreover, with the existence of the strange white fog, their vision was terrible, which gave the white skeleton an opportunity to take advantage of. Only by returning to the plains would they not be easily ambushed again. The disciples of the Fiery Flame sect were scared. Watching his friends die one by one was the cruelest form of torture. However, there was nothing they could do right now. Even their senior brother Xiongju was unable to protect them. At this time, Xiongju finally announced the retreat. Therefore, they all breathed a sigh of relief. The journey out of the forest was exceptionally peaceful. That white bone actually didn't make a move, allowing them to smoothly return to the plains. After leaving the forest, the disciples were once again at a loss. What should they do now? Crush the bone tablet and leave this secret realm immediately, he said directly. At this time, he had also realized that the danger of this place had greatly exceeded his expectations. Although his junior brothers were not weak, they had not reached the dragon realm. Staying here would only be more dangerous. But at this time, when the first disciple crushed the bone token, they were shocked to find that their teleportation token had lost its effect. Damn it, damn it. Xiongju was silent for a while, then suddenly said, "Come, let's go back to the hill." Returning to the hill was just a matter of trying their luck. This was because when he was at the hill, he felt that there was something unusual about that place. In such a dangerous environment, that place might be a good place to hide. The group hurried and soon arrived at the hill. At this time, they found that the disciples of the Taihang Soured faction had already returned to the hill. Xiongju sneered in his heart. He immediately realized that Su Yang had made the same judgment as him. Moreover, Su Yang did not seem to be here. "You guys, stay here with the Taihang Soured faction. I'm going to the center of the ruins," Xiongju said to his junior brothers. In reality, he was already very impatient. To him, these people were just a burden. If it were not for these people, he would have already arrived at the center of the ruins. But now, he could finally leave. However, the disciples of the Blazing Flame sect still looked uneasy. "What are you bunch of idiots afraid of? Since Su Yang has left them here, he will definitely make arrangements. Although the two families are not on good terms, there is absolutely no enmity between them. We are not people from the Devil sect. If you plead with them for protection, they will naturally be able to ensure your safety." Although the disciples of the Blazing Flame sect were unwilling, they knew that there was no other way. Of course, Xiongju would not lower his voice to Xuexin Yu. Therefore, after sending the disciples away, he left directly. Bai Jiyu looked down at the crowd from high in the sky and said, "A bunch of delicious food. Unfortunately, that place seems to be the Black Dragon King's territory. It's stupid to provoke him now. Forget it, I'll let you live a little longer." Su Yang's guess was right. Bai Jiyu was indeed afraid of the Black Dragon King and did not even dare to enter his territory. Of course, although Bai Jiyu decided to let these disciples go, he already had a better target. That was Xiongju. Compared to Xiongju, that group of disciples appeared far too lacking. After all, Xiongju's cultivation realm and strength were obvious. Only by devouring such a powerhouse would he be able to become stronger. If that guy had not woken up yet, he could still choose to do things step by step. He could start with the disciples with low cultivation, but he could not do it now. According to his understanding of that guy, he would definitely clear the place once he woke up. To him, all living things that stepped into this place were his prey. Fortunately, he had just woken up and should not be able to break free from the seal yet. Therefore, he had to make himself stronger as soon as possible. If he could return to his peak, that would be the best. At that time, he could directly devour that guy. That way, he could become one of the most terrifying experts in the world. Just thinking about it made people excited. Since that was the case, then they would start with this kid called Xiongju. Xiongju decisively turned around and flew forward. However, he soon felt that something was wrong. It was as if something had already targeted him. The corners of Xiongju's mouth rose into a cold smile, and then he said, "So it seems that the monster has already set its sights on me. How interesting. But it's good. I was worried that I wouldn't be able to find you. It would be best if you delivered yourself to me." At this moment, Xiongju was not afraid at all. Instead, he revealed a trace of excitement. He naturally knew that this white bone was already very powerful. However, he estimated that this kind of strength was still within the range of his control. What he was most afraid of was that Bai Jiyu would directly attack his junior brothers and the disciples of the Taihang Soured faction. Fortunately, his previous guess was correct. That white bone was afraid of that area. Xiongju did not slow down. Instead, he maintained his original speed as if he did not know that he was being targeted by Bai Jiyu. He only stopped when he reached a relatively open area. "Come out. I know you've been following me. Do you think I'm your prey? Hehe, then let me see what kind of tricks you have up your sleeves," Xiongju said directly. "Catcher, catcher." The sound of low footsteps could be heard. Then, Bai Jiyu finally walked out. Its skull looked straight at Xiongju. Being stared at by Bai Jiyu, Xiongju suddenly felt a chill. At this moment, a thought suddenly transmitted to him, "You're really an interesting prey." Just this one sentence was enough to ignite the flames of anger in his heart. This kind of guy actually called him prey. This was a crime that deserved to die 1,000 times. Xiongju sneered and said, "Very well. Because of this sentence, I've decided to break all your bones." The fire dragon armor appeared. Facing this strange skeleton, Xiongju did not dare to be careless. Instead, he directly brought out his most powerful strength. "Fire dragon armor? I really didn't expect that a brat like you would actually obtain such an armor. But it's just as well. My white bone body is still a little fragile. Before white bone flesh grows, having such an armor as a defense is the best thing that can happen." It was at this moment that the pale white flames within the skull erupted. As soon as the strong flames suddenly appeared, Xiongju was immediately incomparably shocked. Because at this moment, an extremely terrifying mountain of corpses suddenly appeared in his heart. Endless undead roared in his ears. It was as if they wanted to tear his soul out. At this moment, his spirit was completely shaken. Bai Jiyu sneered, "What a delicate prey. Your body's strength is not bad, but your spiritual willpower is ridiculously weak. But it doesn't matter. I'll kindly accept your strength." Its voice lingered in Xiongju's ears, and Xiongju became absent-minded. Bai Gu's bony arm directly reached for his throat. He had already seen this scene, but his body did not listen to his orders at all. At this moment, his entire body was so stiff. "Am I going to die? Am I, Xiongju, going to die in the hands of a skeleton like this? No, I'm not willing, I'm not willing," he kept shouting in his heart. At this most critical moment, the fire dragon armor suddenly surged with flames, and then it let out a low dragon roar. After the dragon roar, Seongju immediately felt that he could control his body again. Chapter 559. To Seongju, this trip to the ruins was truly the greatest blow to him. In reality, he was defeated by Su Yang. Then, he was directly defeated by this white skeleton. What made him feel most aggrieved was that he didn't even have the chance to fight with this white skeleton. He didn't know what that white flame was, but it was able to intimidate his soul. If it wasn't for the dragon soul of the fire dragon armor roaring at the last moment, he would probably be dead by now. Although his combat strength wasn't any weaker than the white skeleton and was even stronger than it, he could only choose to escape at this moment. That was because he had no way to break through the white flame. Moreover, he couldn't guarantee that the dragon soul of the fire dragon armor would explode to help him the next time. Therefore, he could only use all his strength to escape. However, at this moment, the white skeleton was chasing after him. It was chasing after Seongju at an extremely fast speed. This was his prey. He had to kill him. Not only because of Seongju, but also because of the fire dragon armor. If he could devour the dragon soul of the fire dragon armor, his strength would immediately increase by another level. Therefore, he wouldn't give up no matter what. Moreover, he was sure that Seongju didn't have any strength to resist him at this moment. As long as he could catch up to him, he would be his prey. After Su Yang left the cave, he wasn't in a hurry to go to the core area. That was because under such circumstances, it wasn't a wise choice to go there rashly. He was waiting for someone to take the lead. Thinking about it, there would definitely be someone who would make a move there. Now, he was moving slowly and was able to explore some interesting things. For example, he could hunt some rare demonic beasts in the outside world and obtain their monster cores. These monster cores were definitely good stuff. He could directly absorb the demonic energy within to refine his body. Su Yang had already killed 5 demonic beasts in the dragon realm. The monster cores of these demonic beasts were simply great nourishment for him. At this moment, his cultivation had already reached the peak of the first dragon in the dragon realm. He could probably break through to the second dragon realm at any time. Being able to break through the realm of 2 dragons in such a dangerous illusion was naturally a good thing. At this time, every time Su Yang's realm increased, his combat strength would undergo a tremendous change. As long as his battle prowess increased, even if he had to fight with Wang Baichuan again, he would not be afraid. After a while, he found the 6th dragon realm demonic beast. Seeing the prey, Su Yang naturally decided to slaughter it. However, just as he was about to attack, 2 extremely powerful auras came from the sky. The moment these auras appeared, the dragon realm demonic beast was immediately frightened. At this moment, Su Yang had no intention of chasing after the demonic beast. Because he'd sensed that both auras were extremely familiar to him, the aura at the forefront belonged to Seongju. To Su Yang, Seongju was a boy who delivered treasures. Thanks to the ruby and the flame tree sapling, his solar-colored glaze sword sutra achieved another breakthrough, allowing him to reach the pinnacle of the One Dragon realm. As for the jade pendant, it seemed to be even more mysterious. Although the current Su Yang had not completely comprehended it, he knew that it was definitely an extraordinary item. As for the aura behind Seongju, Su Yang was even more familiar with it. White bone skeleton. I really didn't expect that Seongju would be chased by the white bone skeleton. This white bone skeleton's strength is already stronger than before. How terrifying. This kind of speed of improvement is simply terrifying. Su Yang's heart trembled slightly. Although he had long known that this white bone skeleton was definitely extraordinary, he did not expect it to be so terrifying. After it grew up, it would probably be even more terrifying. This white bone skeleton and him were destined to be enemies. No, it should be said that the white bone skeleton had already treated him as prey and would definitely come to kill him. If he could take advantage of this opportunity to directly eliminate it, it would be extremely good. Hihi, on account of the 3 treasures you gave me, I'll save your life. Since he had already made up his mind, Su Yang did not stay any longer and directly rushed into the sky. At this time, Seongju was really in a dilemma. The white bone skeleton was getting closer and closer to him. Because the previous roar seemed to have exhausted all his strength, there was not much power left in the fire dragon armor. Moreover, his divine sense had been severely injured by the white bone skeleton. Once the power of the fire dragon armor was exhausted, he would definitely die. When he thought that he was about to be gnawed by such an ugly white bone skeleton and turned into a bag of bones, he felt incomparable fear. At this time, a powerful aura suddenly appeared. Su Yang. He would never forget this aura because just a few days ago, this person had directly defeated him and made him taste the taste of defeat. If he saw Su Yang at any other time, he would definitely gnash his teeth in hatred. However, at this time, he was only filled with joy. Su Yang, save me. As long as you're willing to save me, I'll give you the fire dragon's tooth. As for the others, as long as I have them, I'll give them all to you. Seongju was really terrified now. In order to live, he was really willing to pay any price. Su Yang, he originally wanted to save him, but he insisted on giving him treasures. Then, what should he do to save him? Or save him? At this time, the white bone skeleton also discovered Su Yang's existence. However, this time, he did not retreat because the prey was already in front of him. He had already made up his mind to use methods to directly intimidate Su Yang. Even if it was only for a short while, it would be enough. Then, he would use this opportunity to directly take Seongju away. The main thing was to devour Seongju and the dragon soul in his fire dragon armor. Then, his strength would rapidly increase. At that time, Su Yang would naturally be nothing. Kid, get out of my way. Then, the pale flame flashed again. That violent power suddenly appeared, and Seongju's heart trembled. This was because he had been directly made miserable by such a light earlier. Su Yang, be careful. If it was under normal circumstances, he would naturally want Su Yang to die. However, it was different now. Su Yang was his only life-saving straw. If Su Yang had even the slightest accident at this time, he would definitely die. He had already suffered a loss under this move, so he was extremely fearful of this move. However, Su Yang did not panic at all. This was because before this, he already knew that this white bone skeleton had extremely terrifying mental power. It was because of this that he could repeatedly succeed in sneak attacks. Therefore, when facing this monster, how could he not be prepared at all? In his sea of consciousness, the power of the soul-suppressing seal had already been displayed. When this light directly descended on him, the power of the soul-suppressing seal immediately erupted. The soul-suppressing seal was a treasure of the Stupa sect. It was extremely effective against the divine soul. Moreover, Su Yang still had the scarlet spirit fire in his body. White Bone's original plan was indeed good, but it did not expect Su Yang to have the soul-suppressing seal. Just as it released its power, it was directly suppressed by the soul-suppressing seal. Immediately after, he let out a miserable cry, and that pale white flame became slightly weaker. Stupa sect, soul-suppressing seal. Good, very good. Kid, I will definitely come back to kill you. White Bone felt that something was wrong and immediately fled, not daring to stay at all. This time, its speed was actually faster than when it was chasing after Seongju. Seongju was shocked and immediately understood. It turned out that this guy did not explode with his full speed to chase after him at all. Otherwise, there would be no way for him to survive. At this time, his entire body was still trembling. Death was really too frightening. At this time, Su Yang turned his head, then looked at Seongju and said, "Seongju, do you know why you lost to me in a battle with me?" Seongju's expression turned cold. He did not know why Su Yang suddenly said this. Was he trying to mock him? However, even if the other party wanted to mock him, there was nothing he could do. After all, first, the other party directly defeated him. Second, this time, if not for Su Yang this time, he was afraid that he would have died here immediately. However, Su Yang continued, "Your talent and cultivation are first class. Logically speaking, between you and me, you have a higher chance of winning. However, you should have also realized that during the battle, you were not decisive enough. To be honest, you did not experience enough life and death battles." Hearing this, he had already calmed down. Life and death battles were not enough. Su Yang continued, "Of course, I understand that a person like you, who is of noble birth and good talent, your family and sect will definitely arrange many battles for you to fight and kill. However, ask yourself honestly, have you never felt the threat of death? Or rather, every time you fight, you are actually confident, and you have never fought a battle that you were confident in at all?" At this time, he had completely fallen silent because thinking about it carefully, it seemed to be true. When he was still young, every time he went out to carry out a mission, there would be a Tao protector following behind him. As a result, he did not need to worry about his own safety at all. Chapter 560. I understand what you mean. Thank you for your guidance. Although Xiongju had always been proud and arrogant, he had no choice but to admit this point at this time. Because what Su Yang said was not wrong. He lacked the courage to face life and death. Thinking about it carefully, this might be the reason why he could not be compared to his brother. It turned out that he had been too blind and arrogant all this time. If it was not for Su Yang's help these few days, he was afraid that he would have died directly. Thinking of this, although he was still unwilling to accept Su Yang in his heart, he already felt grateful. With a flip of his palm, a scarlet-red flame appeared in his hand, and then he said, "Su Yang, no matter what, it's all thanks to you that I was able to survive today. This is the fire dragon's tooth that I promised earlier." A flame flew directly into Su Yang's hand. Compared to the flame ruby and the flame tree sapling, this fire dragon's tooth was even better. Especially now that he was still in the dragon realm, it was even more amazing. This fire dragon's tooth contained extremely pure dragon chi. If he could completely comprehend it, his cultivation would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. This fire dragon's tooth is far more precious than the flame tree sapling and the scarlet ruby. I think you will definitely have a use for it. As for the rest, consider it as me owing you first. Although Xiongju was arrogant, he was also a straightforward person. He knew that the reason he could survive this time was all because of Su Yang. Therefore, although these things were incomparably precious, he was not stingy and directly took them out. Su Yang took the fire dragon's tooth and immediately felt the dragon chi boiling and the blazing flame burning. It was as if it was going to directly burn his hand. "Haha, young Master Xiongju, you are really too polite," Su Yang said with a smile. He always felt that he had taken 3 treasures from others. At this time, he also took such a precious fire dragon's tooth. He felt a little embarrassed. Of course, even though he felt a little embarrassed, he still put the item into his own pocket without hesitation. Seeing Su Yang put away the fire dragon's fang, Xiongju's face twitched a little. However, in the end, he still said directly, "Su Yang, I will remember this favor. But the next time we meet, I will definitely defeat you. When that time comes, I will definitely take back what you took from me." After he finished speaking, he left in a flash. Su Yang could only sigh helplessly as he watched Xiongju leave. "If you really become so powerful next time, I won't bet with you anymore. You're really a brat." If this sentence was heard by Xiongju, Xiongju would probably immediately go berserk or even directly vomit blood. Su Yang landed on the ground and took out the fire dragon's tooth. The fire dragon's tooth appeared in his hand once again, and the powerful dragon chi immediately began to boil. Su Yang's guess was not wrong. There was indeed a great secret behind this. That is, the dragon chi here can sense the dragon chi in his body. At this time, the demonic dragon's blood was circulating even faster. Unknowingly, it began to directly devour the dragon chi. On the fire dragon's tooth, the shadow of a fire dragon directly appeared. It's just that this fire dragon's shadow was too small, only the size of a palm. However, when this shadow appeared, it immediately roared at Su Yang. Obviously, it had sensed the demonic dragon's blood in Su Yang's body. The great demonic dragon is indeed the enemy of the dragon race. Even if the demonic dragon's blood is hidden, a real dragon would still be able to sense it. I have to pay attention to this. Otherwise, if I encounter an enemy of the great demonic dragon in the future, such as the 5 great dragon gods, I'm afraid I would immediately die without a burial place. Also, Su Yang's palm fiercely clenched. At this time, the fire dragon's tooth flashed with scarlet light. This light directly cut Su Yang's palm, and Su Yang's blood directly flowed out. The blood soon stained the fire dragon's tooth. As the blood flowed out, an extremely strong dragon roar erupted from the fire dragon's tooth. If this scene was seen by Xiongju, he would probably be shocked. The fire dragon's tooth was naturally extremely precious, but it was difficult to absorb the power in it. If it was really so easy to do, he wouldn't have kept the fire dragon's tooth until now. For him, this fire dragon's tooth was more inclined to be a reserve weapon. When he had enough conditions, he would directly integrate this fire dragon's tooth into his sword, and then become a more powerful holy sword. Of course, doing that was not bad, but compared to what Su Yang was doing at the moment, it was too far away. Because at this time, Su Yang directly used the demonic dragon's blood in his body to force out the remaining dragon soul of the fire dragon's tooth, and then directly devoured it. For this, Su Yang did not have any psychological burden. As the dragon soul was gradually devoured, Su Yang's dragon energy also became more vigorous. In the end, the vital energy in his body directly went berserk, and even directly turned into an extremely terrifying energy. A stream of dragon qi gradually appeared around his body. This was the symbol of Su Yang's one dragon in the dragon realm. At this time, the dragon energy gradually became blurred, and in the end, it even manifested into two dragon shadows. As soon as these two dragon shadows appeared, Su Yang's entire aura became even more unfathomable. At the same time, the light in his eyes became extremely deep. A faint dragon roar directly erupted from Su Yang's body. The demonic dragon's wings also appeared in a flash. Amazing, it actually allowed me to step into the two dragons' realm. Su Yang was extremely surprised. A fire dragon's tooth actually directly pushed his cultivation to the next level. At this time, Su Yang did not think too much and immediately took out the scarlet ruby and the flame tree sapling. These two items both contained extremely powerful flame energy. If it was under normal circumstances, he could only slowly absorb the energy from them. But now, after breaking through this point, he could directly devour all of the energy within. The scarlet ruby and the flame tree sapling floated beside Su Yang, and the powerful energy within directly dissipated from them. This energy was like the rolling waves of the sea. At this time, outside Su Yang's body, the two dragon souls that had just formed swarmed forward and began devouring these two treasures. The dragon souls that he condensed could actually devour treasures. At this time, Su Yang was extremely surprised. Of course, at this time, he did not care about this. Since these two dragons wanted to devour, then let them be. He only began to cultivate the great sun-colored glaze sword scripture. As the sword scripture was activated, a blazing light condensed in front of him. Gradually, Su Yang suddenly realized that the problems that were previously troubling him seemed to have been solved. This was because as the power was activated and the dragon souls devoured, his body began to emit the aura of a fire dragon. The power of the flames had already concealed the smell of the demonic dragon's blood. In this way, as long as he did not encounter a truly powerful dragon, ordinary people would not be able to tell that he had the demonic dragon's blood in his body. One should know that at that moment, even his demonic dragon wings had turned crimson. Good, this is really a pleasant surprise. Su Yang's expression was excited, and his eyes were even more dazzling. Since the dragon souls can devour these two treasures, then what about this jade pendant? He suddenly thought of that jade pendant. Although that jade pendant looked very ordinary, he still remembered Xiongju's face full of hatred when he first collected this jade pendant. He thought that this jade pendant must be very extraordinary. Su Yang probed the jade pendant with his power again, but it was like a clay ox entering the sea. He did not get the slightest response at all. If this was just an ordinary jade pendant, a little bit of his power would be enough to destroy it directly. Su Yang was not willing to give up and directly dripped his blood on it. This time, the jade pendant finally changed. On top of the jade pendant, there was a bright light rising directly. The intense radiance was so dazzling that it could blind one's eyes. Then, a figure flashed out from the jade pendant. The moment this figure appeared, Su Yang's heart almost stopped beating. He only felt that there was a god standing in front of him. According to legend, the fierce flame sect was the inheritance of the ancient fire god. That figure looked at Su Yang with a blank expression. Su Yang only felt that his body was exceptionally heavy. At this moment, an illusory phalanx appeared on his left hand. When the phalanx appeared, it directly pierced toward the illusory figure. The moment the phalanx appeared, the illusory figure immediately became spirited and directly exploded with an extremely terrifying heat. At this moment, Su Yang's hair began to burn directly. He was really in an extremely sorry state. Fortunately, at this moment, the square seal and the soul-suppressing seal flashed at the same time and blocked this power. Otherwise, Su Yang would not be as simple as having a few strands of hair burned off. At this moment, the phalanx did not have any scruples and directly pierced in front of the illusory figure. The power of both sides met directly. In the end, on top of the phalanx, a shadow actually flashed. That was the heavenly demon's shadow. Su Yang was extremely surprised. The reappearance of the heavenly demon's shadow must be because of the shadow in the jade pendant. Real God raging fire. The illusory figure directly said these 4 words. Su Yang could not understand these 4 words at all, but his soul clearly knew these few words. That is really the fire god. Su Yang was shocked. Heavenly demon slaying god. At this moment, the heavenly demon's phalanx suddenly pressed down and a monstrous demonic aura directly rushed to the sky. The intensity of the demonic aura was extremely terrifying. It was not inferior to the aura that suddenly appeared previously. Chapter 561. The heavenly demon projection had already given him a lot of pressure, and now, it was showing such a strange scene again. The most important thing was that such a thing existed in his body. What if he came back to life one day? What should he do then? However, he couldn't care less about that now. He had already recovered and left the place where he was cultivating in seclusion. The moment he walked out, he suddenly realized that the sky seemed to have become much gloomier. No, it wasn't just gloomy. The sky seemed to have become much lower. The sky was supposed to be boundless, and no one could see the end of it. But at this moment, the sky seemed to be not far from his head. It was as if the sky alone was able to awaken the deepest fear in one's heart. Su Yang looked in a certain direction. Perhaps, everyone was looking in that direction as well. That was because there was a dark ray of light that pierced through the sky. The energy released from the center of the light was terrifying, but it also seemed to contain an unimaginable treasure. Although it wasn't very clear, the same thought appeared in everyone's mind at the same time, and that was to obtain the treasure. It was as if as long as they obtained the treasure, they could own the entire world. Even those who weren't strong enough had this thought in their mind. Just like the disciples of the Taihang Soured faction that Su Yang had placed in the Black Dragon territory, some of them even wanted to go to the core area. It was as if this thought had been planted in their minds for a long time. This was truly a very strange thing. It was as if they couldn't control themselves, and their minds were being robbed. Of course, the Taihang Soured faction was guarded by Luo Xiaohu and Xue Xinyu, so naturally, no one left. However, there were disciples of the Fiery Flame sect who went to the core area. At that moment, in a dark corner, the white skeleton stood out again. Its head was facing the direction of the dark ray of light. Damn it, you bastard from the Stupa sect. I'll definitely get even with you. The soul flame in the skull flickered continuously. He was obviously extremely angry with Su Yang. If not for Su Yang's sudden appearance, Xiongju would have already died in his hands. Once Xiongju died, he would be able to obtain a lot of things. He would probably be able to recover a lot of his strength in an instant. Moreover, although he had escaped extremely quickly, the soul-suppressing seal had still brought him a certain amount of negative effects, causing his entire soul to become unstable. Fortunately, there were quite a number of humans who entered this damned place this time. This was especially true for those rogue cultivators. They were even easier to kill after devouring the lives of many people. His condition finally took a turn for the better, and it was even better than before. Devouring these trash doesn't seem to be of much use anymore. Now, it's time to head over there and see if I can intercept and kill some real experts. Hey, that guy seems to be of great help to me. That's very pleasant. As he laughed, his skeleton continued to walk forward. Under the dome of heaven, a black shadow gradually rose into the sky. This black shadow seemed to be the ruler of this world. Everyone's eyes were fixed on this black shadow. To be more precise, at the center of the black shadow, there was something shining brightly. Although no one could see clearly what it was, everyone in the ruins wanted to get their hands on it. The soul-suppressing seal and the square seal are both moving. It seems like this has something to do with the Stupa sect. I wonder if Aya and Da Gang know about this thing's existence. Thinking of that, Su Yang sent his consciousness into the four-way seal to communicate with the artifact spirits inside the four-way seal, Aya and Da Gang. Big brother Su Yang, that seems very familiar. Aya feels that he is very dangerous. However, the square seal is not complete after all, so there are some things that I can't remember completely. However, if possible, Big brother Su Yang, please stay away from this thing. Aya directly transmitted her words to Su Yang after sensing this aura. Su Yang did not expect Aya to reply to him in such a way. Although this thing was indeed dangerous, he would not choose to back down now. There were too many dangers in this world. If he had chosen to back down in the face of danger, he would not have reached where he was now. Of course, since Aya had said so solemnly, he could not afford to be careless. As Feng Yuhai walked over, a faint smile appeared in his eyes when his gaze landed on the huge black shadow. This is really a good thing. I wonder how many people will die for this thing. Haha, I'm really looking forward to it. He was still as calm as ever, full of mystery. As for the person beside him, he was expressionless, like a mountain peak. This person was Wang Baichuan. Feng Yuhai and Wang Baichuan were actually together. Wang Baichuan said straightforwardly, if you want to snatch the treasure, you'll naturally have to die. Maybe I'll die there, and maybe you'll die there too. There's nothing strange about that. When we set foot on this land, we should be mentally prepared. Feng Yuhai chuckled and did not continue speaking. Instead, he suddenly changed the topic and said, why didn't you show your true skills when you fought Su Yang that day? I think that as long as you bring out your true strength, that Su Yang will definitely not be a match for you. He asked casually. Others might not know, but Feng Yuhai knew that Wang Baichuan was far from showing his true strength that day. Otherwise, the outcome of that battle would not have been a lose-lose situation. Wang Baichuan sneered and said, Feng Yuhai, don't you like to hide your strength the most? What's more, I don't care about Su Yang. My true opponent is Xiong Yunfei. Wang Baichuan's words showed that what Xiong Ju said was true. Wang Baichuan had actually lost to Xiong Yunfei. Xiong Yunfei, it said that this person is the reincarnation of the fire god. He's really an amazing guy. However, you only lost to him by half a move, so it's not bad. However, I think that this Su Yang is also an extremely powerful genius. I'm really looking forward to your next battle. Wang Baichuan said coldly, if he can survive and reach that place, there will naturally be a battle. Which expert wouldn't be tempted by the treasure that suddenly appeared in the sky? However, there was only one treasure, so naturally, everyone would fight for it. Even the disciples of the same sect were the same. Ha ha ha, well said. Let's go. I think there are already people ahead of us. I heard that those guys from the Devil sect have also come this time. I'm really looking forward to it. At this time, those who could get close to the core area were all true powerhouses. This place had become a paradise for the powerhouses. As for the weak, they had either left quietly or left their corpses in some inconspicuous place. Of course, there were more unfortunate people who had become food for others. At the foot of the dark curtain, many disciples of the Devil sect had already arrived. Among them, one person was particularly outstanding. He was very tall and very thin, but no matter what, he was really a handsome man. His eyes were calmly looking at the sky. At this time, another person from the Devil sect walked to his side. Crown Prince, there are already many powerhouses coming here. The person who spoke had an unusually strong aura all over his body. His entire body was filled with an incomparably domineering aura. He was already a four-dragon powerhouse. However, towards the man in front of him, he appeared to be exceptionally respectful and humble. That person nodded and said, let them come. If they don't come, how are we going to carry out our plan? It's just that those guys from the ghost killing hall seem to be a little slow. Hearing this person's nonchalant words, the Four Dragons expert said even more humbly, Crown Prince, We've just contacted Luo Senator. There's been an accident with their operation. The soul-devouring demon Exalted has already escaped from their control. Hearing this, the person who was called the Crown Prince frowned slightly. In the end, he sneered and said, "The ghost-killing hall is really getting more and more useless. But it doesn't matter. Even if soul-devouring demon is out of control, he will still come here. As the saying goes, a dog can't change its habit." Hehe, alright, you guys can leave first. Let us wait for those guys to arrive. Just as everyone was making their way to this place, there were two people who were standing under a big tree, doing some limited work. "Your Highness Crown Prince, do you know the origin of this thing?" Hydralisk asked respectfully. The more time he spent following Duan Mulonghu, the more respect he had for Duan Mulonghu. At the very beginning, he had only agreed to follow Duan Mulonghu to obtain the lost secret technique of the Devil Sect from Duan Mulonghu to make himself stronger. But now, he was completely convinced by Duan Mulonghu. This Devil Sect's Crown Prince, who had revived from the ancient era, was simply flawless. No matter what he did, he was always farsighted. More importantly, Hydralisk had personally witnessed this man's strength. At the very beginning, Hydralisk and Duan Mulonghu had fought 3 times. Each time, Hydralisk was suppressed by himself and was almost killed by himself. But now, he could no longer sense Duan Mulonghu's true strength. Most importantly, his own strength had also increased by a huge leap. Chapter 562. In our era, this thing was our demon sect's most powerful weapon of war. "He is a demon from the abyss, a true demon," he said directly. Hydralisk clearly captured the words "true demon." You should know that dragons exist in this world. In the past, the Great Demon Dragon and the 5 Great Dragon Gods were the most powerful existences in this world. Since dragons exist, why can't demons exist? Looking at Duan Mulonghu's smiling face, Hydralisk's heart was filled with fear. Although the demon sect had the word demon in it, it only meant that their way of doing things was close to that of a demon. However, they were indeed real people. Even the legendary Great Heavenly Demon Lord was a human. But now, Duan Mulonghu was telling him that true demons existed in this world. Do you see that huge shadow? That's the soul of a true Devil King after his death, and the shining white light in his body is an extremely powerful soul-suppressing artifact. It comes from the Stupa sect. Oh right, I forgot to tell you. The Demon King's strength is roughly equivalent to a human venerable. Moreover, he is slightly stronger than the average venerable. If my guess is correct, the sudden appearance of the Demon King this time is most likely related to the current demon sect. I really didn't expect that the demon sect would become like this after a few thousand years. It's really distressing. Hydralisk asked, "Your Highness, do you think that the reappearance of the Demon King this time is related to the Sage sect?" Duan Mulonghu smiled, then said, "Hehe, the demon sect is the demon sect. It's not worthwhile to give themselves such a title. Hydralisk, you must remember clearly that in this world, those hypocritical titles have no meaning. Only the true essence is the most important. If you can't even see through this, then it will be extremely difficult for you to break through to the dragon realm." Hydralisk nodded respectfully. Although it's only a guess, it's not hard to imagine that this group of idiots definitely wanted to use the blood of many experts as a primer to awaken the Demon King. Of course, the reason why they dared to do this was because they definitely left behind some powerful backup plan. However, they still overestimated themselves and underestimated the Demon King. Let's go, we'll go watch the show. If possible, we'll get some benefits while we're at it. Duan Mulonghu was always like this when he did things. But as long as he made a move, he would definitely obtain enormous benefits. It was just like the flames from the meteorite. At this time, Duan Mulonghu continued, "I wonder how strong our ally has become. I'm really looking forward to it. However, we should be able to see him this time." The ally that Duan Mulonghu mentioned was Su Yang. Although he didn't look down on Su Yang, he didn't think much of him either. After all, he always believed that if he really made a move, Su Yang wouldn't be able to survive. However, Duan Mulonghu had always attached great importance to Su Yang. Since Duan Mulonghu had such an attitude, Hydralisk naturally couldn't say anything more. Of course, Hydralisk was also a little curious now. What kind of growth would Su Yang have to make Duanmu Longhu afraid of him? Wang Baichuan and Feng Yuhai finally arrived. Looking at the huge shadow in front of them, Feng Yuhai and Wang Baichuan's faces were filled with fear. At this time, Feng Yuhai said, "It seems that there's no mistake. This is the legendary demon race." There were records of the demon race in the Taihang Soured faction. Legend had it that a long time ago, the demon race suddenly appeared in the abyss and caused immeasurable damage to the entire continent. However, under the powerful forces, the demon race was defeated in the end. Although there were only a few records, one could still see the strength of the demon race. When Feng Yuhai first saw this record, he even thought that it was just a biography, because how could there be such a terrifying race in this world? They were even more powerful and terrifying than the legendary dragon race. But now, the huge shadow in front of them was very similar to the one in the records. Of course, there was also a difference. The demon race in front of them was much taller and more profound than the one in the records. That terrifying and melodious aura was simply capable of tearing one's soul apart. This terrifying power was incomparably frightening. The demon race really does exist. Wang Baichuan also said. At this time, an extremely strong blazing aura directly appeared. After that aura appeared, both Wang Baichuan and Feng Yuhai's attention fell on him. The most eye-catching thing about this person was his long red hair. He was referring to Xiong Yunfei from the Blazing Flame sect, the legendary reincarnation of the fire god. Of course, the so-called fire god was a powerful figure in the ancient times who cultivated the power of fire to the peak of the human world. Xiong Yunfei also walked over and said, "Of course the demon race exists. Moreover, the one above us is the powerful demon king. If he really wakes up, I'm afraid that ordinary venerable ones will be torn apart by him." He walked to the opposite side of Feng Yuhai and Wang Baichuan and greeted them with a smile. Xiong Yunfei appeared to be very amiable, as if he was a big brother next door. Unlike Xiong Ju, Xiong Yunfei had a very good reputation in the Blazing Flame sect and was the idol of many disciples. Of course, those who were really familiar with Xiong Yunfei knew that once he entered the fire god state, he would completely transform into a crazy and murderous demon. However, it was not an easy task to force him into such a state. Wang Baichuan saw Xiong Yunfei and did not say anything. Instead, Feng Yuhai smiled and said, "Senior brother Xiong, long time no see. Your cultivation has become more profound. It's really admirable." Xiong Yunfei also said with a smile, "Junior brother Feng Yuhai, your strength has always been unpredictable. I've wanted to fight with you for a long time. I wonder when you can fulfill my wish." Looking at Xiong Yunfei's smile, Feng Yuhai shook his head and said directly, "Don't take Xing's sword lost to you. Wouldn't I be looking for trouble if I fought with you? However, I believe that senior martial brother Baichuan would very much like to have a rematch with you." Xiong Yunfei was still looking at Feng Yuhai, but he suddenly said, "I heard that this time, there are 2 sword leaders in the Taihang Soured faction. I wonder what about the other one? To be able to fight with you and not be at a disadvantage, he should be a genius as well." Wang Baichuan nodded and said, "Although I don't want to admit it, I have to say that he's a true genius. When I fought with him, his cultivation had just entered the dragon realm. Although it was only a few words, it was enough to express his opinion of Su Yang." Xiong Yunfei's smile became even wider. A person who had just entered the dragon realm could fight with Wang Baichuan. Of course, he also guessed that Wang Baichuan must have a trump card that he had not used yet. Even so, it was already very scary. One had to know that it had always been the few of them who could fight above their level, but now there was such a person. "If that's the case, I really hope to see that person," Xiong Yunfei said. Just as the 3 of them were talking, a streak of light came directly towards them. The 3 of them looked up and saw Xiong Ju flying over. Then, he landed beside Xiong Yunfei and said to Xiong Yunfei, "Big brother, I think you'll see that guy soon." As he spoke, he was still gritting his teeth. After all, his treasures had been taken away by Su Yang. Xiong Yunfei saw Xiong Ju gritting his teeth and guessed some things. He then smiled and asked, "Why? Have you already fought with him?" Xiong Ju sighed heavily and said, "Big brother, I'm sorry. I lost. I even lost the flame tree sapling, the scarlet ruby, and the jade to him. Admitting these things was very painful for Seong-ju. He was very strong since he was young, and even wanted to surpass his brother. But this time, he lost so miserably. However, after going through this life and death situation, he finally understood a lot of things. The most important thing was determination. It was the determination to face death and face oneself head-on. Of course, such a thing was not something that could be comprehended just because one wanted to. It would definitely take some time for him to adapt, and now was the first step to change himself. Seong Yun-fei looked at his younger brother and suddenly chuckled because he felt that his younger brother seemed to be completely different from before. If it was his younger brother in the past, he would probably not be willing to admit defeat even if he was beaten to death. Seong-ju's talent had always been very strong, and he also knew what Seong-ju was thinking. Therefore, when he saw the change in Seong-ju, he was naturally very happy. It's good that you have such thoughts. As for the things you lost, it's good to win them back next time. It's just that I'm really curious. I want to see this new Taihang Soured faction's talent. In fact, Seong-ju was also looking forward to it. Then, his gaze fell on Wang Baichuan and Feng Yuhai. He felt that these two people were very strong. Whether it was Feng Yuhai or Wang Baichuan, they were much stronger than he originally expected. It seemed that he had taken many things for granted. He felt that he should be above everyone and had never faced a real failure. Su Yang was right. His temperament was really lacking. Big brother, I also encountered a skeleton along the way. Seong-ju's expression was solemn as he directly told him about being hunted by white bones. Chapter 563. Alright, I'll remember this, Seong Yun-fei said calmly. However, anyone who was familiar with him would know that under his calmness, there was already an extremely strong killing intent. Seong-ju said, Big brother, I'll take care of this myself. When my strength increases, I'll definitely kill that thing. Seong Yun-fei said, Seong-ju, it's good that you have the desire to win, but if you take this too seriously, it will become a burden on you. What's more, since this matter is related to the devil sect, it won't be simple. If you act rashly, I'm afraid you'll only lose your life. If it was before today, even if Seong Yun-fei said this, he wouldn't be convinced. But now, he already knew how powerful Seong Yun-fei was, and he deeply understood that what his brother said was absolutely right. If he continued to act the same way as before, he would only die faster. Earlier, his old habit had acted up again, and he hadn't been able to control himself. Seong Yun-fei looked at the sky again and said, Why do I feel that the appearance of this devil king is related to the devil sect? My brothers from the devil sect, it's time for you to come out. Although Seong Yun-fei's voice wasn't loud, it spread in all directions, and the echoes kept resounding. At that moment, a chuckle sounded out, as expected of the fire god Seong Yun-fei. Your senses are really extraordinary. A figure slowly walked out. At that moment, both Wang Baichuan and Seong Yun-fei frowned at the same time. Because they hadn't sensed this person's presence before he had appeared. After all, every single one of them was an outstanding figure in their sects, and they possessed unimaginably formidable strength. However, no one had been able to notice this person when he had appeared, and this meant that his strength was extremely terrifying. In other words, his strength might be above everyone here. However, the seniors of the various sects had clearly done a test, and those whose strength had reached the six-dragon realm couldn't enter this place. Otherwise, they would be killed by the mysterious aura that existed here. It was also because of this that none of the great elders and experts entered this place. If everyone was in the same realm, then both Seong Yun-fei and Wang Baichuan would be at the peak of the realm. Yet, this person was able to appear right next to them without making a sound. This person either had some special technique that allowed him to hide his presence, or his strength was far above everyone else's. No matter which one it wasn't a good thing for everyone here. Seong Yun-fei looked at the person before him and said in a serious tone, You are one of the current generation's sons of the demon, Hua Longyun. The son of the demon was the most important figure in the demonic school, but he wasn't the only one. In history, there was once an era where there were 5 sons of the demon. In this generation, the devil sect had 3 sons of the devil. The person before him was one of them, and his name was Hua Longyun. He was slightly older than everyone else here. Of course, this difference in age didn't mean much. What made people's hearts palpitate was his cultivation. Rumor has it that a few years ago, this person's cultivation had already reached the 5-dragon realm. According to his cultivation speed, Xiong Yunfei wouldn't be surprised even if he reached the 9-dragon realm. However, he was here, which meant that his cultivation was only at the 5-dragon realm. If it was an ordinary person, it wouldn't be strange for their cultivation to be stagnant after so many years, but the person before him was different. Whether it was Xiong Yunfei or Wang Baichuan, they didn't think that he had run out of talent and couldn't increase his cultivation. Feng Yuhai asked directly, Hua Longyun, so you've been suppressing your cultivation at the 5-dragon realm for so many years? Hua Longyun looked at Feng Yuhai and said, You're Feng Yuhai from the Sublime Flowsword sect, right? Other than Wang Baichuan, you're the only powerful opponent in the Sublime Flowsword sect. Right, I heard that Su Yang appeared recently. I don't know what his cultivation is like, but you're right, I've been suppressing my cultivation for 5 years. During these 5 years, I've cultivated the heart-devouring scripture to an extremely profound level. I might as well tell all of you that none of you are a match for me here. Such a statement was too arbitrary. But at this moment, no one doubted it. Everyone here was proud and arrogant, and all of them were extremely talented. Xiong Yunfei didn't care about this and directly asked, In that case, this demon king was also released by you? Even though you're a demon sect, are you really going to join the demon race? Ha 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 ha. Xiong Yunfei, you're the reincarnation of the fire god. Don't say such idiotic words. Demon race. In my eyes, they're just a bunch of animals. However, they just happen to be of use to me. Since everyone is here today, I, Hua Yunlong, would like to borrow something from everyone. He looked at the crowd and continued, This demon king isn't completely dead yet. It's only in a half-dead state. Therefore, I would like to borrow some blood from everyone to revive it. His voice was still so calm, but everyone could already feel the madness in it. Borrow blood? For an expert, this in itself was a great humiliation. How could a powerhouse borrow blood so casually? One had to know that the loss of blood would affect a person's strength. Furthermore, in a world like this, if the blood fell into the hands of the enemy might be able to use the blood to do something. At that time, it would be too late to cry. Hua Yunlong, suppressing your cultivation for 5 years is indeed impressive. However, have you lost your mind? You actually want our blood? Xiong Ju growled. No one would have a good impression of the demon sect. Furthermore, they had just been tricked by the demon sect not long ago. That damned Luo Sen, if he ever falls into my hands one day, I'll make sure his soul is completely annihilated. Hua Yunlong did not care about Xiong Ju's question. Haha, I've already expected that you wouldn't be so cooperative. However, it doesn't matter. After all, there are many things that you can't decide. I, Hua, am going to get this fresh blood today. As the last word fell, his eyes suddenly surged with an extremely strong brilliance. It was an endless murderous aura. It was also at this moment that the wind and clouds gradually rose around the crowd. Formation. Feng Yuhai's expression immediately turned solemn. It was not only him, but the others also had the same expression. It turned out that this damned guy had already made preparations and was waiting for everyone to arrive. In that case, the people from the Devil sect had already taken the initiative from the very beginning. Things seemed to be getting more and more strange. One must know that back then, even the powerhouses of the Venerable Realm from the 3 major sects had entered. Even the Venerable Realm powerhouses knew very little about the setup here. However, the Devil sect was actually able to take the initiative here step by step. From this, it could be seen that the Devil sect setup here was definitely not simple. To the crowd, this was definitely not good news. Of course, as the saying went, since they were already here, they should take things as they came. It was obviously impossible for them to surrender to the Devil sect. Since that was the case, they could only fight. That's right, this is the Devil sect spectre slaughtering gods formation. Everyone, since you have come here today, you must leave something behind as a memento no matter what. As he spoke, the The rolling black fog had already enveloped them. Under the thick black fog, everyone was gradually hidden in it. The spectre slaughtering gods formation was an extremely powerful formation of the devil sect. Its most powerful aspect was that it could use the formation to summon all kinds of legendary devil clan. Of course, these were not real devil clan creatures, but they still possessed extremely terrifying lethality. If one's own strength was not strong enough, they would be killed by the spectre slaughtering gods formation. What was more terrifying was that when a person died in the spectre slaughtering gods formation, he would be absorbed by the formation and become a part of it. In the Great War thousands of years ago, this formation had killed countless people. However, according to legend, this formation was later broken by the 300 holy swords of the Buddha sword sect and disappeared from this world. After so many years, the people had almost forgotten that the devil sect still had such a powerful formation. However, at this moment, this formation had actually appeared in front of everyone. Everyone's expression had become incomparably solemn. Because if the legend was true, then the strength of this formation would probably exceed everyone's imagination. Previously, Wang Baichuan, Feng Yuhai, Xiong Yunfei, and Xiong Ju were clearly standing together. However, at this moment, when the dust rose, they realized that they were already in a different world. For example, Xiong Yunfei was currently in the Ice Mountain. He was known as the Fire God Incarnation because his control over flames was simply the best in the world. In the Jojo continent, even if the experts of the older generation were included, there were definitely only a handful of people who could surpass him in the path of flames. If they were fighting in the volcano, Xiong Yunfei's strength would probably become even more terrifying. However, at this moment, they were in a world of ice and snow, so from a certain point of view, his strength would be restricted. If it was just an ordinary opponent, then it was naturally nothing to him. However, if he were to face experts of the same level, it would very likely be a fatal factor. Xiong Yunfei's gaze was still calm, and he did not panic because of the change of environment. Chapter 564. Alright, I'll remember this, Xiong Yunfei said calmly. However, anyone who was familiar with him knew that under his calmness, there was an extremely strong killing intent. Xiong Ju said, "Big brother, I'll take care of this myself. Once my strength increases, I'll definitely kill that thing." Xiong Yunfei said, "Xiong Ju, it's good that you have the desire to win, but if you take this too seriously, it will become a burden for you. Moreover, since this matter is related to the devil sect, it won't be simple. If you still act rashly, I'm afraid you'll only lose your life." If it was before today, even if Xiong Yunfei said this, he would not be convinced. However, at this time, he already knew how powerful the other party was and deeply understood that his brother was absolutely right. If he still acted like before, he would only die faster. Previously, he had only acted up because of his old habits and could not control himself. Xiong Yunfei looked at the sky again and said, "Why do I feel that this Demon King's appearance is related to the devil sect? The brothers of the devil sect should come out now." Although Xiong Yunfei's voice wasn't loud, it still spread out in all directions, and the echoes continued to echo. At this moment, a chuckle was heard, as expected of the fire god Xiong Yunfei. "Your senses are really sharp." A figure slowly walked out of the crowd. At this moment, whether it was Wang Baichuan or Xiong Yunfei, they all frowned at the same time. This was because before this person appeared, they did not sense his existence. One had to know that everyone here was already an outstanding figure in the sect and had unimaginable strength. However, when this person appeared, no one was able to discover him. This meant that his strength was extremely terrifying. In other words, his strength might be above everyone here. However, back then, the seniors of the various sects had clearly done a test. If one's strength reached the Six Dragons realm, they would not be able to enter this place. Otherwise, they would be directly killed by the mysterious aura that existed here. It was also because of this that none of the elders had entered this place. If everyone was in the same realm, then whether it was Xiong Yunfei or Wang Baichuan, they were already top experts. However, at this moment, he was actually able to appear beside them without a sound. This person either had some special method to conceal his aura, or his strength was far above everyone else's. No matter which one it was not a good thing for the people present. Xiong Yunfei looked at the person in front of him and said seriously, "You are one of the current generation's sons of demons, Hua Longyun." The son of the devil was the most important figure in the devil sect, but he wasn't the only one. In history, there was an era where there were 5 sons of the devil, and in this generation, the devil sect had 3 sons of devils. The person in front of him was one of them. His name was Hua Longyun. He was slightly older than everyone present. Of course, this difference in age was actually nothing much. What was truly frightening was his cultivation. It was rumored that this person's cultivation had reached the 5 dragons realm a few years ago. According to his cultivation speed, Xiong Yunfei wouldn't be surprised if he had reached the 9 dragons realm at this moment. However, he just had to appear here. This meant that his cultivation was only at the 5 dragons realm. If it was an ordinary person, he wouldn't be surprised if their cultivation didn't improve after so many years. However, the person in front of him was different. Whether it was Xiong Yunfei or Wang Baichuan, they wouldn't think that he had run out of talent and couldn't improve his cultivation. Feng Yuhai asked directly, "Hua Longyun, in that case, you've been suppressing your cultivation at the 5 dragons realm for so many years." Hua Longyun looked at Feng Yuhai and said, "You're Feng Yuhai of the Taihang Soured faction, right? Apart from Wang Baichuan, you're the only other strong opponent in the Taihang Soured faction. By the way, I heard that Su Yang has appeared recently. I don't know what his cultivation is like, but you're right. I've been suppressing my cultivation for 5 years. In these 5 years, I've cultivated the Devil-Devouring Heart Sutra to an extremely profound level. I might as well tell you directly that none of you are my match here." Such a sentence was too arbitrary. However, at this moment, no one doubted it. Everyone here was proud and arrogant. Furthermore, they were all talented individuals. Xiong Yunfei didn't care about that and asked, "So you're saying that this demon king was released by you as well? Although you're from the devil sect, are you really going to side with the devil race? Ha 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 ha. Xiong Yunfei, you're the reincarnation of the fire god. You shouldn't say such idiotic words. Devil race. In my eyes, they're just a bunch of animals. It's just that these animals happen to be useful to me. Since everyone is here today, I, Hua Yunlong, would like to borrow something from everyone." He looked at everyone and continued, "This demon king isn't completely dead yet. It can only be said that he's in a half-dead state. Therefore, I would like to borrow some blood from everyone so that he can be revived." He still spoke so calmly, but everyone could feel the madness in his voice. Borrow blood? To a powerhouse, this was a huge insult in itself. For a powerhouse, how could fresh blood be borrowed so casually? After all, the loss of blood would affect a person's strength. Moreover, in a world like this, if the blood fell into the hands of the enemy might be able to use the blood to do something. When that time came, it would be too late to cry. Hua Yunlong, suppressing your cultivation for 5 years is indeed very impressive, but could it be that you've lost your mind? You actually want our blood? Xiong Ju shouted directly. Most people didn't have a good impression of the devil sect, not to mention that they had been tricked by the devil sect not long ago. That damned Rosen, if one day he falls into my hands, I'll definitely destroy his soul. Hua Yunlong didn't care about Xiong Ju's question at all. Haha, I've long expected that you wouldn't cooperate like this, but it doesn't matter. After all, there are many things that are not up to you. This blood, this Hua will definitely take it today. As the last word fell, an extremely intense brilliance suddenly surged in his eyes. It was an endless murderous aura. It was also at this moment that the wind and clouds suddenly rose around everyone. Formation. Feng Yuhai's expression immediately became serious. Not only him, but everyone else was the same. It turned out that this damned guy had already made preparations long ago and was waiting for everyone to come here. In that case, the people from the devil sect had already taken the initiative from the beginning. Things seemed to be getting weirder and weirder. One had to know that back then, the supremacies of the 3 major sects had all entered. Even the supremacies knew very little about the layout of this place. However, the devil sect was actually able to take the initiative step by step here. It could be seen that the devil sect's layout of this place was definitely not simple. This was definitely not good news for everyone. Of course, as the saying went, since they were already here, they should take things as they came. It was obviously impossible for them to surrender to the devil sect. Since that was the case, they could only fight. That's right, this is the devil sect's devil shadow divine slaughtering formation. Everyone, since you're here today, then no matter what, you must leave something behind as a memento. As he spoke, the rolling black fog had already enveloped them. Under the thick black fog, everyone was gradually concealed within it. The Devil Shadow Divine Slaughtering Formation was an extremely powerful formation of the Devil Sect. The most powerful thing about it was that it could summon all kinds of legendary devils through the formation. Of course, these were not real devils, but they still had extremely terrifying destructive power. If one's strength was not strong enough, they would be directly killed by the Devil Shadow. What was even more terrifying was that when a person died in the Devil Shadow Divine Slaughtering Formation, they would be absorbed and become a part of the formation. In the Great War thousands of years ago, this formation had killed countless people. However, according to legend, this formation back then was directly destroyed by the Buddha Sword Sect's 300 holy swords and disappeared from this world. After so many years, people had almost forgotten that the Devil Sect had such a powerful formation. However, at that moment, the formation actually appeared before everyone's eyes. Everyone's expressions had become extremely solemn. This was because if the legend was true, then the strength of this formation was probably beyond everyone's imagination. Previously, Wang Baichuan, Feng Yuhai, Xiong Yunfei, and Xiong Ju were clearly standing together. However, at this moment, when the smoke and dust rose, they found that they were already in different worlds. For example, Xiong Yunfei was currently in the Ice Snow Mountain. He was known as the Fire God Transformation, and his control of flames was simply unparalleled in the world. In the continent of the 9 provinces, even if the powerhouses of the older generation were included, there were definitely only a handful of people who could surpass him in the path of flames. If they were fighting in a volcano, Xiong Yunfei's strength would probably become even more terrifying. However, at this moment, they were in a world of ice and snow, so from a certain extent, his strength would be restrained. If it was just an ordinary opponent, it would naturally be nothing to him. However, if he was facing a powerhouse of the same level, it was very likely to be a fatal factor. Xiong Yunfei's gaze was still calm, and he did not panic at all because of the change in the environment. Chapter 565. Whether it was Xiong Ju, Feng Yuhai, or Wang Baichuan, all of them were trapped in different environments. Moreover, without exception, the environment here was extremely unfavorable to them. This was the terrifying part of the demonic shadow god-slaying formation. There was definitely a reason why this array formation had such a ferocious reputation back then. One had to know that back then, countless powerhouses had fallen in this formation, and many of them were supreme powerhouses at the Venerable Realm. Fortunately, this formation was no longer the same as before. If the real demonic shadow god-slaying formation was here, they wouldn't need to resist at all because it would be meaningless. Hua Yunlong was still smiling faintly as he watched the formation open. Crown Prince, these people have all entered the formation this time. As long as we can keep them here forever, I don't think anyone in the sect will be able to compete with you. His subordinate appeared again and said to him. Hua Yunlong shook his head and said, "You're really ambitious. I'm afraid it won't be that easy to catch all of them in one go. Their strength can't be underestimated, but it's fine because I never thought of defeating them with this broken formation. I only need their blood, that's all. Alright, you go and preside over it. I need to suppress the core of the formation. You're right, as long as this plan succeeds, no one in the entire Devil Sect will be able to compete with me. I will become the true Devil Sect Crown Prince. In the Devil Sect, there might be a few sons of devils, but there could only be one Crown Prince. In this generation of the Devil Sect, Hua Yunlong, Shangguan Sheng, and the mysterious Tu Sumo were all sons of devils, so the Crown Prince would be chosen from the 3 of them. The Crown Prince of the Devil Sect had an extraordinary meaning because it meant that he had the qualifications to inherit the entire Devil Sect. Controlling the Devil Sect, these few words were very exciting. How powerful was the Devil Sect? This was not something an ordinary person could imagine. Even the top 10 sects of the 9 regions would not be able to imagine such a thing. For example, this time, be it the Taihang Soured faction or the Fiery Flame sect, although they had sent venerable ones to investigate the situation here. However, what they knew could not be compared to what the Devil sect knew. From this point, one could see how powerful the Devil sect was. Don't worry, Crown Prince. Everything is under control. Other than these few people, the others won't be able to cause much trouble. Those rogue cultivators are nothing to be afraid of. Not to mention that they won't be able to make it here, even if they do, they're just here to die. He said calmly. Indeed, the 4 people who were trapped in the formation were the most powerful people in the Fiery Flame sect and the Taihang Soured faction. Of course, they weren't the only experts, but the Devil sect was the Devil sect had prepared. Just as this subordinate had said, even if they came here, they would most likely be sending themselves to their deaths. Hua Yunlong said, "It's good to be confident, but you can't be careless. You have to know that it's impossible to control everything in this world. Who knows, a mysterious expert might suddenly appear. Didn't they say that the Taihang Soured faction had a genius who could fight to a draw with Wang Baichuan? Also, that Soul Devourer Venerable, he seems to have escaped from our control." When the subordinate heard Hua Yunlong's words, he immediately nodded respectfully and said, "Crown Prince, don't worry. Even without the trash from the ghost killing hall, we have already made the most appropriate arrangements." Hua Yunlong nodded and said, "That's for the best." Su Yang looked at the fog that suddenly appeared in front of him and revealed a thoughtful expression. "There really is an ambush here. Hehe, the Devil sect is really powerful. They were actually able to make such arrangements in the ruins." Su Yang had already reached the edge of the demonic shadow god slaughtering formation, but he did not rashly step in. Because until now, the information he knew was still too little. Wang Baichuan, Feng Yuhai, Xiong Yunfei, and Xiong Ju, the 4 of them have already entered. This kind of lineup is already luxurious enough, but I don't know who else will come next. At this moment, Su Yang was hiding in a hidden corner and watching coldly. At this moment, a figure appeared not far away from him. Su Yang had never seen this person before, but like him, he was also very cautious. Seeing this person's appearance, Su Yang thought of himself. He was very careful, and his strength was not weak. In terms of cultivation, he had already reached the 3rd to 4th dragon of the dragon realm. Such a realm was already comparable to the most outstanding disciples of the top sects. A rogue cultivator. Su Yang quickly determined that the person in front of him was definitely a rogue cultivator. To be able to cultivate to this level as a rogue cultivator, this person is not simple. Su Yang had not been in the 9 provinces for long, although he already knew some sects. However, he did not know much about rogue cultivators. This was normal because in the eyes of the experts of the sects, rogue cultivators were really insignificant and were even looked down upon by them. However, one had to admit that there were also amazing people among rogue cultivators. For example, there was a very famous rogue cultivator, Guangdao. He relied on a broken saber in his hand to force his way to the venerable realm. Among the top 10 sects, even the Devil sect would not easily offend this person. The young man in front of him was obviously also one of the best among rogue cultivators. Like him, the young man looked at the huge curtain but did not act rashly. He only said, "The demonic shadow god slaughtering formation. The Devil sect is really generous. Fortunately, I did not rashly enter, otherwise, I would be exhausted to death." Su Yang did not know about this formation, but it was obvious that the young man knew about it. "Well, I think there will be others who entered." Back then, the Buddha Sword sect's 300 holy swords broke the great demonic shadow god slaughtering formation, but this formation in front of me is obviously just a piece of junk. It will be broken sooner or later. At this time, I'd better sleep, but I should find a place to hide. The person muttered to himself and then walked towards Su Yang. Su Yang's eyes suddenly burst with a ray of light. He was sure that the other party had found him. One had to know that Su Yang had absolute confidence in his qi condensation technique. However, at this time, the other party easily found his location. He did not know how the other party did it, but he was sure of one thing, and that was that the other party was definitely not simple. As for those pretentious words, Su Yang naturally did not take them seriously. He directly escaped from the darkness and said, "Friend, you have good eyesight. I am Su Yang. How should I address you?" The moment Su Yang appeared, the person immediately jumped a step back. However, he quickly calmed down and said, "I am Meng Yang. I really did not expect that brother Su Yang would be hiding here. It really gave me a shock, but fortunately, brother Su Yang is a good person. Otherwise, I am afraid that I would be a corpse now." Su Yang smiled and didn't say anything, because in his opinion, this person was just speaking nonsense in a serious manner. However, even so, Su Yang was not willing to expose him. He just laughed and said, "Haha, brother Meng Yang, don't casually give me the good person card." Speaking of which, brother Meng Yang seems to have some understanding of this formation. Su Yang asked directly. The rogue cultivator named Meng Yang nodded and then said without hiding anything, "Speaking of which, I do have some understanding of it. This formation is called the Demon Shadow God Slaughtering Formation. From the name, one can tell that it is an extremely powerful formation. In ancient times, when the Devil's Doctrine was still at its peak, it used this formation to kill 27 venerable ones." Su Yang was shocked when he heard this. 27 venerable ones. What a glorious battle record. Every single venerable one was an all-powerful figure with unimaginable power. For example, in the Taihang Soured faction, as long as one was a venerable one, they would naturally have an unparalleled status. However, at this moment, the other party was telling him that this formation had killed 27 powerful venerable ones. Of course, brother Su Yang, there's no need to be afraid. You can tell with a single glance that this grand formation before you is incomplete. It's hard to say exactly how much might it can unleash. Not to mention, there are many experts who have already entered it. With these experts leading the way for us, what are we afraid of?" Meng Yang said indifferently. "Brother Meng Yang, you seem to be very familiar with these things?" Su Yang asked with a smile. Meng Yang first chuckled and then said, "I'm not familiar with them. It's just that I like to collect these things. However, brother Su Yang has made a wise choice. In my opinion, this relic might be a trap set by the Devil's Doctrine. It's just a pity that someone like me has fallen into it," Meng Yang said with a bitter expression. Hearing Meng Yang's words, Su Yang was startled at first, then asked, "Brother Meng Yang, do you have any guesses? Can you tell me?" Meng Yang chuckled, then said, "Brother Su Yang, I presume that you have already interacted with people from the Devil Sect on your way here, right?" Su Yang directly said, "Indeed, I have interacted with people from the Devil Sect's Ghost Killing Hall." "That's it. Brother Su Yang, when you saw the people from the Ghost Killing Hall, was it that Rosen led the team, and then the people under him were all from the Ghost Killing Hall? Think about it, when we just stepped into this place, a demonic wind suddenly appeared." Chapter 566. Of course, it's impossible for those bastards of the Devil's Sect to resist such a terrifying demonic wind. They must have been blown away. However, they must have known about this situation beforehand. That's why they were able to gather in the first place. Su Yang would be too naive if he still didn't understand what Meng Yang was trying to say. These people must have made preparations before they entered this place, so they could quickly contact each other. Although this seemed like an insignificant step, it was actually extremely important. Because when others were at a loss and panicking, they could do a lot of things. For example, ambushing and hunting. Su Yang could already imagine that after this, both the Taihang Soured faction and the Blazing Flame sect would suffer heavy losses. After all, those who entered this place were all in the top 100. If they didn't die, they would definitely become the pillars of their sects in the future. But now, a portion of them had died, which was a huge loss to the sects. Brother Meng Yang, are you saying that the appearance of the ruins this time is a trap set by the Devil Sect? Su Yang asked again. Meng Yang shook his head and said, "The Devil Sect is indeed powerful, but it's impossible to say that the appearance of the ruins this time was set up by the Devil Sect. But in my opinion, the Devil Sect must have discovered the ruins a long time ago and spent a lot of effort to explore it, unlike the Blazing Flame sect and the Taihang Soured faction who only did preliminary exploration. But no matter what, Brother Su Yang, you should be careful when facing the devil sect. This is an extremely strange sect. Su Yang nodded, then pointed at the huge shadow and said, Brother Meng Yang, do you know what this thing is? Why is it emitting such a mysterious aura? Meng Yang was really like an encyclopedia. He nodded lightly and said, Brother Su Yang, you've asked the right person. Hehe, this thing is incredible. Brother, do you know if there's a race stronger than the dragon race in this world? Hehe, you guessed right, that's the demon race. Su Yang instantly broke out in cold sweat. You're the one who told me directly. How am I supposed to guess? However, when he heard the word demon, his expression immediately became extremely solemn. Although he already knew that this was a bizarre world, he was still amazed at this moment. This was because the demon race had always only existed in legends. He had never thought that he would hear these two words at this moment. Are you saying that this huge monster in front of us is a demon? Su Yang asked. Meng Yang pulled out a sugarcane out of nowhere and said while chewing on it, Yeah, and it looks like it's a demon king. Its level isn't low either. Meng Yang suddenly thought of something and continued, By the way, the demon king's strength should be comparable to a human venerable. Those guys in the devil sect are all crazy. Since this demon shadow god slaughtering formation appeared, I think someone in the devil sect is interested in this demon king and wants to devour it. This Meng Yang knew everything. Su Yang fell into deep thought when he heard his words. Meng Yang continued, If I'm not wrong, the one who relies on devouring powerful demons to cultivate is Hua Yunlong, one of the 3 sons of demons of the devil sect. This guy cultivates the devouring demon heart sutra. If he can devour a real demon, his strength will definitely increase greatly. Now it seems that this guy's ambition is still very big. Devouring Demon Heart Sutra? Is it very powerful? Also, you just said that there are 3 sons of demons. Could it be that there's more than one son of demons in the devil sect? Su Yang knew that the son of demons was Shangguan Sheng. However, the strange thing was that after entering the 9 provinces continent, he had not heard the name Shangguan Sheng. Meng Yang looked at Su Yang strangely and finally said, Brother Su Yang, you're not from the 9 provinces continent, right? Su Yang was straightforward and directly nodded. Meng Yang immediately became pleasantly surprised. What, Brother Su Yang, you're really not from the 9 provinces continent? Then where did you come from? Is it the 5 counties continent? Or is it the legendary? Just as Meng Yang was about to say something, a loud sound suddenly came. The two of them looked forward and immediately saw a skeleton appear not far in front of them. As for the skeleton, it started to charge at the fiend shadow god slaughtering formation. When Su Yang saw this skeleton, his eyes flashed with a strong killing intent. When Meng Yang saw this skeleton, his face turned bitter and he shouted, Unlucky, really unlucky. I actually encountered this thing again. Hearing Meng Yang's words, Su Yang directly asked, Why, Brother Meng Yang, have you been chased by this skeleton before? Meng Yang could only bitterly smile as he nodded. Then, he said, Brother Su Yang, you may not know this, but this damn thing was killing people everywhere. Many people have already died in its hands. These people's deaths have made this skeleton even stronger. If it wasn't for my good luck, I'm afraid I would have been killed by it. A cold light flashed in Su Yang's eyes. He didn't expect this skeleton to be so crazy. It seemed that many people had already died in its hands. At this time, the skeleton's color had completely changed, and there was even a faint layer of gold on its surface. Looks like I have to kill it as soon as possible. Otherwise, it will be a disaster sooner or later. At this time, Su Yang had already made up his mind. This was because this skeleton and he were definitely going to fight to the death. If he didn't take advantage of this time to kill this monster, when the skeleton completely recovered, the hunting role would immediately be reversed. Therefore, Su Yang had already decided to strike first to gain the upper hand. After hearing Su Yang's words, Meng Yang unconsciously took a few steps back. Then, he looked at Su Yang and said, Brother Su Yang wants to attack this skeleton? If that's the case, Brother Su Yang, you have to be careful. This guy's strength is already very terrifying. If I'm not wrong, his cultivation right now is probably at the level of a 5 dragons expert. It's definitely not easy to deal with. This Meng Yang was not simple. He could even sense this. It was obvious that this person's ability was very strong. Su Yang nodded and then said, "Thank you for your concern, Brother Meng Yang. However, Su is from the Taihang Soured faction. This monster must have killed many disciples of the Taihang Soured faction. I definitely won't let him get away with it." After saying that, Su Yang flew up into the air. Of course, the Taihang Soured faction was only incidental. The real reason was that this guy was too strong and had to die. The skeleton was breaking into the formation. After thinking for a while, Su Yang immediately flew up into the air. Originally, he did plan to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. However, he couldn't do that now. Since this skeleton broke into the formation directly, he must be very familiar with this formation. It should be known that the people in the formation were not simple. They were all first-class geniuses. If these people were killed by this monster and then directly devoured, Su Yang would be even more helpless against it. Therefore, before this guy succeeded, he had to kill him directly. Su Yang's speed was unexpectedly fast. In a trance, his speed had increased to the extreme. After seeing Su Yang leave, Meng Yang spat out the sugarcane residue in his mouth and said, "What a warm-hearted person. There aren't many people like him." "Wait, Su Yang? Where have I heard this name before?" "Oh right, he said that he's from the Taihang Soured faction. According to the news, an amazing genius appeared in the Taihang Soured faction recently. He actually fought to a draw with Wang Baichuan. Could it be this person? Interesting, very interesting." At this moment, the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. Then, he directly rushed towards the phantom formation. Someone who can fight to a draw with Wang Baichuan must be very strong. He should be a good backer. At this moment, in a dark corner, the three dragons who were with Hua Yunlong just happened to see this scene. "Bai Ji, that's the soul-devouring demon sovereign. Rosen is really a good-for-nothing. He actually let that guy escape." However, the two people behind him seem to be experts as well. They are actually comparable to the four people in the formation. The Crown Prince is really far-sighted. However, since you're here, leave your blood behind. He smiled sinisterly. Breaking into the Spectre Great Array was unexpectedly easy. Su Yang actually did not spend much effort to enter it. However, as soon as he entered the demonic Spectre Array, he immediately lost the connection with the White Bones. At this moment, he was in a dense forest. It was as if he had returned to the forest from before. Of course, Su Yang knew very well that this was definitely not the forest from before. It was an environment that had been constructed. At this moment, he already felt an extremely cold murderous intent. What was even stranger was that the murderous intent seemed to come from all directions. It was as if the entire environment he was in was producing murderous intent towards him. It's conscious. It seems to be a mysterious and unknown enemy. Haha, let me see what else this formation has. As he spoke, the scorching sun sword appeared in Su Yang's hand. Blazing sword chi directly burned. The moment the terrifying sword chi rose, Su Yang's aura changed. Chapter 567. This is really interesting. Just the surrounding environment is already restricting me. I don't know what will surprise me next. At this time, Su Yang's eyes flashed with a cold light. He had fully unleashed his divine sense. However, he did not perceive any existence at this time. At this time, a shadow quietly appeared behind Su Yang. Su Yang did not notice the shadow that suddenly appeared. The environment here completely restricted Su Yang, making him unable to know the existence behind him. At this time, Su Yang's left hand's phalanx suddenly showed a trace of warmth. His phalanx was guiding Su Yang. At this moment, Su Yang did not have any doubts at all. He directly turned around and slashed down with the scorching sun sword. A blazing sword light suddenly burst out, and this strong sword light directly burst out at this time. The sword light let out a shrill cry, like the cry of an eagle. The sound was very sharp. The moment Su Yang slashed out, the shadow that appeared before actually dissipated in an instant. Su Yang knew that everything that had happened before was definitely not an illusion. That guy had really appeared before him. It was just that his ability was too strange. He was almost completely integrated with the surrounding environment. It was because of this that he was able to directly dissipate the moment his sword light fell. At this time, he did not have time to think too much. He directly slashed behind him. A glacier was directly cut open by this sword. The slowly descending mountains and rivers seemed so silent. It was the same again. Su Yang knew that just now, that strange thing must have launched a sneak attack on him. It was just that the moment he drew his sword, it dissipated in advance. "It's really a headache," Su Yang said softly. Such an enemy was indeed a headache. One did not know when he would appear. What was more troublesome was that one's attack had no effect on him at all. At this time, Su Yang's strength directly increased. That violent aura was directly displayed at this time. Between the heavens and the earth, rays of light also sank down at this time. At this moment, all the auras began to dissipate. At this moment, Su Yang stepped forward and said, "Torrential storm of pear blossoms." He gently waved his hand, and countless sword shadows appeared beside him. The densely packed sword shadows had already filled the entire sky. "Since you can enter this environment at any time, I will directly destroy this environment. I want to see what you can do." At this moment, his eyes shone with an extremely intense radiance. The powerful aura continued to rise at this moment. Finally, the sword aura fell. Countless streams of sword chi were like a torrential downpour. Wherever the sword chi landed, it would immediately lead to extremely terrifying destruction, as if everything was about to be destroyed. This kind of terrifying power simply made people endlessly shocked. As the sword aura continued to descend, countless glacier were directly destroyed. However, at that moment, that figure still did not appear. "Chimph, I don't believe it." Su Yang displayed the demonic dragon wings, and then directly flew high into the sky. Soon, Su Yang was already in the sky above Wuji. The scorching sun sword once again bloomed with radiance. At this moment, Su Yang's idea was actually very simple. Since this monster was unwilling to appear, then he would directly destroy the entire place. Of course, to destroy such an illusion, ordinary methods naturally would not work. At this moment, the scorching sun sword grew larger and larger. In the end, it was actually as big as a mountain. Immortal sword technique. At this moment, Su Ya activated the immortal sword technique with all his strength. The terrifying giant sword directly condensed, and the energy contained in it was simply unimaginable. When the sword light finally condensed, the entire world began to tremble. The giant sword condensed by the immortal sword technique slowly fell, as if it was going to destroy everything. Finally, under the mountain, a huge face appeared. Then, the face gradually began to grow taller, and in the end, it almost appeared in front of Su Yang. Demon. Feeling the existence of this demon, Su Yang's blood began to boil. Whether it was the demonic dragon blood or his own blood, it was the same. Legend has it that the demon was the enemy of all races in this world, because they were born to be the purest destroyers. In the ancient era, who knows how many powerhouses died because of this. Hatred for the demon, this was simply an instinct. "Die for me." This sword finally fell straight down. The terrifying sword light bloomed with a biting cold light, and the powerful force continued to tear everything apart. Right at this moment, an extremely intense light suddenly burst out from the huge palm. The appearance of this light actually blocked Su Yang's power completely. Such a powerful force was simply shocking. Su Yang frowned slightly, and then looked at the changes in front of him. Gradually, this demon shadow dissipated, and in its place was a person as tall as Su Yang. However, his appearance was completely different from that of a human. Under his face was a face that was disgusting. If one were to use a word to describe it, it would be ugly. An existence even uglier than Shura. After he appeared, he directly rushed towards Su Yang. His speed was very fast, so fast that it was unimaginable. The demonic dragon wings on Su Yang's back directly vibrated. At this time, the demonic dragon wings were crimson in color, looking like the wings of a fire dragon. When the wings vibrated, the flames burned and instantly engulfed the two of them. "Your speed is very fast, I will seal your speed." At this moment, the flames swept out, and it had actually turned into a vortex of flames, Around the two of them, there were extremely intense flames. But at this moment, a cold chill directly appeared. This cold chill actually wanted to directly freeze Su Yang's vortex of flames. At this time, he already knew that this was the terrifying part of this demon shadow god slaughtering formation. This formation could simulate a real demon. What was even more terrifying was that it could also forcibly create the most unfavorable conditions for the people who entered the formation. The combat strength of the demon itself was very terrifying. In addition to the targeting of the battle environment, there was almost no chance of survival. Fortunately, the power of the formation was not strong at this time, and it seemed that it could not form a more powerful demon. Otherwise, Su Yang did not need to continue this battle at all. There was only a path to death. But even so, he could not be the slightest bit careless. He knew that at this time, he had to end the battle quickly. If it continued to drag on, with the surrounding environment targeting him, his situation would only get worse and worse. In the end, he would be directly obliterated. At this moment, the dragon blood in his body and the finger bones of his left hand burst out with a powerful force at the same time. No matter what, this sudden burst of power was definitely a good thing for Su Yang, at least for now. Right, where the heart is. At this moment, a message directly appeared in his mind. It was as if this was an instinctive message. After this message appeared, his entire body suddenly sped up. Demonic Dragon Space-Splitting Claw. Su Yang directly activated his left hand. At this time, the Great Demonic Dragon's bloodline inheritance skill and the power of the finger bones burst out at the same time. For a moment, an existence like a black hole immediately appeared on his palm. This black hole was not obvious. It was only the size of an eyeball. But as soon as this small black hole appeared, the devil's body began to tremble. Although it was only a demon created by the formation, it had the instincts of a demon. It was full of respect for this powerful force. But at this time, it was already impossible for it to escape. At this moment, Su Yang's left hand directly pierced the demon's right chest. There was a piece of dark green crystal beating. This was the demon's heart. If it was a real demon's heart, then Su Yang could be considered to have gained a lot this time. This was because although the demon's heart had a strong demonic aura, it also had an extremely large amount of energy. This kind of energy was much more precious than crystals. But all of this was fake. After Su Yang destroyed the evil demon, everything around him began to crumble as well. At this moment, Su Yang was finally able to investigate everything around him. According to his divine telekinesis, the demonic shadow god slaughtering formation divided the entire area, and a large formation was built in each part. And after he defeated the demon, the formation in this area was directly destroyed. He also sensed that the energy source of this formation was probably at the core of this area. At this time, Su Yang's eyes moved because he once again sensed the aura of the white skeleton. But what surprised him was that this white skeleton did not seem to have gone through a battle at all. It was like a fish that could swim freely in the formation. If Su Yang had not defeated the demon too quickly, he was afraid that he would not have been able to catch up to it at this time. Of course, now that he had discovered this guy's aura, Su Yang naturally would not let it have an easy time. Su Yang quickly moved forward. He knew this guy's plan. He needed to devour lives to be powerful. And the more powerful the life form, the more help it would be to him. In this place, Wang Baichuan, Feng Yuhai, Xiong Yunfei, or Xiong Ju were the best prey for him. More importantly, these people were facing the demonic shadow at this time. But this white skeleton could freely move in this large formation, which was its greatest advantage. As long as he found the location of these people and directly attacked them when they were not paying attention, there was a high chance that he would kill them in one strike and then devour them. Chapter 568. At this moment, Xiong Ju was once again in a bitter battle. The environment he was in was a vast ocean. However, the strength of his enemy had greatly exceeded his expectations. Until now, he hadn't even seen his enemy's appearance clearly. The waves were constantly rolling, and the waves could even rush into the sky. Xiong Ju was trying his best to avoid these waves. Because in the waves, his enemy could appear at any time. The huge wave was already dozens of meters high, and a figure directly appeared. His eyes were coldly staring at Seongju. Seongju knew that this was a devil. The third eye on his forehead emitted a terrifying aura, and his entire person was incomparably terrifying. Such power made him feel uneasy. Blazing flame palm. Wearing the fire dragon armor, he directly slashed down with his palm. At this moment, the terrifying palm directly erupted with endless flames. His strength was definitely above the devil in front of him. With one palm, the wave was directly shattered. However, what made him angry was that the moment the wave was shattered, this damned guy also disappeared. He couldn't find his whereabouts at all. If it was a head-on battle, Seongju definitely wouldn't feel any fear. However, this damned thing was strange and terrifying. It never fought him head-on. This made him filled with anger. At this moment, the fire dragon armor directly burst out with an extremely bright light. Damned thing, since you're hiding in this sea, I'll directly evaporate the entire sea. He directly activated the power of the fire dragon armor, and the fire dragon armor directly began to vibrate. A faint dragon roar sounded, causing the entire sea to begin to shake. It was at this moment that his strength finally increased. He seemed to have become a real fire dragon, and the roar became more and more intense. In the end, a blazing sun directly appeared. It had to be said that Seongju was really a genius. This blazing sun looked somewhat similar to Su Yang's supreme sun-shattering slash. Although the principles of the two were completely different, he had already been inspired by Su Ya's sword. At this moment, the attack condensed and directly blasted into the ground. If it was a real sea, even if Seongju's strength increased by 100 times, it would be impossible to evaporate it. However, this was not the real sea. After all, this was just an illusion in a large formation. No matter how realistic the illusion was, it was still just an illusion. As long as the power reached the limit and exceeded the tolerance range of the illusion formation would naturally collapse. At that time, the demonic shadow would have nowhere to hide. His train of thought was almost exactly the same as Su Yang's. Because this was the essence of the illusory matrix. At this moment, countless tides condensed, and then the face that made Seongju loathe appeared again. The moment the face appeared, his anger rose again, and the killing intent in his eyes became even more intense. Die for me. His power directly blasted down, and the powerful force burst out with countless roaring sounds. With the support of the fire dragon armor, he was like a heavenly god. The power of the sea and the power of the huge fireball finally met, and a terrifying wave of energy erupted. It was as if the whole world was going to be destroyed by this terrifying wave. Seongju focused all of her attention. He knew that once this power was directly shattered, it might be time for him to face the demonic shadow directly. He had been toyed with by the demonic shadow for a while, and he was already infuriated. He wanted to directly shatter the demonic shadow and kill Hua Yunlong at the same time. However, at this moment, he suddenly felt a sense of danger in his heart. It was a kind of chill of death. Not long ago, he had felt such an aura, so he definitely would not forget it. Damn it! At this moment, he was almost in a mess. Fortunately, after the previous lesson, he already knew his shortcomings, so at this moment, he forced himself to calm down, then controlled his body to fly to the side. As his body moved, the huge power that he had activated directly collapsed. At the same time, a shadow directly appeared in the sky. Seongju directly spat out a mouthful of blood. The scorching sun that had condensed all of his power was directly shattered, and the recoil made him feel exhausted. However, what made him more frightened was the shadow that suddenly appeared in front of him. It was a skeleton. Seongju would never forget this skeleton because it was this guy that almost killed him last time. If he hadn't met Su Yang, he might have become the other party's food. Moreover, this skeleton at this time seemed to be much stronger than before. The aura on its body was so thick, and there was a powerful force flowing in its bones. Damn it, you dog, you can actually enter this place. This large formation was set up by Hua Yunlong of the Devil Sect, but this white skeleton could actually freely pass through it, which made him feel a little shocked. At this moment, the white skeleton's teeth were chattering. Then, an extremely proud thought was transmitted out, "Hehe, it's just the Spectre God slaughtering formation. In my era, I personally presided over the formation. Naturally, it's not a big deal to be able to move freely within it. However, I really didn't expect that I would actually meet you again after letting you escape last time. It seems like you and I are fated to be together. You are destined to become my food. The white skeletons will infuriated Seongju. He was one of the 10 great powerhouses of the Blazing Flame sect, but he was actually regarded as food by this skeleton. At this moment, he suddenly realized that there was a saber hanging on the white skeleton's bones. The saber emitted a scarlet radiance as if it was burning with a raging fire. Blazing Chelin saber, you killed senior brother Du Yu. Seongju's tone became cold and sinister. Du Yu was also one of the 10 great disciples of the Blazing Flame sect, and he was ranked 6th among the 10 great young powerhouses. Other than his brother, Seong Yunfei, Du Yu also took good care of him. Seongju's cultivation could improve by leaps and bounds thanks to Du Yu's help and guidance. The Blazing Chelin saber was Du Yu's saber that never left his side. However, at this moment, this saber was actually in the hands of this skeleton. In other words, senior brother Du Yu had been killed. Although he knew that this was destined to be an extraordinary journey from the moment he stepped into this place, he didn't expect that even Du Yu would be dead. Keek, are you talking about that disciple of the Blazing Flame sect? He's really powerful, but it's a pity that he's too stubborn. In order to save his junior brother, he was tricked by me and killed in the end. TSK, how nostalgic. This kind of life energy has helped me improve a lot. White Bones triumphant will spread out once again, and Seongju's entire being was filled with anger. Hihi, I know that you're called Seongju. You must be very angry now and want to kill me. Unfortunately, you're still too weak. I could kill you the last time, let alone now. At this moment, the pale flames appeared once again. As the strange pale flames appeared, a huge spiritual pressure directly suppressed Seongju. This huge will contained boundless killing intent, as well as terrifying mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Back then, Seongju couldn't withstand this spiritual pressure and was directly defeated by White Bone. However, this time, Seongju didn't retreat. The moment this terrifying spiritual pressure rushed into his mind, he directly let out an angry roar. At this moment, facing such a terrifying scene, his heart was filled with fear, and his entire body was trembling. However, he didn't retreat, nor did he give up like last time. You bastard, you actually dared to kill senior brother Du Yu. I'll definitely kill you. His anger burned fiercely, and with the support of his anger, he walked step by step toward White Bone. The dragon roar on the fire dragon armor became louder and clearer. White Bone was obviously very surprised, because it didn't expect Seongju to choose to continue fighting under its spiritual pressure. However, it soon laughed. Hihi, it's indeed beyond my expectations that you can withstand this spiritual pressure. However, it's useless. You're still too weak. Killing you is a piece of cake for me. The Blazing Chelin saber was unsheathed, and a wave of awe-inspiring energy immediately covered it. I'll take your flesh and blood. I'll also take your fire dragon armor. Haha, you ignorant and fearless brat. Go and die now. He slashed down with his saber. The Blazing Chelin saber let out a soft cry, which was a sorrowful cry. At this moment, the saber light directly hit Seongju's body. The powerful force hit Seongju's body. He was already injured, and with the spiritual pressure, he was in an even worse state. Therefore, he couldn't dodge this terrifying saber at all, and was hit directly in the end. Fortunately, when the saber light hit him, the fire dragon armor directly burst with a blazing light, blocking this extremely powerful force. However, after this attack, his face became even paler. His entire body was covered in cold sweat. White Bone approached him and said, "It's a pity. You're indeed very strong, but in front of me, you don't have the chance to display your strength. I don't like to delay the most, so die." Its cold voice was heard in Seongju's ears, and then the blazing Chelin saber was slashed at him again. The scarlet saber directly slashed at Seongju's neck. Chapter 569. Su Yang, Seongju stammered as he looked at the person who appeared not far away from him. Never would he have thought that Su Yang would suddenly appear at such a time of crisis. Could it be that this guy thought he was a fat sheep, so he followed him and waited to save him when he was in danger to reap huge profits? Damn it, no, this guy seemed to have said that he wouldn't charge this time. At this moment, such wild thoughts appeared in Seongju's mind. Bai Jiyu looked at Su Yang, who was standing in front of him, the soul fire in his hollow skull constantly flickering. In fact, Bai Jiyu was unwilling to face Su Yang because he felt the aura of the Stupa sect on Su Yang's body, which he loathed. In particular, the soul-subduing seal made him extremely wary. However, in his opinion, Su Yang was really too much of a bully. Last time, when he wanted to kill Seongju, it was also because of Su Yang that Seongju was able to escape in the end. And this time, it was the same. Did he really think he was so easy to bully? At this moment, he also had the intention to kill. If it was last time, he would naturally be extremely wary of Su Yang, but after a few days of killing, his strength had increased again. Well, since you've appeared here, let me kill you directly. If I can devour you, I'm sure I'll be able to obtain more things. His eyes were full of awe. His soul fire pulsed. At this moment, Su Yang was not far away from him and said, "Looks like you don't plan to escape this time. That's for the best. Come, let me see what's so great about you." The scorching sun sword was unsheathed. Bai Jiyu, or rather, the soul devourer venerable who had not completely revived, did not use his soul fire. This was because he already knew that Su Yang had something on him that could restrain the flexible soul fire. Once he used it, not only would it not cause any harm to Su Yang, but it would also bring trouble to him. However, even if he could not use it, so what? He was already strong enough. After hearing about the soul fire, he could accurately see Su Yang's realm. At this time, Su Yang had indeed improved a lot, but compared to him, there was still a big gap. One had to know that he had directly devoured the lives of many geniuses, not to mention that he was once a supreme expert, an existence close to the sovereign realm. He did not believe that Su Yang could defeat him. One had to know that within this period of time, the number of geniuses who had died at his hands had already exceeded 30, and amongst them was a super powerhouse like Du Yu. The blazing Chilean saber flickered with an awe-inspiring scarlet radiance as it faced off against the scorching sun sword. Su Yang's aura had also completely calmed down. He would not be careless or underestimate any of his opponents, not to mention that the enemy in front of him was an extremely mysterious existence. Su Yang wouldn't let his guard down against these people who came back from the dead. He had already fought with several of these people. Whether it was the Black Demon Venerable or the Whitebone Venerable, their strength couldn't be judged with common sense. And the person in front of him was obviously the same. Su Yang felt that if he still judged him with his original attitude, he wouldn't even know how he died. Since you're already standing in front of me, then I'll use all my strength to kill you directly. Kid, today is the end of your life. At this moment, he suddenly disappeared from his original spot, and then an extremely powerful force suddenly descended. Such a powerful and terrifying force was simply terrifying. Everything in the entire world changed at this moment. Su Yang suddenly frowned. This white skeleton was really strange. Although they did not fight head-on last time, Su Yang was sure that he would definitely not use any saber techniques. However, at this time, saber techniques were so easy for him. It was as if he was a saber user who had practiced the saber for decades. However, Su Yang had heard the conversation between Seongju and this white skeleton earlier, so he already had some guesses in his heart. At this moment, Seongju suddenly said, "It's senior brother Du Yu's frenzy saber technique." His whole body was still trembling, and it was obvious that he found the matter in front of him unbelievable. The frenzy saber technique was the Scorching Flame sect's saber technique treasured book. It was impossible for ordinary people to cultivate this saber technique. Among the entire younger generation of disciples in the Scorching Flame sect, only Du Yu had mastered it. At this moment, the skeleton in front of him actually used the frenzy saber technique directly. The frenzy saber technique was like a raging fire that was like a saber, and it meant to dominate the world. At this moment, when the skeleton in front of him used it, it immediately created an extremely fierce whirlwind. When this whirlwind appeared, it was as if it was going to split the world. The saber aura was actually so fierce. Su Yang didn't even think of taking this attack head-on. He directly shrank to the side and narrowly avoided the attack. Then, he directly said, "If I'm not wrong, you have the means to turn the power of the people you devoured into your own. The skeletons will directly transmit it. Hehe, you're not too stupid. This guy called Du Yu is really good at saber technique cultivation. Although it's not worth mentioning to me at my peak, it's not bad now. It's best to use it to kill you." The voice of this will directly pierced into Su Yang and Xiongju's minds. If Xiongju wasn't injured at this time, he would have already climbed up and fought this damned thing to the death. However, he couldn't do it at all now. Su Yang, be careful. Senior brother Du Yu's frenzy saber technique is definitely not that simple. He pays attention to it the most. If you let this damned thing condense the saber aura, it will definitely be very troublesome. Xiongju naturally understood this saber technique, so he directly told Su Yang. Su Yang nodded lightly. It sounded like this saber technique was similar to the heaven-breaking 10 slashes. They both paid attention to the accumulation of momentum. While Xiongju was speaking, White Bone's second slash had already slashed towards Su Yang. This ferocious saber aura simply made one's heart tremble. Such a terrifying power seemed to be able to directly split a person in half. This time, Su Yang didn't choose to retreat. He turned the scorching sun sword in his hand and directly faced it head-on. Clang! The saber and sword suddenly collided. The terrifying rumbling sound directly rippled out, and countless waves immediately surged up on the sea below. After this attack, Su Yang's body suddenly retreated. In the first head-on confrontation, Su Yang had suffered a loss. Not bad, to be able to block this slash, you have already exceeded my expectations. However, this is only the beginning, hey. As he spoke, the third slash had already landed. This slash, accompanied by the power of wind and fire, the terrifying aura was simply about to burn the entire world. This extremely terrifying power almost caused one's mind to begin to tremble. Even Su Yang felt his mind surge at this moment. Looking at this slash, Xiongju was even more furious. That was senior brother Du Yu's ultimate move, but now he could only watch this damned skeleton use it. And senior brother Du Yu had clearly been sacrificed. Damn it, I will definitely not forgive him. His heart was filled with anger, but he also knew that he couldn't make a move at this time. He couldn't display much of his strength with his injuries. However, he had a lot of medicinal pills on him, so he immediately took out a medicinal pill and began to heal his injuries. He had to heal his injuries in the shortest time possible so that he could directly smash this damned skeleton into pieces. At this moment, the battle between Su Yang and the skeleton had reached a white-hot stage. When the two of them clashed again, Su Yang was no longer as battered as before. The frenzy flame saber technique was naturally powerful, but the heaven-crushing 10 slashes was even more powerful. For Su Yang, this guy in front of him was really a good sparring partner. White Bone's blade once again slashed down fiercely. The berserk power seemed to want to destroy everything. However, he had already discovered something strange about Su Yang. This human's strength seemed to be inexhaustible. His saber aura had clearly become stronger, but he was still able to withstand it. This level of strength really made him feel incomparably fearful. Damn it, kid, what kind of terrifying combat skill have you mastered? This is really exciting. If I devour you, everything you have will be mine. The Soul Devourer demon supremacy had already deduced that Su Yang was related to the Pagoda sect. However, the combat skill that Su Yang was using now wasn't from the Pagoda sect. Instead, it had a hint of the Devil sect. Therefore, he was even more curious about Su Yang. Do people like you always like to talk nonsense? Don't make it sound like you've already defeated me, Su Yang said indifferently. At this moment, he had already entered a state of emptiness. Every move of his seemed to be filled with an indescribable intent. This made Su Yang feel delighted. It was indeed a good thing to be able to fight with such an expert. This was the best target for him to test himself on. At this moment, the dragon wings on his back suddenly erupted with flowing light. At this moment, his speed had reached its peak. The sword light suddenly accelerated. Even the Soul Devourer demon supremacy couldn't react in time. At this moment, The sword light directly collided with his white bones. Even his white bones at this moment had a clear-cut cut. Moreover, the radiance of the blazing fire was constantly eroding his bones. It was conceivable that if he was a real human, this sword would have taken his life. The white bone skeleton flew into a rage out of humiliation. Then, he threw away the blazing Chilean saber. Really, this guy's methods are really unreliable. I still have to rely on my own strength. The frenzy flame saber technique that he had previously praised had now become a piece of trash. Chapter 570. Although Du Yu's saber technique was indeed very powerful, Su Yang's combat skills seemed to be even more terrifying. If this continued, Ouyang Yangming would definitely lose. Bai Jiyu had seen through this very clearly. After all, he was once a venerable one. Putting aside what level he had reached for the time being, it was certain that he was very powerful. He used Du Yu's method. Perhaps it was just to show off or for other reasons, but he wanted to use this saber technique to fight Su Yang. However, after gaining a huge advantage in the early stages, Su Yang gradually turned the tables in the later battles. This was simply a humiliation to him. Therefore, if he still had a face at this time, his expression would definitely be very ugly. Unfortunately, he was only a skeleton. But even so, he was still able to show his anger. The soul flame in his skull suddenly exploded. At this moment, he looked at Su Yang and said, "Your strength is really beyond my expectations. It seems that using Bai Gu's body to fight with you is obviously not enough. Fortunately, I've also made enough progress during this period of time. I believe that I can give you a good surprise." Just as he was speaking, his white bones suddenly released a ray of light. When this ray of light appeared, a very ear-piercing sound was heard. The sound was indescribable, but it gave off an unusually oppressive feeling. Su Yang's gaze focused because he felt that as long as Bai Gu's transformation was completed, it would probably become very troublesome. Therefore, he wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to kill Bai Jiyu directly. However, just as he was about to make a move, he immediately felt a thought lock onto him. It seemed that if he made any move at this time, he would have to pay an unimaginable price. Finally, after a short consideration, he decided to bide his time. He wanted to see what tricks Bai Jiyu was playing. At this moment, a dark aura was directly released. This dark aura was like a cloud of smoke, engulfing his entire body. As the dark aura became denser, Bai Gu's aura became more profound. "Su Yang, I remember your name. Hehe, you're very honored to see my true appearance." At this moment, Su Yang couldn't help but take a step back. At this moment, a sliver of flesh suddenly appeared on his white bones. This was indeed flesh and blood. This was an extremely strange scene. As the flesh and blood gradually covered it, the other party's aura became even more terrifying. This is flesh growing from bones. If this scene did not really happen in front of his own eyes, Su Yang would never believe that such a thing could really happen. This kind of thing only existed in legends. Although such a saying had always existed, anyone who saw such a scene would feel incomparably astonished. Isn't it shocking to see a dead person come back to life? Haha, that's why it's your honor to be able to see such a scene. His voice gradually turned cold, and his entire being was filled with an extremely strange berserk aura. Tempage, is it really just flesh and bones? However, so what if he was resurrected? If I'm not wrong, this kind of resurrection is only temporary, right? You've only used up all the energy stored in your body in one go, and this effect is temporary, right? Su Yang asked straightforwardly. He deeply understood that the law of life and death was the most terrifying thing in the world. It was extremely difficult to be resurrected from the dead. Of course, he had indeed seen a person who was resurrected from the dead, and that was Duanmu Longhu. However, this fellow was the crown prince of the devil sect back then, and was extremely terrifying. Moreover, after he was resurrected, there was still a dense aura of death left in his body, and it could only be removed by meteorites from outer space. More importantly, before Duanmu Longhu died, he was sealed by a supreme secret technique, which was why his physical body was perfectly preserved. In other words, he had only fallen into an extremely deep sleep. However, the fellow in front of him was completely different. He was completely dead. Even his physical body had been destroyed, and only his bones were left. Flesh and bones. Although it was a simple phrase, it was actually the most complicated thing, and it completely violated the law of life. If this thing had not devoured so many lives, he could not have reached this state at all. Even if he had reached this state, it would not have lasted for long. It was a long but short process. The reason why it was so long was because it was really strange to see his body becoming complete bit by bit. At this moment, an extremely mysterious power appeared in his palm. It was a power filled with the aura of death, and the violent power directly burst out with the aura of death. Subsequently, a giant black claw was formed. It was not human at all, and it was more like a wild beast. I've never been used to using a saber, but I'm used to using my claws. Now, I'll let you face the real me. At this moment, his physical body was finally completed. A black aura lingered all over his body, and it immediately turned into an armor of death. At this moment, Su Yang felt an absolute threat from this person. The person looked at Su Yang, then said with a smile, "All right, we can now begin our second round." As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared on the spot. He had truly disappeared from the spot. At this moment, a wave of uneasiness suddenly appeared in Su Yang's heart. Almost subconsciously, he directly turned his head and blasted a punch behind him. This was completely instinctive. He only felt that danger was coming from behind him, so he directly punched back. At the next moment, the two forces directly intertwined. The moment the two forces met, a violent aura was suddenly released. This time, Su Yang was directly sent flying. Su Yang only felt that a raging bull had directly charged into his body, and he was like a weak child who had no strength at all. At this moment, he almost collapsed. How is this possible? How can he become so powerful? Su Yang's eyes were filled with disbelief. He really could not understand how the guy in front of him could be so powerful. The Venerable Soul Eater looked at Su Yang but did not chase after him. He only smiled faintly and said, "Did you notice? This is the difference in strength between you and me. In front of me, your strength is simply too weak to withstand a single blow." These calm and cold words were like a heavy hammer. Although he had already expected this, he never thought that this guy would be so powerful after he truly erupted his strength. This level had completely exceeded Su Yang's expectations. Fortunately, Su Yang reacted at the very beginning, and then almost instinctively threw a punch behind him. Otherwise, he was afraid that at this moment, his entire body would have collapsed. At this moment, the Venerable Soul Eater did not chase after him. He looked at Su Yang and smiled faintly. "I really didn't expect that you would actually be able to react. However, I can also see that this should be your instinct. I have to say that you are indeed a genius to possess such terrifying instincts. However, this is a good thing because devouring a genius like you will make me even stronger." The exalted soul devourer looked at Su Yang and continued, "In that case, since you've already blocked my first attack, what about the second one?" At that moment, he abruptly waved his sharp claws before Su Yang. In an instant, a claw mark appeared. The moment the claw mark appeared, Su Yang's head stood on end, and a dense feeling of death enveloped his entire body. It's impossible to block it. This was the message that Su Yang's intuition told him. This was because he sensed that the power of this attack was too powerful, far surpassing that of the Six Dragons powerhouse. Back then, the Six Dragons powerhouse who hunted Su Yang in the monster beast plane did not have such powerful strength. At this moment, this claw mark seemed to have become the only thing in this world, and all the brilliance had become dim at this moment. It was at that moment that he charged into the air. This time, Su Yang saw clearly that the Venerable Soul Eater's figure was constantly enlarging in front of him. In the end, the terrifying aura of death seemed to have appeared in front of him. Su Yang roared, and then the pair of dragon wings on his back suddenly shook. At this moment, he activated his full speed and then suddenly burst out to avoid this terrifying attack. This was because if he could not avoid it, only death would await him. This was something that he absolutely did not doubt. Su Yang's speed was really fast. With the strength of the two dragons' realm and the burst of the demonic dragon wings, he was as fast as a shooting star. Unfortunately, although Su Yang's speed was fast, the venerable Soul Eater was even faster than Su Yang. Just when Su Yang thought that he had avoided this attack, the terrifying power had already reached Su Yang's chest. Invincible golden body, dragon blood ice fire. At this moment, Su Yang directly activated the invincible golden body. This pagoda sect's cultivation technique directly saved Su Yang's life. If it wasn't for the sudden eruption of this cultivation method, Su Yang would have already died. However, although the invincible golden body allowed Su Yang to avoid death, it still sent him flying. Su Yang's body was heavily smashed into the sea. Although this was only a virtual world created by the phantom god slaughtering array, it was exceptionally realistic. The heavy water pressure crushed Su Yang directly, causing Su Yang's chest to almost collapse. Chapter 571. At this time, Su Yang only felt that his mind was in a mess. Pain. He had not felt such pain for a long time. Even when he fought with Wang Baichuan last time and was covered in wounds, he did not feel such pain. Because although the injury at that time was serious, it was only superficial. However, it was different now. This heavy injury went directly into Su Yang's body. At this time, the demon dragon's heart and Buddha's heart beat almost at the same time. The demon dragon's blood flowed wildly, and the golden power of Buddha's heart also circulated in his body. Relying on the circulation of these two powers, he was directly suppressed by this terrifying power. Finally, Su Yang struggled to get out of the water. The moment he came out of the water, he happened to see that guy looking at him with a smirk. "You're really amazing. You can actually break free from my claw. Hehe, I originally thought that Xiongju was a delicacy, but now I find that I was wrong. You are definitely the greatest gift given to me by the heavens. I can't wait to see you die." As his voice fell, another claw slid down. At this moment, Su Yang did not have time to think too much, nor did he care about the blank space in his mind. He directly left the water and then flew into the sky. The moment his body left the water, the claw had already entered the water. At this time, a terrifying thing happened. This was clearly a water surface, but under such a sharp claw, the water surface was directly divided. That scratch actually split the surface of the water. Looking at such a scene, Su Yang also felt horrified. If he had suffered such a claw before, he was afraid that even if the invincible golden body was activated again, he would not be able to block it. But just as he was thinking, a shadow suddenly appeared in front of him. Under the thick black chi, Su Yang could not see his face clearly, but he was sure that this person was looking at him with a sinister smile, and that pair of eyes must be full of greed. At this moment, his power directly descended. The powerful force turned into a long sword and directly slashed towards Su Yang's body. Su Yang's entire body swayed. He wanted to avoid this attack, but he found that his body was firmly locked in place. It was at this moment that the sharp claw struck towards his chest. Is he dead? At this moment, Su Yang's mind went blank. He only felt that his life seemed to have come to an end in advance. Were they unwilling to accept it? Of course, he was extremely unwilling. It wasn't easy for him to reach this point, but he had to directly walk towards death at this time. How could he be willing to accept this? However, there were many things that could not be decided by one's willpower. It was as if he couldn't avoid this powerful force at all. Right at that moment, a beam of blazing light shot toward Exalted Soul Devourer. Raging Flame Palm. The Raging Flame Palm slammed into Reverend Shahun's body. Perhaps it was too late, or perhaps it was simply disdainful, but Reverend Shahun did not dodge the Raging Flame Palm at all. Being hit directly by the Raging Flame Palm, his entire body trembled. It was also because of this that his claw dissipated. Su Yang finally managed to escape with his life. At this moment, Su Yang directly pulled away from the monster. Terrifying. This guy was really too terrifying. His strength was already terrifying to the point that it made people tremble in fear. Reverend Shahun did not immediately chase after Su Yang. Instead, he chuckled as he looked at Su Yang as if he was looking at his pet. Then, his gaze fell on Xiongju. When Reverend Shahun's gaze met Xiongju, he felt as if he had fallen into a glacier that had been frozen for thousands of years. He was a disciple of the Fiery Flame sect and possessed an extremely hot aura. However, he still felt extremely cold at this moment. What an unconscious prey. How dare you disturb my mood? You really deserve to die. Reverend Shahun smiled sinisterly. Then, an enormous mental power exploded once again. Reverend Shahun was not afraid of Seongju at all. When the enormous mental power descended again, Seongju immediately felt a change in his soul. However, this was the third time he had experienced such a power. Therefore, he was not afraid at all when the power descended. He merely sneered and said, "You bastard, the same move won't work on me." As he spoke, an extremely terrifying power burst out from his body. Subsequently, he raised his sword and attacked Reverend Shahun. Although the power could not be compared to when Reverend Shahun used his full strength, he had made great progress compared to the previous 2 times. Reverend Shahun found it funny when he saw Reverend Shahun's ferocious face. This was because Seongju was simply a joke in front of him at this moment. The reason why Reverend Shahun barged into the formation and came to kill Wang Baichuan, Seong Yunfei, and the others was because he knew that his power would be terrifyingly powerful once he grew flesh from bone. Even these geniuses would not be a match for him. At the same time, he could feed on battle and devour these geniuses to make them a part of his body. However, the crimson-red flames were unable to cover his gloomy smile. Finally, his power descended. This was an attack that contained all of Seongju's hatred. However, such an attack did not erupt with his true strength because Reverend Shahun had raised his palm at this moment. His gaze was so ghastly. He merely smiled coldly as he looked at the ray of light that had suddenly descended. In the next moment, everything stopped at this moment. He'd borrowed it. He'd really borrowed it. Reverend Shahun had actually relied on his palms to receive this terrifying power. Seongju's expression had become extremely astounded. He, who was originally quite handsome, actually looked so ferocious at this moment. He could not believe that the sword attack that contained all of his strength had actually been borrowed. Hehe, is it so inconceivable that I've just received your power? It seems that you're still too weak after all. You're like a frog at the bottom of a well. You don't know what true strength is at all. Well then, remember this moment well. Remember your weakness and despair. Although you won't have the chance to live anymore, if you can remember this memory in your next life, it'll be a good thing for you. As he spoke, he was still chuckling softly. Following that, his other hand suddenly grabbed Seongju's neck. This genius from the Blazing Flame sect, a young man with 3 dragons in the dragon realm, was like a frog at this moment. His neck was being grabbed, but he could not move at all. His entire body was trembling. It was obvious that he was in extreme pain. However, no matter how he struggled, he could not break free from this power. Reverend Shahun no longer paid attention to him. Instead, his gaze fell on Su Yang. He then smiled faintly and said, "Look, to me, you're just like ants. In front of me, you have no power to resist at all. Su Yang, are you feeling despair now? Or should I say, fear? Even if you kneel down and beg me, it won't be of any use. Right now, I'm too hungry. I need food, and you're my best food." Ha ha ha. His laughter echoed in this fictional world. At this moment, Su Yang's trembling became even more intense. In the depths of his pupils, a red dot directly burst out. 2 dragon shadows danced unceasingly. At the same time, his demonic dragon's heart was also unceasingly beating. Ever since that senior helped Su Yang suppress the demonic dragon's heart in the cold lands of the 5 counties, this was the first time it had such a terrifying beat. This was because at this moment, Su Yang felt that his life was in danger. Of course, other than the threat to his life, there were other factors. However, at this moment, even Su Ya could not explain it clearly. Let go of him. This voice came from the bottom of Su Yang's throat. It was deep and rough. At this moment, the venerable Soul Eater's smile became even more brilliant. You still want to save him at this time? What a foolish human. That Du-Yu is like that, and you are also like that. Speaking of which, if that Du-Yu was more vicious and merciless, I wouldn't be as strong as I am now. I really like your personalities. Seongju's breathing had become very difficult. Ever since he was young, he had never felt that it was so difficult to breathe. Of course, He was also very grateful to Su Yang. He did not know if it was because the Venerable Soul Eater had mentioned Du Yu, but at this moment, Xiongju actually felt that Su Yang and Du Yu were very similar. He used the last of his strength and said directly, "Su Yang, go." Because his throat was firmly stuck, his voice was very vague. Even his words could not be heard clearly. He wanted to continue speaking, but suddenly, a stream of blood rushed out of his throat. But it turned out that at this moment, an ice-cold hand had already pierced into his body, penetrating his chest. His gaze became so ferocious. He was dead. This time, he was really going to die. However, he had never thought that he would die in such a cowardly manner. He was really unwilling to accept this. His body was still trembling. This was the final struggle of his life. Perhaps it was the dazzling red color that provoked Su Yang, or perhaps it was the fear that buried Su Yang, but at this moment, Su Yang directly exploded with a roar. Ah! Chapter 572. This low and deep voice erupted from the bottom of Su Yang's throat, followed by a powerful force that seemed to have shaken the entire sky. Following Su Yang's roar, the endless seawater began to flow in reverse. The seawater actually rushed directly into the sky. How inconceivable was this? How terrifying was this? Xiongju's consciousness was leaving his body. However, in the end, he still felt that the world seemed to have suddenly changed. At that moment, the soul-devouring demon supremacist's eyes were fixed on Su Yang. "Dragon, it's actually a dragon." At that moment, his voice was actually trembling. The enormous dragon's aura had already engulfed him. Under the dragon's aura, his entire body was trembling. He was trembling because of excitement, but also because of fear. In the known history of this world, apart from the abyss demons from other worlds, nothing could be compared to the Dragon Clan. They were simply the most perfect gods. Their nobility made all the creatures in the world tremble. However, such a terrifying creature existed in front of him at that moment. "Dragon, it's actually a dragon. Ha 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 ha, ha ha ha. That's great, that's great. If I can devour a dragon, my strength will definitely be able to recover quickly. No, it's definitely more than that. It's definitely not as simple as recovering. It should be another breakthrough." At that moment, he directly released his grip on Xiongju's hand. Although Xiongju was a genius and a decent food, he was simply not worth mentioning compared to Su Yang in front of him. At that moment, all his thoughts were on Su Yang. He wanted to kill Su Yang directly. Then, he would devour Su Yang without leaving anything behind. At that moment, his claw of death directly erupted and grabbed at Su Yang. "To be honest, your existence has made me extremely excited. Therefore, I've decided to eat you first." Claw of death. He roared and then used almost all his strength to grab down. In the sky, 3 black scars appeared. That was the mark formed by the claw of death. Because the power of the mark was so strong, the sky was unable to withstand it. As a result, cracks began to appear in the sky as if it would collapse at any time. Such power was simply shocking, even terrifying. Perhaps only a venerable one could resist such power. Venerable Soul Devourer had absolute confidence in his attack. Although the previous Su Yang was nothing in front of him, at this moment, he had erupted with the power of a dragon. No matter what it was, once it was stained with the word dragon, it would definitely not be simple. Therefore, he did not hold back at all and directly struck out with his most powerful strength. He wanted to defeat Su Yang in an instant and then subdue him. After that, they would enjoy his life force and plunder everything from him. The 3 marks slowly fell. The reason why it was so slow was because the power of the 3 claws was too terrifying. It had even exceeded the tolerance range of this space. Therefore, this power was blocked by space, and it was also because of this that it was slow to advance. However, if he wanted to escape from his gaze, it was impossible. This was because after the claws were formed, the place they covered was completely imprisoned. This space was the most powerful and solid cage. "Die. Let me see what the color of a dragon's blood is. Let me see how delicious a dragon's life is," he roared crazily and exclaimed in a frenzy. However, at this moment, his laughter suddenly stopped. This was because he suddenly realized that his attack, which he had used all his strength to land, was blocked. A pair of scarlet eyes fell on him. Sensing that gaze, his heart trembled as if he had seen a future that he did not want to see. He blocked it. He actually blocked it. I wouldn't find it strange if he could dodge my attack, but he actually blocked it. How is this possible? How can his power surpass mine? At this moment, he was really going crazy. Because the scene before his eyes had completely exceeded the range of what he could bear. Su Yang did not say anything because Su Yang's soul had been hidden. At this moment, it was the nature of the great demonic dragon that dominated the body. Therefore, the corners of his mouth moved slightly. This very sunny smile made the venerable Soul Eater's soul begin to throb. The spiritual flame in his skull seemed to have begun to jump uneasily. Roar. A roar came from the bottom of Su Yang's throat again. Accompanied by the violent roar, a powerful force directly bombarded the venerable Soul Eater's body. At this moment, the venerable Soul Eater's body, which was born out of thin air, was directly damaged. It should be known that every single strand of flesh on his body was condensed after he devoured so many lives. However, Su Yang's punch immediately destroyed a lot of his previous efforts. Damn it, despicable guy, how dare you destroy my body? Before the venerable Soul Eater could finish his last word, Su Yang's attack came again. Su Yang's 5 fingers had unknowingly disappeared and were replaced by a pitch-black dragon claw. The dragon claw's sharpness was unparalleled in the world. One had to know that there was a divine sword in the world of the 9 provinces that was forged from the sharp claws of a true dragon. From this, one could imagine how powerful he was. Su Yang's dragon claw suddenly waved and directly penetrated the venerable Soul Eater's body. The venerable Soul Eater naturally did not care about the pain. It was simply the loss of so much flesh that made him collapse. Damn it, damn it. He suddenly shouted and struggled to break free from Su Yang's control. Then, he immediately pulled away from Su Yang. However, the moment he stopped, he suddenly realized that there was an extra person beside him. How is this possible? Previously, he had already displayed a speed that was close to teleportation. However, at this time, Su Yang's speed was even faster than his. He could even feel that before he landed there, Su Yang had already appeared in that position and was waiting for his arrival. He still wanted to say something, but at this moment, Su Yang's sharp claws had directly grabbed his head and then violently flung it downward. The terrifying power made it impossible for the venerable Soul Eater to control his body. At this moment, he was truly afraid. He originally thought that he had everything under control, but he did not expect Su Yang to suddenly erupt at this moment and directly destroy all of his knowledge. Damn it, if this goes on, I will be defeated directly, or even killed. This damn brat has become so powerful. No, I can only take a gamble now. If I succeed, I can directly devour this brat. Humph, just this brat alone is comparable to all the people I have devoured before. No, he is definitely more powerful than all of them. You know, he is a dragon. Thinking of this, the venerable Soul Eater became excited again. Right now, he was a gambler. At this moment, he wanted to give it his all. He knew that once he succeeded, he would have unimaginable gains. It was simply unimaginable power. Of course, if he failed, it was not a big deal. He could still escape. At worst, he could start all over again. At this moment, a trace of determination flashed in his eyes. The dark radiance became even more intense at this moment, and the armor of death on the surface of his body completely dissipated. Then, his physical body gradually dissolved at this moment, and his flesh began to twitch piece by piece. Such a scene was really indescribably strange. Die for me. Haha, I'll definitely kill you. Dark reincarnation, death bombing. At this moment, a powerful force directly hit the sky. Later, it immediately turned into a dozen different trajectories, like chains, directly binding Su Yang. The moment the black force bound Su Yang, the venerable Soul Eater finally relaxed. Ha ha ha, so what if you're a dragon? Since you've been hit by my dark reincarnation, you'll still have to die. Everything I have belongs to me. Only I deserve to have a flesh like yours, a life like yours. At this moment, all the flesh and blood directly peeled off from his body and flew directly towards Su Yang. Su Yang's body was bound by the strange chains, and at this moment, the flesh and blood had already arrived in front of Su Yang, tightly binding Su Yang's body. "You idiot, now is the time for you to die." Following his crazy roar, an extremely terrifying power directly spread out at this moment. The violent and terrifying power continued to spread at this moment, eventually drowning everything. At this moment, the world built by the formation seemed to be on the verge of collapse. The strength of this power had almost reached the point where it despised everything. There was no one in the entire world who could stop this terrifying power. At this moment, in the core of the formation, Hua Yunlong directly opened his eyes. At this moment, his complexion became somewhat gloomy. The formation is about to collapse. How is this possible? Who has such a powerful power? Although this phantom god slaughtering formation is not as powerful as it was back then, it needs at least the power of 7 dragons or even 9 dragons to break it. Who has such a powerful power? Damn it, I must not let this formation break. At this moment, Hua Yunlong forcibly operated his power to suppress the universe. Chapter 573. At this moment, Venerable Soul Devourer felt that his strength was about to reach its peak. This was a powerful attack that he had unleashed with all his strength. He gambled all of his strength and sacrificed his flesh to activate the most powerful dark reincarnation so far. Not to mention that the kid in front of him was most likely just a half-dragon. Even a real dragon wouldn't be able to resist his power. This was almost a method of mutual destruction. Of course, there was still a difference between them. Because he was already dead, he wasn't afraid at all. However, Su Yang was different. He believed that Su Yang would definitely die under such an attack. As long as Su Yang died, everything would come to an end. He would devour Su Yang's body and become extremely powerful. At this moment, his eyes were constantly flickering with bright radiance. Of course, he no longer had eyes because all of his flesh and blood had been peeled off and turned into the source of the most powerful power. At this moment, it was his soul fire that was flickering with radiance. HMPH, Su Yang, die. This was a cold sentence. At this moment, his heart couldn't help but palpitate a little. Even he himself had forgotten how long it had been since he made such a sentence. When he said this sentence, it made him feel very proud. Violent power slowly rose at this moment, and the terrifying radiance directly turned into the most dazzling light. Everything was gradually coming to an end in this world. This seemed to be fate, and also the final end of life. At this moment, his entire skeleton was trembling. Because this was his declaration of success. However, at this moment, he saw Su Yang's eyes. They were still a little scarlet, but there seemed to be a difference in the scarlet. This was because Su Yang's other eye was actually dyed with a layer of golden radiance. When the golden radiance appeared, everything changed again. This kind of terrifying power was simply unimaginable. 1 red and 1 gold. The first feeling that it gave people was contradiction. They were clearly 2 extremes of power. The scarlet radiance was evil and bloodthirsty to the extreme, but the golden radiance was so sacred. At this moment, Su Yang made his move. His entire body shook violently, and then a powerful force flashed out. The violent power suddenly descended at this moment, and the entire world seemed to have fallen into a freezing point. At this moment, the power of the dark reincarnation came to a halt. Everything was suffocating at this moment. Life was not extinguished. At this moment, he was filled with sluggishness. He watched as the darkness that erupted from him was suddenly tainted by the golden and blood-red radiance. Once it was tainted, the chains actually began to break apart. What kind of powerful and terrifying power was this? His entire body was trembling because everything was completely different from what he had expected. He didn't understand how this guy in front of him did it. Why? Why was he able to directly shatter the attack that he had used all his strength to create? No, I don't believe it. How could you possibly do this? How do you have the ability to do this? Yes, his entire body was trembling, and he felt as if even his soul had become extremely shaken. However, the truth was happening right in front of him. When all of the chains were tainted by Su Yang's radiance, they seemed to have become Su Yang's weapons and directly tied him up. You actually used such a sinful weapon. I heard the wails of life on these chains. Those are the roars of the vengeful spirits that you killed. You damned fella, now, you're going to suffer the consequences of your own actions. A deep voice came from Su Yang's throat. It wasn't Su Yang's original voice because it was much deeper than Su Yang's original voice. At this moment, the Venerable Soul Eater looked at everything in disbelief. He even forgot that he was directly controlled by Su Yang. At this moment, he was still muttering to himself. How is this possible? Even at this moment, he was still unwilling to believe that his power was actually controlled by the other party. At the next moment, countless wails rang in his ears. Those were vengeful spirits. They were the wails of the vengeful spirits that had been killed and devoured by the Venerable Soul Eater. The wails of the vengeful spirits directly impacted the Venerable Soul Eater's soul. Damn it, you damned fellas. How dare you attack my soul? Do you not want to live anymore? You lowly and pitiful fellas, go to hell, go to hell. The Venerable Soul Eater was in extreme pain at this moment. He felt that his soul flame was being attacked fiercely, as if his soul was going to be destroyed in the next moment. The pain was unbearable for him. However, how dare these lowly vengeful spirits cause such an impact to the great him? He had to die, he had to die. If he let his soul flame erupt with power, these pitiful vengeful spirits would be destroyed in an instant. However, at this moment, his soul power was directly suppressed by Su Yang. Dark reincarnation? Death explosion? Chimph, it's useless. You can't defeat me, you evil and corrupt thing. Su Yang's cold voice sounded ruthlessly, and then a huge force came crashing down. Such a terrifying force was simply going to destroy everything. The Venerable Soul Eater felt that he could no longer bear it, because at this moment, his bones that were emitting a white jade-like light began to shatter. The terrifying impact caused his entire body to tremble. At this moment, he suddenly realized that perhaps his life was finally coming to an end. Damn it, you damned fella, you want to kill me? How is this possible? How can I let you kill me? However, he was definitely not the kind of person who could accept death quietly. His life was above everything else, and anyone who threatened his life would have to die. The soul fire suddenly flew out of his skull. Then, the soul fire actually split into 6 and scattered around him. When the 6 soul flames scattered, his aura immediately changed. Damn fella, even if I'm going to die, I'll drag you down with me. Ha ha ha, die with me. I'll let you know what the ultimate pain in this world is. The Venerable Soul Eater laughed maniacally. At this moment, he seemed to have made up his mind to drag Su Yang down with him. However, at this moment, Su Yang's face was still extremely cold. He did not care about the crazy action at all, and only stretched out his left hand. On his left hand, a black aura surged. The terrifying power condensed into a small black hole. This move was what Su Yang had used when he broke the formation earlier. Of course, the move that he used in his current state was much more powerful than before. Even the Venerable Soul Eater felt terrified. He really could not understand why this fella had so many trump cards. At this moment, he was already regretting it. If he had known that this fella was so abnormal, he would not have provoked him so early. At this moment, the black light on his left finger became more and more intense, and in the end, it turned into an extremely complicated inscription. The inscription was like a vine that slowly wrapped around Su Yang's left hand. At this moment, in the eyes of the Venerable Soul Eater, Su Yang had turned into a terrifying demon god. At this moment, the demon god suddenly disappeared from where he was, and in the next moment, his body was already charging towards the Venerable Soul Eater. Damn it, you damned fool. Are you really not afraid of death? If that's the case, then let's die together. I'll let you understand what true despair is. At this moment, the Venerable Soul Eater's spiritual flames suddenly began to surge, and powerful energy was directly dispersed. At this moment, he chose to self-destruct. Su Yang's speed did not decrease in the slightest. To be more precise, his speed became even faster. At this moment, he had already charged in front of the Venerable Soul Eater, and his fingertips suddenly touched the Venerable Soul Eater's body. At this moment, the Venerable Soul Eater only felt that his skeletal body had suffered an extremely severe blow. After such a blow, his skeletal body that was harder than a famed sword, no, perhaps even a sacred sword, actually shattered bit by bit. This was an inconceivable thing, but it was happening right in front of his eyes. When everything was completely shattered, he knew that he was finished. Die. The spiritual flames were finally completely shattered. This was the crystallization of his long life, fusing with his extremely powerful and terrifying power. At this moment, he finally shattered this terrifying power with his own hands. Su Yang frowned. At this moment, the golden light and blood-red light on his body flickered at the same time. Combined with the complicated inscriptions on his left hand, they directly enveloped his body. Invincible Golden Body. The Invincible Golden Body was a cultivation method of the Pagoda sect. However, when Su Yang was in this state, he was able to combine the three paths together. When these three forces fused with each other, the Qi of the Supreme began to circulate. Something strange happened. These three forces did not directly fight against each other. Instead, they quietly fused with each other. In the end, a brand new armor that was a combination of gold, crimson, and black was directly born. This armor was so mighty. In addition to the crimson wings on Su Yang's back and the faintly visible flames around him, it made him truly look like a celestial god. The power of the spiritual flames explosion continued to impact his body, but Su Yang ignored it. Chapter 574. Temph, you're still trying to cause trouble at a time like this. Su Yang seemed to have expected such a situation to happen. At that moment, the wings on his back suddenly vibrated and he appeared in front of Xiongju in the next moment. Even he himself was stunned because he had never thought that his speed could actually rise to such a level. It was simply terrifying. That light was one of the 6 spiritual flames of Venerable Soul Eater. Venerable Soul Eater had finally come back to life, so how could he really give up hope of survival? Even if he was in a desperate situation under Su Yang's coercion, an existence like him wouldn't be so generous as to choose to perish together with Su Yang. Su Yang had already expected all of this. And this spiritual flame was this guy's trump card. Xiongju might not be dead yet, but even if he was still breathing, his life was already in danger. Venerable Soul Eater's skeletal body had been completely shattered by Su Yang's punch. Therefore, if he wanted to reoccupy his body at this time, this was the best choice. Unfortunately, Su Yang had already expected everything, so when he descended, Su Yang's power suddenly erupted and blocked in front of him. Damn it! Endless resentment was transmitted from the spiritual flame, and then the spiritual flame once again erupted with extremely dazzling energy. Self-destruction. At that moment, Venerable Soul Eater actually chose to self-destruct. Su Yang could naturally dodge such a self-destruction because he already knew how fast he could be. However, Su Yang didn't do so because he knew very well that if he chose to dodge at this time, Xiongju wouldn't be able to survive no matter what. Dragon Blood Icefire Barrier. Su Yang directly summoned the Dragon Blood Icefire Barrier. With the support of his powerful power, the 2 dragon souls of the Dragon Blood Icefire Barrier erupted with extremely terrifying power, and then they directly pounced on the spiritual flame. Ah! Amidst the anguished wails, the power that didn't even have time to self-destruct was devoured by the 2 dragon souls of the Dragon Blood Icefire Barrier. However, Su Yang, who had resolved all of this, did not have the slightest expression of joy. His gaze was fixed in front of him. This was because he clearly saw a beam of light directly breaking through this illusory world and leaving towards the outside world. You let him escape in the end. What a cunning thing. Not enough. You were able to escape this time, but you won't be so lucky next time. It must be said that Exalted Soul Devourer was truly cunning. Previously, his 6 soul flames had not completely self-destructed. Only 4 of them had exploded. Of course, the power of these 4 soul flames was also very strong, but he had already expected that this terrifying explosion would not be able to kill Su Yang directly. Therefore, one of his spirit flames directly rushed towards Xiongju. He was betting that Su Yang would definitely choose to save Xiongju because this was what he believed to be the deep-rooted bad habit of humans. It was obvious that although he did not expect Su Yang to be unscathed under the explosion of the 4 soul flames, he had made the right bet in the end. Su Yang really chose to save Xiongju. Since that was the case, he had a chance to escape. The last soul flame directly flew into the sky and disappeared into the large formation. At this moment, Exalted Soul Devourer was extremely furious, but he was also extremely terrified. It was inevitable that he would be furious. The power that he had accumulated with great difficulty was gone at this moment. Not only that, but even his skeletal body was directly shattered by Su Yang. One had to know that he viewed his skeletal body as extremely important. It was a necessary condition for his complete resurrection and to become stronger. However, at this moment, Su Yang's punch completely shattered and destroyed it. In fact, in order to escape, he even used the method of a gecko cutting off its tail and detonated 5/6 of his soul flame. Although the true power of the 5/6 of the soul flame was not comparable to the one that he had escaped with, it was still a soul flame. After all, it was the soul flame, which was the essence and origin of one's soul. Once it was damaged, it would be too difficult to repair it. Of course, he was also extremely afraid of the power that Su Yang had displayed at the end. This was because at the last moment, Su Yang had completely crushed him. He could not see any hope of defeating Su Yang at all. Even terrifying methods like dark reincarnation and death explosion were directly reversed by Su Yang. This meant that Su Yang was not human at all, but a monster. What was he in front of such a monster? At this moment, Su Yang naturally did not know what he was thinking. Moreover, even if he knew, Su Yang would not care. At this moment, he was extremely exhausted. He was extremely ferocious in this battle. However, the power that exceeded his body's limits was undoubtedly an extremely huge burden on his body. Nevertheless, he had no choice. Of course, he did not disperse the power immediately. Instead, he looked at Xiongju. He's still alive. He didn't die immediately. This was Su Yang's judgment. Then, he directly stretched out his palm and a force directly covered Xiongju's body. When the light landed on Xiongju's body, his wounds immediately healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, he was too severely injured after all. The Venerable Soul Eater's attack had directly pierced Xiongju's heart. Fortunately, the Venerable Soul Eater did not choose to kill Xiongju directly, so Xiongju was still alive. Su Yang relied on his immense power to perform the Cloudy Mist skill and completely treated Xiongju's external injuries. However, it was far from enough. Well, you saved me after all. I, Su Yang, will not owe you a favor. Previously, if it was not for Xiongju's flame palm, Su Yang would have been killed by the Venerable Soul Eater before the power of the demonic dragon's blood could be unleashed. Therefore, it was not an exaggeration to say that Xiongju had saved Su Yang's life. Su Yang's mind moved, and then a pill flew out from his red parting sword case. The pill was extremely precious. Its name was the Spirit Intensifying Pill, and it was given to him by the Shui family's great ancestor. Hehe, I'll let you have it. Su Yang stuffed the Spirit Intensifying Pill into Xiongju's mouth. Subsequently, the state of his body gradually began to fade. An irresistible wave of exhaustion and weakness attacked him directly. Su Yang took advantage of his last conscious moment to take out a handful of pills and stuffed them into his mouth. The world should be about to collapse. However, Su Yang was not worried. The few monsters in the square seal would protect Su Yang. Once he encountered any danger, they would appear directly and would not let Su Yang die directly. The great formation was gradually collapsing. At this moment, Xiongju suddenly opened his eyes. It had to be said that the spirit-intensifying pill given to him by the Shui family's great ancestor was really a god-level pill. In such a short time, Xiongju had actually regained consciousness. At this moment, Xiongju only felt that his mind was a little messy, but soon, his image froze at the last second before he lost consciousness. He remembered that he should be dead, or rather, about to die. However, why was he in such a good state now? Did he feel relaxed all over? He even felt that the spirit qi in his body had expanded, and he was about to break through. Could it be that people feel so good after dying? This was Xiongju's first thought, but he soon saw Su Yang beside him. Then, he immediately dismissed the thought that he was dead. He checked his pulse. His pulse was very strong, and his heart was also beating very strongly. In that case, he was not dead yet. Could it be that Su Yang killed that guy? He was truly terrified by the exalted Soul Devourer's final burst of power. Before him, his all-out attack was like child's play. This kind of power was even more terrifying than the powerful elders in the sect. At that time, he already felt that he was doomed. In any case, it was a good thing that he had been resurrected. There was hope as long as he was alive. No one else appeared in this place, and the venerable Soul Eater had disappeared. From the looks of it, there was no mistake. It was Su Yang who had defeated that guy. At this moment, he looked at Su Yang with a very complicated gaze. After all, this guy had robbed him of many treasures. Whether it was the fire dragon's tooth, the flame tree sapling, or the scarlet ruby, they were all extremely precious. Especially the jade pendant, which was a gift from his brother, Xiong Yunfei. This jade pendant was the fire god's jade. After wearing it, cultivating the power of fire would be twice the result with half the effort. However, all of these treasures had been snatched away by Su Yang. However, thinking about it from another perspective, it seemed that he had courted death and lost to the other party. Thinking about it this way, Su Yang did not seem so detestable. Moreover, he had saved him twice. No, it should be 3 times. Hehe, in any case, this fellow said that he wouldn't charge anything this time. Furthermore, my condition is surprisingly good. I don't know what kind of miraculous elixir this fellow gave me. However, this illusory world seems to be collapsing. Is this the destruction of the array formation? I wonder how my brother and Wang Baichuan are doing. Xiong Ju directly carried Su Yang's body and walked out of this world that was about to collapse. At this moment, Hua Yunlong's brows were furrowed. Did one of the arrays collapse? That's really fast, but it doesn't matter. All I need is your blood.